The author of the novel abuses symbols and makes many spelling mistakes, which makes it difficult for me to convert the text into audio. So I hope you all understand if there are any errors. Please like, share, and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to motivate me to create more videos, and don't hesitate to make requests for the novels you want to listen to. Chapter 551. Making progress. As soon as they returned to the ship, Nico got started on building the terraforming array, and Max sent a message back to Ray 5 as well as the Alliance ship location logs, confirming that they would be at the same location for multiple days unless something unexpected happened. That let their portals open with just a safety check and not a full confirmation from the Admiral of their location, saving everyone some time and headache when guests wanted to come to the ship. The upcoming terraforming had been mentioned on their live stream, so it was no shock that a large number of visitors wanted to join them, but Max got a surprise message from Uncle Lou back at the Ray 5 moon base. He had the first 2 cruisers for their fleet ready in retrofit to the most modern of Reaver standards, though they were still much slower than what a custom-made vessel would be capable of. They were the cruisers confiscated from the Holy Light Nation and were themed as immense Gothic cathedrals in space. At just over a kilometer long, they were dwarfed by the might of Terminus. Still, they were thoroughbred warships, each being loaded with an entire heavy mecha battalion and 2 interceptor-class gunships roughly half the size of the cutters aboard Terminus. They weren't suitable for mecha transport, but instead were loaded with heavy weapons for space battles and were capable of launching an orbital lance-level strike on a planetary target. I took the liberty of recruiting and training a crew for you. All you need to do is pick a commander to transfer over, and they are good to go. Uncle Lou. The sight of the 2 ships falling into formation with Terminus greatly amused the hunters, and Max's second reading of the message from Uncle Lou was interrupted by a message from Huntress Khan. I never pictured you as one who put so much weight on matters of religion, but I must say, cathedral-themed cruisers are a nice touch. Very well suited to the Reaver sense of bling. He didn't even have to talk to her in person to know she was laughing at him, but the ships really were glorious looking with the tinted window art, which was actually made out of a meter-thick layer of translucent metal armor, and the front ram which was made to resemble 2 hands holding an open book. They are trophies captured from a particularly annoying enemy, but they do have a rather flashy sense of style that I think will help nations we negotiate with to understand the true tackiness that we are capable of when we put our minds to it. He responded, the military equipment is top of the line, despite the questionable aesthetics. We scanned them when they arrived, and the mecha are the same as yours, but the weapons are even better than your cutters are equipped with. The warp drive system is a madman's delusion, though. To think that someone actually tried to double layer the field so that an ornamental hull wasn't torn to shreds by a warp 8 maximum speed. Max laughed out loud at that. Uncle Lou might be a madman, but he was a very smart madman. I have it on good authority that it actually works and has been tested. If you like the idea, I don't think we have filed the paperwork for the Alliance patents yet, so you can sneak in a free license to try it for yourself. He suggested, no need, we already know the technique. It does work, but the power draw is insane. I think only human ships have the sort of drive that could actually sustain that level of output. Nobody else in the known universe goes that overboard with power capacity. They did a decent job of optimizing this one, though. I can see that they are working with the data you generated on alternate warp field designs. The gunships are a modern design, at least. Well, modern by human standards. The additional firepower should make our little fleet safe enough that the Alliance elites shouldn't get their panties in a bunch about sending their kids here to be properly educated. Max agreed. If you're still looking for teachers, how about you hire one of our recent graduates? She has a passion for xenozoology, and I can't see your academy not offering the course, given your mission. Huntress Khan offered. A huntress teaching students about the study and categorization of new alien species. No way would Max pass up that opportunity. The look on the students' faces would be worth any amount of headache from parents about the background of their teachers. I will inform the headmistress that the position has been spoken for. Max forwarded the last portion of their conversation to Medusa, who was busy refurbishing the interior of her chosen portion of the ship. The look of shock and disbelief on her face when she sent him a video chat link to confirm that she wasn't being pranked was incredible. Max had never seen Inu's hair tentacles stand up straight like that before. I am almost finished here. This wonderful machine you sent me is clearly made for a much larger area, but it fits through the hallways, so I have been able to create my vision in a single walkthrough. I will send out the recruitment for teachers this afternoon and the student recruitment messages tomorrow once we have a few confirmed applications that we can put on the brochure. If possible, we should get some human teachers as well. We can upgrade their knowledge before the semester starts if necessary. The youngsters love exotic experiences, and none of them have ever met a human before, so it would help. She suggested. Max contacted Mary Tereth while he had Medusa still in a video chat and relayed the message. She sent back a list of 6 top combat instructors from Ray 5 that would be great gym teachers. Well, that's better than nothing, and humans are well known for their athletic abilities. Not many species we've met, other than the hunters, can actually outdo us when we're enhanced by the system. Max told the headmistress with a shrug. No, that is perfect. Nobody knows better how to perfectly tone a body than a career soldier. She is right, that is what humans are currently best at, and it will do our students a lot of good to learn from them. I will send her the confirmation and look forward to your updates on the hiring process. The academy looks wonderful, from what I can see, Max replied, ending the conversation and letting her get back to finishing the reception and common areas on the main floor. Chapter 552. New staff in archaeology. There really wasn't much that they could do about a species that might or might not even exist anymore, so the crew of Terminus and the hunters settled into terraform and explore the planet, both virtually with drones and by sending down actual teams to explore places that looked interesting enough to save from alteration. They would still purify them of the lingering toxins and perhaps reintroduce some minerals that had been extracted, but they would do their best to preserve the natural beauty of the place. That brought Max to his first point of concern. Nico had designed a wonderful city for 100 million people to be built floating above the surface. Only, she hadn't really designed it. Max recognized it as a spot she had taken over in her past life. That was a bit concerning, as no matter how beautiful the spot was, he knew what she did there, and the thought of her backsliding into past life behaviors was a constant concern when she brought up memories and designs like this. Not that there was anything openly sinister about this city. It was absolutely stunning, and everyone who saw it loved it. Even the Shin adored the architecture, and they were hard to impress with anything that didn't contain fresh soil. They would, unfortunately, be one of the last species that were allowed onto the surface of the planet, as their roots were extremely sensitive to toxins. This planet was so heavily poisoned with industrial waste and poisonous chemicals that even bringing them to the city once it was completed would require an extra level of sanitation of the shuttles at first. They were well aware of their limitations, though, and were in no hurry to head somewhere toxic, no matter how pretty it was. For the next 2 weeks, that was how they passed their days, cleansing and terraforming the planet interspersed with small teams of specialists sent to the surface to explore the ruins. The live streams of those explorations were a huge hit with the guests. This was a species that not even they knew, so they got to discover everything in real time and speculate on the nature of the species. They had a general guess about their shape, given the size and construction of the ruins. Still, the statue they had found of the mysterious vessel or Mecha from the hunters, legends remained strictly confidential, so there was no way for the guests to know that they were most likely bipedal since the statue had been extremely slender and long-limbed, with a larger torso, like an arachnid, but with only 6 limbs and standing upright like a humanoid. Commander, we have an incoming shuttle. One of our own, hailing for the academy using the headmistress family code. I believe these are the elite teachers that the professor managed to poach from other institutions, and the rest of the recruited staff should be here soon after them. A communications officer informed Max as he relaxed in his seat and watched the exploration streams. Just in time. I thought they weren't going to get here in time to get set up before the first round of parents arrived to tour the academy grounds. Guide them to the designated bay for academy vessels, and I will meet them there. Max sent the news to headmistress Medusa, who agreed to meet him at the bay so that the new staff could meet both of their bosses the moment that they arrived, instead of having staff members meet and greet them, as would normally be done for new teachers. The shuttle was a Terminus vessel. The occupants seemed quite at ease inside, relaxing on the couches and chatting about what they might find inside a brand new academy designed by the infamous Medusa Medellin. Her name was synonymous with perfection in their social circle, and the fact that she had told off very respected educators in the past for failing to meet her exacting standards was no secret. It also made them both eager and nervous to be working under her. The fact that any academy she designed and ran would be elite was a given, especially with their presence, the teachers believed, as they had earned their credentials with decades of impeccable results, but her reputation for perfection was still a double-edged blade that could bite them if they made a misstep. "What are you thinking about?" the woman in question asked as Max listened to the teacher's thoughts while the shuttle prepared to land. "I'm listening to the teacher's thoughts. They're concerned that your perfectionism might become difficult to work with, as you are the headmistress, but they are excited to be here and see what you have designed. It seems your skills are held in higher regard than your personality." Max replied, "I am honestly not as bad as I'm made out to be." The incident was blown all out of proportion because nobody could believe that someone stood up to such a wealthy man. She shrugged. The whole incident seemed like a minor thing to Max, who had seen how his own commanders dressed down misbehaving soldiers, but that didn't mean that it wasn't a big deal in an elite academic circle. The teachers filed out in an orderly single-file line, based on their years of experience, and lined up to meet the new headmistress with polite smiles on their faces. Well, on the faces of the species that had them. Their botany specialist was a Shin, and the Harpia didn't have a face that was capable of showing emotions, being mostly beak, but their body language was very expressive. There were a few other species that Max didn't recognize right away, but a notable lack of the smaller species, which were more susceptible to injury by air pressure and energy flow changes. It was possible that Terminus still wasn't up to the standard that they considered safe, but more likely, they simply viewed the risk of coming under attack as high enough to make this job offer a suicide mission for them. "Welcome to Terminus, everyone. I am Commander Karis of the Terminus Trading Company, and this is Headmistress Medusa Medellin, your direct superior at the Academy. Thank you all for considering our job offer, and we look forward to having you all here at what we intend to make the most prestigious academy in 100 standard units." Max greeted them, causing a round of laughter among the formerly nervous teachers. The galaxy they were in was well beyond the frontier of the Alliance. There were only a few hundred prestigious academies within 100 standard units of here. In their minds, defeating those backwater upstarts with no particular pedigree was not even an issue. Medusa took over at that point. "Soon, the rest of the staff will be coming to join your departments, and I will be expecting you to bring them all up to the sort of standard an elite academy requires. They are the finest we could find from around the Alliance, as well as some humans and a hunter, so you should only need to form them into a proper team before the parents arrive to tour the grounds before enrolling the first class. If you will follow me, I will return the commander to his duties, and we can get started on exploring the grounds." Welcome to Reaver Academy, Chapter 553, Allocation. While the headmistress got the teachers settled into their new roles at the academy, Max had his own employees to settle. Namely, there were 2 cruisers that needed new commanders since they had been sent with a full staff and a battalion of Mecha each, but the decision as to who would lead them had been left up to him, as the leader of the Terminus Trading Company. He had been reading the minds of his senior officers for a few days now in order to determine who would be best for the role, and had found the answer was unexpected and completely predictable at the same time. None of them particularly wanted a promotion that would take them off Terminus, but Colonel Lucci and Colonel Klinger of the 2nd and 5th Battalions, respectively, were the obvious choices, as both had the qualifications. Some of the officers thought that sending Casanova might work out well. He was a skilled tactician and pilot with excellent negotiation skills and the added benefit of horrible luck in love, so they wouldn't need to worry about him fooling around on the job. The man's pride might be irreparably damaged if Max promoted him for that reason, though. There were other choices as well, Reavers who had trained all their lives to take command but were too far down the list of seniority, so they had chosen to take a chance on a newly formed company when Max expanded the roster and had proven themselves capable after arriving aboard the ship. The most notable 2 were Luke Tereth, a distant cousin of Nico, and Marcus Blaze, a major in the infantry who was from a Reaver family. Both were loyal and well respected, though their connection to Max was distant at best. He got regular reports from both as leaders of their sections, but neither had shown any attempt to get close to him and try for a spot in his inner circle of trusted lieutenants. He needed interstellar vessel captains and negotiators, not mecha pilots, for the ships, so Max was tempted to choose the Reavers and not lose 2 of his battalion commanders. Then he could pick a mecha battalion commander for each cruiser from among the new arrivals. "Luke Tereth and Marcus Blaze, please report to the commander's office," Max announced over the intercom, after finally making his decision. He would have to start grooming new leaders as well since they had more cruisers coming in the next few months, and he couldn't just send away all his battalion commanders to lead other ships. Finding good and trustworthy combat leaders was much more difficult than finding good and trustworthy managers. The 2 men came jogging in soon after, one silently, as was customary for the diminutive members of the Tereth family, and one with the solid footsteps of a full conversion cyborg. "Commander, how can we be of service?" Luke Tereth asked, shifting to a comfortable ready stance. "I've heard very good things about both of you, and your resumes are impeccable, so I am willing to offer you a chance at a promotion. Terminus Trading Company has 2 new cruisers in orbit, and they need commanders." Max began. Their eyes lit up in joy while the two tried to remain somewhat professional during what they now realized was possibly the most important interview of their lives. "You would really choose us over your closest captains?" Marcus asked. "My captains and battalion commanders are the best at what they do, and I can't spare any of them to lead a cruiser. I will pick leaders for the Mecha battalions aboard your cruisers from among the ranks of new arrivals, and you two will take command of the ships themselves. The most important matters during the first few weeks will be building morale and loyalty. These crews were hand-picked for us, but they don't know us. At least not yet. I will be watching closely to see how well you can bring them into the Terminus Trading Company family. For now, you will be on escort duty, ensuring the safety of the colony ship, so I will have both vessels dock with Terminus 1 day a week to let the new members mingle and get to know the crew and our guests. The rest of the time, it's up to you to get them into shape. Any questions? Can I choose my second in command to go with me?" Luke asked. "Within reason. Who did you want?" The short man stepped over to the data screen on the wall and brought up one of the sergeants from the infantry, a middle-aged man with one eye who had been serving longer than Max had been alive, thanks to a few extensions in lieu of prison time. Most notably, he had killed an undercover inquisitor for countermanding their colonel's orders and resolutely refused to accept that the man was not a traitor at trial. His adamant stance that the man was, in fact, a traitor led to a hung jury. It was a capital crime to kill an inquisitor, but it was no crime at all to kill a traitor. Since there was no evidence either way, it came down to reasonable doubt, and the military tribunal chose not to convict him of murder but of failure to follow protocol. For rebel and traitor officers, which extended his already lengthy term of service by an additional year, along with a 1-month dock of his pay. At the very least, he looks loyal. If you think he can do the job, you can have him, but remember that your crew is a reflection on you, and I will be expecting positive results. Thank you for your trust, Commander. Max looked to the big cyborg to see who he wanted as a second, but the man was deep in thought. I don't know the right person to be my second. With permission, I'll pick one from the ship's crew. They've had a few days together, and that's enough to see who the naturals are. He decided. Take your time. You've got 48 hours if you need it, but I'll transfer the command codes now, so you can call for a shuttle anytime you want to go meet your new crew. Terminus will be here for a while, and you will be guarding her, so you can have your belongings shipped to you if you want to go see your new homes right away. I'll take you up on that, Commander. But first, I need to change if I'm going to make a good impression on my crew. I wonder if Luke's cousin Nico has any fashion advice. Marcus joked. Even for a Reaver, Nico was flamboyant. And she had a reputation for finding just the right outfit for every occasion, but never the one you expected. If anyone in the ship could outfit the 2 new commanders, it was her. Wait right here. I'll call her over to dress you too. You can make yourself a whole new wardrobe when you get to your new station if you want. I'm told that looking the part is important, and as the ship's captain, you have a rather sizable energy allotment for personal use. Max agreed. The 2 men chuckled at Max's estimation of what the value of dressing the part meant, since he was wearing a black linen tunic shirt and jeans with military boots, looking just like any other Reaver with no meetings for the day, and he had never been one to get overdressed to meet his own crew. Chapter 554. Esteemed guest Nico was overjoyed to get to decorate their new captains. She was so happy, in fact, that she brought the Tech Adept harness and a toolkit in case Marcus wanted a makeover of his cyborg shell. Unfortunately for her, he wasn't that brave, and the makeover ended with just a fashion adjustment, the Reaver version of having a new suit tailored. There we go. I could do better if you'd just let me tweak that outer shell. Even Luke let me do his nails and eyeliner. Nico reminded Marcus as she finished. He actually makes a good Captain Harkness, though. I prefer my natural looks. Nico raised an eyebrow and waved a hand in his general direction, reminding him that he was just as artificial as she was, though not nearly as high-tech, so his best argument for not letting her program tattoos and a tan into his synthetic skin was just that, an excuse. You've had your fun. Thanks for the help, Nico. They should go visit their crew before we get too busy. Max thanked her, then shooed the two relieved captains out of the office. "You're no fun, but I do have fun things for you to do today. We've just received an advance arrival for the registration process. Some crazy mushroom guy named Ahmed. He's a riot to talk to, but everyone keeps bowing to him, so I think he's properly important and not just wealthy," Nico informed him. Max searched the thoughts on board Terminus until he found the man in question. Ahmed bin Saladin was a myceloid emperor in charge of over 100 populated planets, all from the same base genetic stock as his family's spores. Emperor was more of a nickname than a position, though. The wealthiest myceloid preferred to be referred to as businessmen, or heads of family, even if their family was billions of people. They had originally populated planets much like the Clem by blowing spores into space, but the myceloid weren't hostile or violent and simply adapted their own spores to their new home where possible or faded into either extinction or obscurity if it wasn't. These days they had the full suite of terraforming available to them, so they did like every other civilized culture when they wanted to inhabit a new planet, which made an entire population from one base stock a rare thing, showing the age and power of their family. He was with a younger version of himself in the gardens by the World Tree. Not really a child, per se, but a cutting, or a clone, the way you would do with a plant. From what Max could glean from his bodyguard's thoughts, that was the common way to pass down an inheritance in their culture. However, by alliance law, the clone was considered an entirely new person, so they needed education and background to prove themselves to society. The process also built another layer of expertise on what they had and helped keep them current with new technologies and cultural developments so that they didn't lose touch with the younger generations by living and cloning themselves in safety and seclusion. Ahmed, in both versions of himself, preferred to be addressed by his bare name and got mildly annoyed with all the bowing and sucking up that people did when they recognized him, so Max led Nico to the front of the ship while briefing her on the situation. Max kept listening as they walked and learned one more important fact about Ahmed. He identified as male, despite the species reproducing asexually through self-germinating spores. The fact that everyone was avoiding getting in his way became clear when Max found the pair and their guards at the ice cream stand in the garden, which was usually packed full of people at every hour of the day and night, all alone in a bubble of calm. He walked right up and extended his hand to greet the myceloid dignitary with a smile. "Welcome to Terminus. My name is Karis Max, and I am told you are here to determine if you wish to enroll in the academy." The myceloid gave him an intrigued look and slightly awkwardly matched the handshake gesture. It was a custom among the species, but his station meant that everyone bowed to him, and nobody would dare attempt to touch him, so Ahmed had become a bit rusty with the process. "Headmistress Medusa is an old friend of mine. When she was still in school, she won a contest to design a government building on one of the planets I own," he explained. "Then you are guaranteed to start the semester with at least one friend on board, and she will have all the insider knowledge you could want," Max replied with a chuckle. There was a lot more to their friendship being replayed in the man's memories, most of it very boring and professional, but it seemed that they actually worked together a lot. Most of her reputation in the Alliance for brilliant architecture had been bankrolled by Ahmed and sold to interested parties all over the Alliance after it was constructed. A mutual benefit to both of them, though Max would usually call that a business partner and not a friend. "Would you like a tour? The teachers only arrived today, so they're not prepared for visitors yet, but there is no reason I couldn't show you around. I did give the final approval for the design, so I know where everything is," Max offered. "How many revisions did Medusa go through on this one?" Ahmed asked curiously. "At least 6 before she presented it to me the first time, and I don't know how many more before she actually built it. I picked my favorite color scheme and left the rest to her," Max explained. "That's the best way when dealing with an artist. If you interfere too much, it never feels right, like it was. Forster Limited. The artistry and life of it get lost somewhere along the way." The oligarch agreed. Chapter 555. First student, is this a fellow student? "Hello miss, you can call me Ahmed." The younger copy greeted Nico, who had been standing behind Max, out of the way of the conversation. "Good morning Ahmed. Unfortunately, I am no longer a student. Those days are somewhat behind me, but it is possible that the recent renovations to my outer shell might have thrown off your sense of age," Nico replied. "I would like to introduce you to my second in command, Tareth Rage. Don't let her youthful and cheerful appearance fool you. She is well versed in the daily operations of the ship," Max informed the duo. "Oh, I should have recognized you from the videos. You're friends with Miss Lulu, right?" What's she like in person? Are those tentacles real or CGI? The younger man asked, referring to one of the tech nomads with a dreamy look on his face. We don't use CGI for our videos since we're not idols. It would make viewers question the validity of our tech developments if we altered the videos in any way. Lulu is a sweetheart. Perhaps you'll get a chance to meet her one day. She is often in the water parks on her days off. Nico replied with a wink. The older myceloid gave his clone an annoyed look that made Max chuckle. The young one was not good at disguising his desires yet, but they were the same person, so there was a good chance that the old one also had a thing for Innu girls, or at least their hair, and his younger half was giving him away without a thought. The older Ahmed gave Nico a judgmental look, then turned to Max. I don't understand your human traditions. Isn't she too sweet and innocent to be second in command? Or is the position like that of my offspring, where she will be your generational heir? Are you considered old for a human? Colonel Klinger, who was sitting nearby, enjoying a book under the branches of the world tree, nearly choked on the coffee he was drinking, then burst into laughter, not bothering to try to hide his reaction until Nico turned a glare at him. Have I said something strange? You, bystander, explain what I have missed. Ahmed Sr. demanded. Miss Tareth is one of the known universe's most brutally vicious mecha pilots, with thousands of confirmed kills to her credit. She even managed to fight a huntress to a standstill in a duel, ending the match in a draw when both mecha were disabled. Colonel Klinger explained. Are you certain that we are talking about the same person? This small creature here, the myceloid asked again. Believe me, I was just as shocked as you when I first found out, but I am also a mecha pilot in the Terminus Trading Company's defense fleet, and I have been present for many battles with her, as well as the duel with Huntress Khan. Klinger agreed. My apologies, Miss Tareth. I have greatly misjudged your capabilities. You don't give off any of the sense of defensiveness that a trained combatant usually does. He informed her with a chagrined look on his face. Or at least, that's what Max assumed he was going for since his species didn't really show much on their faces, which were only an approximation of the humanoid equivalent developed to set others at ease while conversing with them. A simple misunderstanding. I am impervious to all weapons currently detected within this section of the ship, so I have no reason to be on guard. Unlike a biological life form, which can be quite fragile, I can take a direct hit from a plasma rifle without serious damage, and physical blows from any of the species present are no real threat to me. Nico informed him. So that's it. Like a moonraker in a spore cave, it's not that you're incapable, only unconcerned. My people have always had difficulty telling the difference since we encountered so few predators during our development. Even after all these generations, we still have problems telling the true predators from the dangerous scavengers, as it were. Ahmed Sr. explained. No offense to those present. Max smiled at him and gestured toward the exit doors at the far end of the courtyard. None taken. I doubt any of our crew would deny that she is a true predator in combat. Should we take a look at the academy before mealtime? There are a wide variety of foods available on the ship, and we have enlisted the help of various species to expand our menu. If you have a menu item that you would like added to the regular menu or for a special order, we will do our best, or if you have a sample, we can add it to our programming directly. Exotic foods are one of the many reasons guests flock to the common areas of Terminus. That would be amazing. Perhaps we could visit other areas of the ship as well. I hear that Miss Lulu spends most of her time in the development labs. Could we visit them on our way? Ahmed Jr. asked, earning himself a swat to the back of the head from his senior. That area is unfortunately off limits to the general public, but I can ask her if she would like to do a guest lecture in the science classes from time to time, Nico suggested. From the excitement in the younger man's mind, Max knew they had their first student guaranteed with those few simple words. It was also a great idea. Medusa, we're almost to the academy with the myceloid, Ahmed, an old friend of yours. He wants a tour of the facility in advance, and he's got a serious thing for cute Innu girls, so watch yourself. Also, he would greatly enjoy it if Lulu and the tech nomads could give guest lectures in the academy on occasion. Max messaged her to ensure she was prepared to meet them. I am quite familiar with his peculiarities. I will bring a small escort with me and take over at the front gates so you can get back to work. Chapter 556. Swarmed, it's a conspiracy, I tell you. Nico declared the next morning when the arrival notices of shiploads of potential students began to ding on her watch's communicator. We did not think this through well enough. Max agreed. Medusa had carefully vetted the candidates, in her own words, and arranged the walkthrough today to give parents an opportunity to reconsider, as well as explore the facility that their kids would be staying and learning at. But what she had forgotten to factor in was that 2 parents for every student, plus any other kids they brought along, meant that she had booked 30,000 people, who were all wealthy enough to have their own private spacefaring yachts, to arrive at Terminus on the same day. If they had no objections, they would be leaving their students here to settle into the dorms and returning home. Well, most of them, anyhow. The cruise ship was completely booked for the first time, with many guests arranging to share space in the larger suites so that they could find a space to stay aboard Terminus instead of in orbit around the planet aboard their yachts. Traffic control was used to military landing operations, with thousands of landers operating at once. They were handling the increased traffic well enough, but there was still a long line of vessels waiting to arrive and drop off their passengers. Max had ordered that a staging system be put in place, where the guests would be dropped, and the staff would return to orbit around the planet, and then pick up the departing visitors on the other side of the ship so that the 2 lines didn't interfere with each other. Every 5 minutes, 100 vessels landed in 20 cargo bays, ushering their guests aboard and promptly departing to allow the next group to disembark. They could have used more bays, but that would make for a long walk for many of the guests, and the bays weren't all empty since Terminus had such a wide range of items stored all through the ship. The applicants were given a time slot, so they didn't arrive when the line was already too long and cause unnecessary traffic jams. The schedule would take nearly 10 hours to get everyone on board, which would keep the traffic numbers through the academy under control as well, allowing the teachers to serve as tour guides to larger groups and give personal service to the students with questions about the facility. What had seemed like a huge number of staff only days ago now seemed like it was barely sufficient, with all of their guests wandering around, and Max began to wonder if he should dedicate even more room to the cruise ship portion of Terminus. They could already hold a huge number of guests, but holidays at the academy would pack their available rooms with guests, even if they weren't already hosting the usual complement of tourists. Max gave Nico a long-suffering look, and she smiled back at him. I will get on the upgrades to host more guests, as well as a departure plan so that we don't have a 10-hour lineup of ships again next time. Thanks, Nico. I knew you would understand. They were waiting near the docks for the next shift of traffic controllers to come on duty so that they could get feedback from the ones coming off duty about how to improve the efficiency of the process. While Max could search more deeply through a person's memories if he wanted, that was still somewhat limited, and if they hadn't thought of something before, it wouldn't tell him what he needed to know. Directly asking them and having them think up solutions on his behalf was much more likely to come up with a workable answer. Incoming. Nico laughed and pointed to where a large number of kids were running their way with a teacher chasing them. None of them could be more than about 8 years old, and they were from a half-dozen different species, so they were likely in the same class, organized by traffic control to land in the same bay so that they could take the tour together and get to know each other. Nico extended a light force field so the kids couldn't escape the cargo bay and laughed as the kids came to an abrupt halt at the seemingly open door. No fair, we almost got out. Can you tell her to let us go for a bit so we can get ice cream? My sister is here on vacation, and she said that the ice cream shop in the forest is amazing. One of the wuxia kids asked Max, assuming he was the one to have stopped them. I can do you one better. If you behave for your teacher and complete the tour without any complaints from her, I will have the good ice cream added to tonight's menu in the first group student cafeteria. You are all in years 1 through 4, right? Max asked. We're in year 3, and we're all in the same class. How cool is that? Will there really be ice cream in the cafeteria? The wuxia asked. I personally guarantee it, but only if you behave for the teacher. I am the commander of the Terminus Trading Company. I can order them to put anything we have on the menu as a special treat. Max replied proudly. It is an honor to meet you, Commander. I am Kita, youngest daughter of Alliance Counselor Karen. I will be in your care for some time, it seems, as she has instructed me to learn as much as I can about human culture. I heard her talking to her friends from work, and they think your species will be a trading partner in only a few years, just like the hunters. That's silly. Aren't they going to be members? I heard on the live stream that a lot of Innu think they will be made members because of all their new technology patents. My dad is on the Taxation Council, and he was complaining about the loss of tax revenues since all of their patents aren't fully taxable as non-members. One of the Innu boys asked. These kids are a gold mine. Nico's thoughts reached Max with a heavy dose of amusement while she tapped his arm and gestured to the parents, who were almost to them now. Chapter 557. Celebrity Followings. I am sure the adults will decide what they want to do eventually. If your parents are friends and you're going to the same academy, there is a good chance you will all be lifelong comrades, so I hope you can get along and behave for your teacher. You can tell your parents I promised ice cream on the regular menu tonight in case they think you're trying to sneak sweets without permission. Thanks, Commander. We will see you soon. Kita told him before waving goodbye and returning to where her teacher was talking to the group of parents. It looks like we have a pretty prestigious group, Max told Nico, watching the kids leave in an orderly double file. The two councils they mentioned are each made of 1,000 members. Our district council back home was 500, and it only covered a quarter of the planet. I have the Innu looking into the situation since they would normally send their kids to their own alma mater to groom them for leadership roles with their future peers. There is a chance that there is a political shift going on, and they are distancing themselves from someone, or some school, which led them to send one of their children here to hedge their bets and disassociate the youngsters from whatever is happening. Nico agreed, as long as it doesn't cause trouble for us. Max sighed, watching the vessels leave the bay and the crew get prepared for the next batch. A few more groups filtered through without incident before Nico got her answer from the tech nomads. It seemed that some of the senior counselors had been caught in a scandal that included getting the administration of a prestigious academy to pass their kids with top marks to keep up appearances. Those who weren't involved, and those were their political rivals, were the ones who were here now, making up a few hundred of the 10,000 new students. If the problem spread, they could at least have one successor whose name had no hint of taint attached to it. A safety measure to prevent the political ruin of their family's legacy. Most of the kids had no such serious concerns. They simply had an interest in new things and indulgent, wealthy parents who agreed to send them across multiple galaxies to learn at a brand new academy where the children of others in their social circle were going. A little while later, a group of older kids, looking to be young adults more than children, came over to greet Max and Nico when they saw them still standing by the entrance to their landing bay. Greetings, Commander Karras, Miss Rage. My name is Gordon, and I am a student in the architecture program here at Reaver Academy, starting today. It is a pleasure to meet you all and have a chance to learn under the legendary Medusa. We never thought she would accept a teaching job again, so imagine our pleasure when we found out that she would be the headmistress here and that she had received the certifications to teach higher studies from the Education Ministry. The young man's thoughts replayed the news article of her slapping her old headmaster in public, getting herself fired. It wasn't the most recent job she had been dismissed from, but it was a memorable one since she had been defending a student at the time. We hope to turn out a new prodigy for the new generation that is just as talented as she is. You have my best wishes on your attempt to be that person, Max replied, making him laugh. Oh, I'm not that skilled, but thank you. My father wished for me to express his appreciation to your traffic controllers. He is in the industry and says that it is exceedingly rare for a single vessel to manage this level of the traffic flow without incident or scheduling backups. The young architect added, if he is interested, tell him to contact us, and we can provide footage of a combat landing effort with a human mecha regiment. Hundreds of landers leave a single ship in orbit in under a minute to land all over a planet for a synchronous deployment. Nico offered, that's crazy. I will be sure to inform him. Thank you both for your time. The student bowed and excused himself to return to his father, who was extremely excited about the prospect of seeing a combat landing and the organization that went into it. There was plenty of stock footage in their archives, carefully sanitized to remove incoming fire and other mishaps, so Nico sent the curious man a short video to sat his curiosity while the students of the architecture program met with the head of their department to tour the academy and get settled in. How are we doing on satisfaction? Max asked after Nico finished sending the message. No refusals or formal complaints yet, and we're 2/3 of the way through the process. We are still on schedule, but the staff of the academy is starting to look a bit worn. The teachers are only leading their own student group, which isn't bad, but the maintenance staff is having a hard time keeping up with all of the parents and students stopping in the front lobby for snacks and beverages. Understandable. Send in some soldiers in academy uniforms to help them out and keep things clean. Have the physical education students arrived yet? Max asked since those were the only ones with human teachers at the moment. One more group before they arrive. The kids who went with the huntress seemed pretty terrified at first, but she knows her stuff. I saw the data access logs as she explained what we are doing here to her new charges. Naming a huntress Mercy is such an oxymoron, but she's really got a passion for xenozoology, just like Khan said she did. Her course seems to be a rather popular elective among Group 2 and 3 students. Much more popular than the same course among the oldest group. Nico replied. Chapter 558. Books are hardcore. By late evening, the chaos had settled down, and the students were in their dorms for the first time, with many of their parents waiting hopefully for the call that their precious angels weren't ready to be alone and needed a pickup. Their hopes were rapidly dashed, though, and the academy staff were all professionals with a lot of experience getting kids used to new surroundings. They had games set up, social activities, and a party that ran late into the night kept most of the students far too entertained to think of leaving. Even the less social ones, who were exploring the VR pods in the library full of replicated books, didn't have many complaints. The fact that there were real books here, made of actual paper, was pure luxury to many of them, and the Shin students particularly loved them. They had immediately decided that paper books were macabre things, like making them out of recombined flesh, but the whole species seemed to have a fascination with horror stories, as they called most things the humans did. Paper books weren't really a thing in most societies, as the amount of lumber and energy that had to be used to create them was never deemed efficient by their species. That led to many of the new students finding out that a library was a thing only after they arrived in it during the tour. Their planets had public data repositories, but that meant computer screens, data tablets, and occasionally historical engraved plates that were arranged somewhat like human books. It's like a data article on one specific topic, but it can never be altered or updated. What do you do if the censors determine that it is outdated data or politically incorrect? One of the wuxia asked the librarian, a human member of the academy staff. Then they print a new one and explain that times have changed, and the world is no longer viewed the same way. That's why books are important to humans. Their unchanging nature means they provide a historical reference that an easily edited digital document can't. She explained. Wow, that's hardcore. To think you have heroes from the expansion era without editing their deeds. Even our expansion wasn't so impeccable that we didn't have to edit it. The wuxia sighed before gently rubbing her wing feathers across the paper. Here, this one is on the rise of the Cygnus Empire. I think you will find it enlightening. Human heroes make mistakes and sometimes do horrible things in order to ensure the best outcome for their people. We just embrace it. I heard that the wuxia are big on law enforcement careers, and that book is told from the viewpoint of a commissar in the Cygnus Royal Military, in charge of unit discipline and law enforcement. The librarian explained, handing the student a thick hardcover book. The student settled into one of the many comfortable reading chairs with adjustable trays so that heavy books could be held in place without tiring your arms, a necessity when not all of their readers were from species that could support a heavy book long enough to comfortably read it. They read until nearly midnight, and the librarian was about to shoo them out to their dorm room, so they didn't miss curfew when an announcement dinged on everyone's watches that the first drones of the terraforming network were going live right now and could be viewed from one of the many screens throughout the ship, or from their own holographic projectors, since the smartwatches of the Alliance students were generally more advanced than the ones that the humans used, and could create very high-quality videos in any light. That presented a dilemma for the new students. They were supposed to be in their dorms, but the best video screens were in the common areas of the academy. They might have come here to learn, but this was the very first day of the terraforming of a new world, and that wasn't something that they would willingly miss. Especially since they had no idea how this human technology that was the talk of the tech news channels back home actually worked. Are we ready to start the show? Will it even have a noticeable effect for them to watch, or will they need to rely on the data feed around the drones to tell what's happening? Max asked Nico as they both sat in the control room of the development lab to prepare for the beginning of the mission. The air is green and toxic enough that you can see it, like a perpetual fog. The terraforming drones will create a clear path to the ground and start cleaning the soil and water below. It will fill in pretty quickly, but there should be a 200-meter clear path under each one. We have arranged all 100 currently active drones in a line to begin the operation. They're going to make a couple of laps around the equator before spreading out to begin the grid pattern to reform the planet entirely. It should make for a pretty good show, as they make a pristine path around the world. The rest of the drones will be coming online over the next few days. We have a shuttle out getting us another asteroid right now. We just had to delay the acquisition until the traffic jam was cleared. Since the gravity beam needs a rather large clear space for safety, and we didn't want to hit a yacht with a 1,000,000-ton rock. Nico explained. Beginning terraforming in 30 seconds. Nico's voice announced over the intercom in all of the public areas of the ship. The bars, restaurants, and lounge areas of the cruise ship all fell silent as the crowds waited for the first data streams to start coming in. Commander, do we have more biomass reserves? Every single restaurant is running low on material for the replicators. One of the supply staff asked. How about the storage bays in the aft, near the cutter bays? There should be a load of dried algae there from the early days before we had so many guests. How is the current growth doing? Max replied quickly before the array activated. New growth needs 8 more hours since we harvested so much for the surge in visitors. The aft storage isn't logged, so I'll go check. Thanks, boss. Just as their conversation ended, the terraforming array came online, creating a clear path 20 kilometers wide and 200 meters thick. The sight was amazing, like they were erasing millennia of abuse and industry in an instant, and a cheer went up all over the ship. The array started to move, clearing a continuous path as the toxic gases slowly filled in the air behind them, narrowing the path, but the results that they could see, even before checking the data, were enough to assure them that this was a viable technology, especially after the rest of the drones were brought online over the next few days. The situation on the ship was only getting crazier as they began to realize that the world really was permanently changing before their eyes. The terraforming process was usually done out of sight since it was either a proprietary technology or involved a world with some form of life on it, which might lead to protests from activist groups. Max could sense a few annoyed guests who worked in the industry, upset that they were simply showing exactly what happened in real time, but the overall sentiment was positive, and the guests were looking forward to seeing the rest of the drones start coming online. Chapter 559. Impressing the observers. It looks like we have impressed a few people. The sales for the plans are off the charts already, and we're only a few minutes into the broadcast. One of the tech nomads informed them happily, indicating the computer where she was relaying the ongoing terraforming effort to a dedicated live stream. That one would run separately from their daily updates and would stay online for at least a week, giving potential customers enough time to view the array in action. It was a subtle bid to get more distributors of the technology, but served a much more important role as in for the companies that were reselling the terraforming packages on their behalf in the Alliance. Everyone had seen the theory and the small-scale test, but seeing the array working on a planet would be a much better sales point, especially over the course of weeks, when they could build a time lapse and show the progression of this world. The terraforming devices were working flawlessly, and the development lab had a timer running for the next batch to be sent out to begin their work. These ones would be staggered further apart, making a mostly clear path across 40 kilometers at a time that shouldn't fill in quite as quickly. It was all for show until they could get the full array online and begin the comprehensive overhaul, but that couldn't happen until after they had disassembled a few more asteroids and sent them in pieces to the surface to be used as raw materials for the restocking of the planet's rare minerals which had been completely extracted. This batch would be set to a wider area of effect, working closer to standard output, but that wouldn't be enough to fully clear the atmosphere of a planet this polluted in a single pass. Terraforming took time, and as much as Max would like to hurry the process along, there wasn't much they could do but make more drones and wait. Back inside Alliance territory, the feed from the live terraforming effort was about to cause much more of an uproar than anyone aboard Terminus could have anticipated. 1 week into the project, when the worst of the atmospheric contaminants were gone and the full array was up and running, the first life forms were reintroduced to the planet. It was a monumental proof of function for the terraforming array, as it proved that their claim of being able to custom design a living planet right down to the minerals in the soil and the types of plants was no joke or exaggeration. But to the wealthy customers of the Alliance, it was a simple proof of one other much more noteworthy fact. They were getting ripped off by the providers that they had used in the past. It didn't take any more time for the terraforming machines to create a full forest than it did for them to reshape the hills, and entire oceans could be stocked in a single comprehensive pass, as the life forms could be introduced over the full depth of the waters, based on their natural preference. If the planet already had all the essential elements for organic life, all the system had to do was combine them into simple organic acids and then recombine them into living biomass. The uproar among the wealthiest elites of the Alliance wasn't loud or public, but over the course of only a few days, half a dozen terraforming companies went under, and their operators went into hiding, possibly outside of the boundaries of the Alliance itself. The situation was so dire that Terminus even managed to gain a new visitor, courtesy of the Alliance's Stability and Justice Council. A world ship named Frozen Gates was sent to the system to observe their efforts, officially to make a proper recording, as part of the hearings on the status of humanity as a species. Unofficially, it was a Defense Force ship, fully armed to defend Alliance worlds against incursions by hostile alien species. The fear was that the disgruntled and shamed former terraforming company operators might try to take their frustrations out on Terminus or some other human world. Little did they know that the possibility had occurred to Max long before they had begun this project when they first broadcast the plans to the Alliance and announced that the terraforming array would be available for licensing. There was always a chance that someone they put out of business would attack them, and they weren't particularly afraid of the fact. Sure, the Alliance had mighty technology, but they were severely lacking in warships and weapons. The chance that a civilian force would have something that could threaten cleansing light was very slim, and the chance that the aggrieved party would actually come to them, where the ones who forced them from their home in the first place would be expecting them to show up, was even lower. But it was a good chance to show off for the Alliance, and classes were about to start at the Academy, which meant that a lot of the parents who were either on the cruise ship or somewhere in orbit around the star system would be going home soon. That would free up space and staff to host new dignitaries, as well as spread the first-hand accounts of what the experience was like among the nobles of the Alliance. "Hey Nico, what can you tell me about this ship that has come to watch us work?" Max asked, hoping she had some good information for him, despite their security measures. "Not as much as I had hoped. I can confirm that one of the students we have here is from a family that is on the Stability and Justice Council, but we have other counselors' kids here as well after that pay for grades scandal that spread a few months back. I think it's not so much for our direct safety as for the safety of our students. But on the bright side, I can tell you what frequency and pattern their warp drives are using, and I have some data about their power usage. It's rather impressive how efficient they are. They're using 1/10 of what we do per person. If I could get our systems to that level, we wouldn't have to consider rationing. We could run everything on full blast all the time, even at maximum warp, without fear of running short on power." Max chuckled at her frustration. Getting even a little data from a ship that advanced was not easy for them, so she had done pretty well to get what she did. They also had some of the schematics for the Alliance technologies already, thanks to the scans of the many ships they had taken aboard Terminus, but they couldn't openly duplicate them to lower their power usage. They needed to recreate them in a whole new way and call them a new human development. Chapter 560. Back home, maybe they will take pity on us and give us a status upgrade so that we can start properly trading for things that aren't considered too high risk. Max suggested, "That is a possibility, but I think humanity will have to clean up their mess at home first. The trade group has made huge progress in bringing our sector of the galaxy under control since we left, but it's still a mess. There are hundreds of inhabited systems still actively hostile to the Reavers' efforts, and that doesn't even take into consideration all of the species in the northeast sector of the galaxy, who were previously more technologically advanced. They are unhappy about our rapid advancement. There has been word that the so-called Peaceful Federation on the north side of our galaxy has been feeding humans military technology and using double agents to stoke wars for the past few centuries so that we wouldn't get out of control or settle down and start working on ourselves." Nico replied. That was news to Max but not entirely surprising. They had the no interplanetary wars part of the requirements down but had been turned down by the Alliance when they tried to contact them due to their technology, which was deemed too primitive to qualify as an advanced species. As far as Max knew, they still hadn't gotten their hands on a new pattern ship, which would bring their species to Warp 10, which the Hunters at least considered the bare minimum standard for interstellar travel. But even if they did, it would still be recognized as human technology, and they wouldn't get any credit for using another species' ships to get around. In order for a vassal or parasitic species to gain status, the society giving them technology had to be recognized as well, and the humans were a bit stuck on that recognition part. As if discussing the subject of hostile aliens had alerted them to the topic, the Alliance vessel hailed Terminus to discuss the likely outcomes should a renegade businessman come to cause trouble for them. Of course, given their limited knowledge about Illithid technology, it was completely possible that talking about it had, in fact, been the cue for them to make contact. "Terminus, we would like to know if you have safety measures in place should you be ambushed by a criminal group before we are able to intervene." The Illithid in charge of communications on the Alliance vessel asked through the video chat. "Indeed we do. We have shields up at all times and 2 cruisers on standby with Warp 12 capable interceptors, including a newly developed warp torpedo, which can be launched without having to slow down. As long as we can catch them, we can cripple them," Max informed them. And what might the penalty be for launching an attack on a Reaver vessel in unclaimed space? The Illithid asked. That's the beautiful part. Since this area is not yet inhabited and doesn't have its own legal structure in place, the punishment is whatever I say it is. By Reaver law, I am the judge of the case, and the officers of any vessels in censor range are the jury. Max replied, causing the Illithid to smile at him through his humanoid environmental suit. So, what you are saying is that it might be wise for us to intervene before you claim an alliance ship as reparations for criminal activity. Max smirked and looked at Nico, who was standing beside him. Those are your words, not mine. But I won't disagree with your conclusion. The Illithid nodded. I will forward the details of your criminal justice policy to headquarters. Does that apply to all crimes? No, just piracy. All attacks on Reaver's vessels, except by vessels flying the colors of a foreign military, are considered acts of piracy. For other crimes, we are using a more traditional judge and jury, evidence-based court system, though you will find that very few of our punishments involve incarceration. If they are too dangerous to be in society under supervision, it is more cost-effective to remove them from society entirely, either through banishment or a long walk out a short airlock. Understood. Your second-in-command has sent us the abridged version of the Kepler Military Justice Handbook and the Reaver Rules of Conduct. I will forward them to the observers, but they seem to be mostly in line with Alliance standard practices. He cut the link at that point, and Nico turned the conversation back to the state of the galaxy. She had a three-dimensional map up now, marking all the active battles and the areas which were still hostile to the trade group. It looked like they had almost made it all the way out to the vampires' borders now, with only a few holdout nations between the two groups, but most of the resistant systems were closer to the center of the human territory, being comprised of systems that broke away from Kepler, or who were part of the aborted attacks. It looks like it won't take too long to get everyone on board with the new program, at least in name, Max told her as he looked over the scattered group of nations who chose not to join the group. On the contrary, the Cygnus leaders in Ray 5 have decided to take a hands-off approach. As long as they remain civil, they will keep the existing treaties in place and leave them alone as independent nations without the protection of the trade group. But since most of them don't border each other, the effect should be the same. Trade group members won't attack, so they can remain safely isolated and continue to pay the standard markups and additional taxes. Nico explained. Then are the battles among the human nations almost finished? He asked. Not even remotely close to it. But they're almost completely contained to individual planets now, which is a good start. Avoiding spreading battles across entire sectors of space is the goal. Getting everyone's act in order is a long-term goal. Half of these planets won't stop fighting over who should be in charge for a decade or more. Nico laughed. All right, let me know if there are any developments, either on the surface or in the research lab. I'm going for a nap. Chapter 561. But that's good, right? For the next few days Max answered a constant stream of messages from their Alliance observers, who seemed to be curious about all things human. Their commander wouldn't give them clearance to come visit Terminus even after a few rooms opened up. After the parents of the new students began to head home, but Nico did send them the replicator program for a variety of human foods that they could teach to their own computers so that they could form a proper opinion of human cuisine. Max thought it was a bit ridiculous that they wouldn't even send over a few members, but it was their security chief's choice to keep themselves quarantined. They weren't exactly hiding from anyone, but they could do their job from either ship, as long as Terminus kept sending them data. It was hard to hate a person whose cooking you liked, and one thing that the Alliance sorts all had in common was a love for human cooking. So Nico was allowed to keep sending them any sort of data they were looking for, and even more irrelevant data, if she thought it would make them happy. The steady progress of the terraforming continued day after day, until the planet was actually starting to look like what they had assumed its original appearance had been. Blue waters, lush green foliage, rich soil, replenished ore deposits and much more had gone into what they had originally planned as a very minor overhaul. They couldn't very well call it a day as soon as the bare minimum was done when they had so many people watching them, either with high hopes for their future, or looking for the smallest slip-up to use against them in the future. The leader of the observation vessel was beginning to get smart to their tactics though and had instructed their staff not to take bribes from the humans, even if they were selling them as research materials. The edict caused no end of confusion among the ranks. The humans provided them with a huge amount of data on many different topics. What would be considered a bribe, and what would be legitimate research material, provided as per the terms of their working agreement. This is getting ridiculous. Half of my staff has developed a mild human fetish, and the rest are too busy sampling new foods to actually do their job and determine how far the humans are along the path to civilization. The commander bemoaned while his illithid advisor was in a mental link with Max. You're just looking too deeply into it. If you take a step back and look at the big picture, we are vetting more areas of society than we have for any species in the past. Not even the hunters have been judged on their cuisine before, but the humans have been. Admittedly, they aren't at a level where they have interplanetary conflict among their species controlled, much less a firm grasp on a galaxy, as many believe should be a prerequisite for admittance, but they are coming close to the level that the hunters were at when they signed their first agreement with us. The illithid informed him, hiding his smile behind the emotionless mask of his environmental suit. With no clear answer, the commander turned his attention back on the archaeological digs that the humans and hunters were doing via drones while the planet was terraformed. They were being careful not to damage the historical ruins, which was a good sign, but there was something unnatural about these ruins that set the commander's mind on edge. Like the hunters, he had heard the legends of an ancient advanced species, predating their own by 1,000,000 years or more, but unlike them, he thought it was a myth, and he hadn't been made privy to the statues made of the strange material that they had found on the surface. Commander, I have reason to believe that the humans have been hiding technological advances from the Alliance to make themselves look less dangerous and less evolved than they really are. One of the researchers declared, barging into his office with a file folder in his hands. Just the fact that he had made a hard copy in case the digital copy was tampered with was enough to raise eyebrows among the many specialists in the room when he arrived, but the words coming out of his mouth were more like stating the obvious than a reason to party crash a high-level meeting. Why don't you try telling us something that we don't already know? One of the advisors suggested. Fine, how about this? They can perfectly replicate and detect Alliance cloaking technology, but they have chosen not to obtain licenses to use it, in favor of making their own. Or the fact that their new generation of materials modification devices are very close to the true subatomic manipulation level, where the only restrictions on their production will be the number of atomic components available. The scientist continued, Man, they went over that in a podcast like a week ago. You've got to do better than that if you are going to barge into a command meeting. How can you all be so calm about a brutal species like the humans being so close to the technological level that could wipe out entire star systems in a single days? He asked. They can do that as well. We have confirmation from the illithid and the hunters that humans have weapons of war that can sterilize or destroy entire planets or destabilize stars. In fact, we have some top-secret footage of them breaking open a Class A biohazardous planetoid with an excessive attack. The commander sighed, wondering if the level of secrets necessary to avoid causing a public panic was actually doing more harm to his work than good. If you want to spare yourself the trauma, I have seen it in the mind of the illithid that travels with and observes them. That individual appears to be a defector, placing his loyalty with the humans and not the Alliance, but he was very forthcoming and helpful when asked about humanity, so the situation might be misunderstood. The illithid advisor informed him, then ushered the gatecrasher out of the room. Chapter 562. Expecting guests. It wasn't long before the first sabotage attempts arrived, but they didn't hit Terminus in the manner that Max had expected they would. The first attack was in the form of a highly sophisticated computer virus, embedded in a benign message from a returning customer. Fortunately, they didn't drop the security measures for known clients, so the attempt was caught and thwarted, with the broadcaster turned over to the observers. That way nobody could accuse the humans of going vigilante over a minor slight to their sensibilities or of some sort of unusual punishment. It wasn't possible to prove a negative, and once a rival started running accusations against them, they wouldn't have the network to be able to win a social media war on Alliance networks. On the other hand, this way they could drop subtle hints about who it was, and force them to defend themselves while the Alliance investigated. The second group that attempted to attack them wasn't nearly as subtle. They thought that humans were primitive enough that they could easily be tricked and subdued. Or at least that was the impression Max got when they arrived. He was in a meeting with his illithid advisor when both of them sensed the gleeful intent to trick them with a one-sided supply contract. Commander, a newly arrived guest would like to speak with you about business. The front desk clerk on the cruise ship reported only minutes after the luxurious yacht had docked with the ship. Send them to meeting room B and I will be with them in 15 minutes. Max replied, then turned to his advisor. I think it's best if you come with me to this one. The level of smugness is already annoying, and we haven't even met them yet. He sighed. Thank you for the invitation. My job is almost too easy here, and it would be a nice change of pace to match wits with a hostile negotiator. Max chuckled and got a great idea. Turning this around on them could be fun. When we get there, I'm going to make amendments, but with the parties reversed. The more outlandish their request, the more fun we can have. I will greatly enjoy testing their patience. If they're not good, we might even make a trade deal that will lock them into something silly. The Illithid agreed eagerly. My suggestion is to have them become a dealer for our products, with zero markups over the licensing fee and a mandatory discount. Bankrupt them selling our goods. I like it. I have searched their company assets and they're very small, possibly less wealthy than the Terminus Trading Company. Even if we accept equal terms, we won't lose, because 3 are so few buyers for what they are allowed to sell us. If we can require reciprocal trade, we can get them to violate their agreements with the Alliance as well. It will do much more damage to their family and planet's reputation than a little thing like a corporate bankruptcy. The sooner that they learn not to mess with us, the better. If we can convince the others that it's not worth it to attack us, we can finally relax. The Alliance forces might ban interplanetary combat, but that doesn't mean that they don't have any decent weapons. The Illithid agreed. Hanging around humans was definitely rubbing off on him, just like the Alliance observers suggested. When they group first arrived, the Illithid would have never thought to do something so underhanded, but now that he had spent time working as an advisor, he was becoming much more morally flexible. I think that Nico would be sad if she didn't get a chance to shoot at them at least once before everything was said and done though. Peaceful missions aren't really her thing, and a dead world is about as peaceful as it gets. The advisor reminded him, don't jinx it. The more you call it peaceful, the more likely it is that Nico will get her wish and get to shoot at something before we leave. There are still hostile species not far away, and there is the possibility that whoever left those ruins isn't extinct. I don't want to tempt fate. Illithid weren't at all superstitious, so the advisor just laughed the possibility off, but deep down, Max knew that Nico would be overjoyed if she got a chance to shoot at something on the first peaceful mission that they had in a while. Not even the chance to prove that her new developments were worthy of interstellar acclaim could compete with that in her mind. Max led his advisor to the meeting room, where Nico and one of the technicians were already waiting for them, both dressed as research team workers to hide the level of their knowledge from the visitors, who clearly didn't know what they were getting into. Inside when Max arrived were a dozen large humanoids, possibly of the giant species, but looking much different than the ones that Max was familiar with. He was about to search more deeply into their thoughts to find out about them when his advisor filled him in on the major details. They call themselves giants, but they are actually half-dryad. One side of their lineage is a plant-based species that used extensive genetic engineering to enable children with a romantic partner of one of their ancestors. That is the reason for the odd appearance, but they are otherwise as intelligent as their giant cousins. They won't be the easiest to fool, but I am reasonably certain that we can manage it if we pretend to be horrible negotiators. You both got that, perfect. Don't let on that you know we're making a bad deal, because we're going to try to lock them into the worst deal possible, then bankrupt them. Now, let's get to work. Max instructed Nico and the technician, who was doing a terrible job of hiding her amusement. Chapter 563, Would We Do That? Greetings ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Terminus. I am Commander Karras and it is a pleasure to meet you this morning. I have brought my advisor and a pair of technicians with me today in case you had some technical questions, but in our culture, I am the only one you need to complete any sort of simple business dealings. Max greeted the assembled aliens. Their bark rough skin showed very little emotion, but Max could tell in their thoughts that they hadn't realized that their minds could be read, which meant that they didn't know the advisor was an Illithid. Would you suspect me if you saw me standing next to the others? The advisor asked, referring to the Reaver outfit he was in and the cosmetic changes he had made to his environmental suit's appearance. Good point. You're much better styled now than you were before. Their guests put on the best fake smiles that Max had seen in a while, cheesy enough that even the Inu technician realized straight away that they were faking it. They clearly didn't know much about the Terminus Trading Company, or they would have known that the ship employed a variety of species these days, each with their own specialty, but they didn't even try to encrypt their devices well enough to keep a curious Inu out. Nico, make the first play for me. Come up with the most lopsided deal that you possibly can. I want to force them into 50% discounts and zero markup from the price of royalties. Not even for materials. Then add something just plain ridiculous. I want to see if they're dumb enough to turn that over to be signed without reading it over. I am all over it. Oh, my partner has a great idea as well. Max watched as Nico and the technician butchered the lopsided trade agreement into something unrecognizable. The visiting party had originally wanted an 80% cut of all royalties that Terminus made in the Alliance, preferred access to all patents, free of charge, and full distribution rights. After the edits, they would be paying 80% of gross revenues to Terminus, putting ads for the Terminus Trading Company in all of their social media releases, and providing all products that they are licensed to sell within the Alliance to the Reavers at cost. The first few are just embarrassing, but the last one would get them in real trouble with the Alliance, since the humans aren't cleared to have most of that technology yet. That was the true test of how well they were reading their own proposal, and their response would tell Max a lot about the level of professionalism that he was working with among the potential rivals that he would have to face in the future. The ones that attacked directly weren't the only ones upset about the rise of humanity as an interstellar player, just the ones whose corruption had already been called out in front of their customer base because of the actions of the Terminus Trading Company. In a way, it was like starting with the Little League games, the way they got to deal with the least competent first. It is a pleasure to have met you, Commander Karras. We have come a long ways to offer you the chance of a lifetime. Dylan Industries is a respected and well-established player in international distribution, with factories in over 1,000 different galaxies, able to transport goods to customers all over the Alliance in a single day, often without incurring the exorbitant costs of portal transportation. We have been informed that humanity has developed their own rudimentary portal technology, but it is still hugely inefficient, and requires your colony ship to remain at a preset point for as long as you want to make the link. Our services can remove that hassle from you, and have your unique human goods made in our factories for distribution. I have here in front of me a benefits proposal, if you are familiar with Alliance credits, outlining the amounts you stand to make and save over the course of the first decade of our partnership. Tell me, are humans a long-lived species? The leader of the group asked, standing tall and proud in an attempt to give off the appearance of power and control. By Alliance standards, we are moderately long-lived. With the aid of rejuvenation technology, we have managed to extend our lifespans well over 200 years, barring incurable disease or accidental causes. Max agreed, taking the data tablet with the cost outlines and setting it between them on the table so that they both could read it. Marvelous, then you will have a long time to enjoy the benefits that a partner in the Alliance can bring you. As a young businessman, in a far-flung galaxy only starting its journey to civilization, it can be hard to get ahead, but we here at Dylan Industries can make life much easier on you. As you see here, the number of items that you can purchase from the Alliance are somewhat limited by your species classification, but we can provide you with many luxury goods, even up to industrial transports that use cutting-edge gravity-controlled technologies. The benefits of that level of innovation cannot be underestimated, and the vehicles can be purchased through us at a very reasonable price, out of the royalties that you will be earning from our partnership. I believe that I have had an epiphany, Commander. This is what it truly feels like to be Nico. The desperate yearning to stab someone and see their viscera spread on the floor in front of me like the most gruesome of paintings. The illithid informed Max as the man was speaking. He honestly thinks we don't have gravity drives, when we used a gravity beam to bring him into the ship. Are these people only semi-sentient? Max replied, no, but they think you are. Then let's get the fun started. Chapter 564, I can do dad jokes too, these profit levels are incredible. We could fully refit a planet every year with the sort of income that is coming back to us from a deal like this, since industrial equipment for farming and mining is not on the restricted list. As I'm sure you know, food crops are vital to the growth of a new colony, like the one we are working on developing here once the work of the terraforming array is finished. The Innu tech nomads that we met did an amazing job assisting us in the endeavor to produce them. Max gushed, doing his best to look overjoyed at the potential to sign the agreement. Alliance legalese can be a bit tricky, but I can summarize the deal for you if you like. We have a draft copy here, verified by our own legal experts, which the Innu on your crew can verify are fully accredited lawyers of the Alliance, with all of the training and ethical standards expected of the largest group of galaxies the universe has ever known. That would save us weeks with a translator if he would be willing to summarize the document for us. Max agreed, and the negotiator took out the modified data tablet before signing it with a graceful flourish. That is a secure and official data tablet. All modifications are fully logged and verifiable by any Alliance computer, including the observers in orbit nearby. I have signed it here today, So as soon as you add your own, we can make it legally binding and have it verified to begin our agreement and get the finest of Alliance technology flowing your way. That would be incredible. The things we could gain from the Alliance would increase the living standards for our people to levels they have never seen. Max replied with a childish smile. Oh, you've got them now. They fully believe that you have a childlike intellect. Just watch. I bet he doesn't even read the agreement as he explains it. The Illithid laughed. His estimation was spot on. They didn't read a thing from the actual document, only gave a very glowing and very false report of what each clause meant. Over the course of the next 10 minutes, the excitement on the faces of Nico and the Inu became impossible to hide, but the guests only thought it was a sign that they truly wanted this deal to go right. Humans are not an indecisive species. I will sign this now and have an observer verify the legitimacy of the documents. Max agreed, adding his signature to the document that he had verified still said what Nico and her partner wanted it to. They had made no attempt to change it back, so Max felt confident in opening a link to the observer's vessel in orbit beside them. The body of an unknown Valkyria appeared in holographic form across from them at the table, and Max slid the document over to them. We need your assistance to verify that this document is legitimate, properly signed, and legally binding, Max informed the woman with a confident smile that made the Valkyria flinch a little. Will humans never learn that baring your teeth at people is not a sign of friendliness among most species? But it isn't a problem for me to verify that tablet. I have already established the link and verified the time of the last edit and signing. I just need to go through the body to ensure there are no improper clauses, as determined by Alliance law. The Valkyria went silent for a moment, then began to look shocked, then horrified, before she seemed to completely break and begin laughing hysterically. Tell me, gentlemen of Dylan Industries, did you verify the document that you provided for signature, or did you just assume that they would not try anything underhanded? She finally managed to ask. We have provided the document. There was no reason to verify its validity. The negotiator stated confidently, even when sitting across the table from a hostile Inu in a species with unknown capabilities. She continued, the document was in a secure pouch. They had no contact with it. I am certain that none but the commander and our representative have touched the secured tablet since it entered the vessel. Now the Valkyria almost looked confused, but she was already aware of the Inu's ability to hack without contact and wasn't nearly as foolish as these men. The last edit of this document was less than 5 minutes before signature, which is standard for most agreements, but the contents of this one are somewhat disturbing. Not to mention that they break dozens of Alliance laws on providing military support to non-member species, as well as violations of import laws, tax laws, and at least 4 sentient beings' rights violations in the section where you agreed to have your Dylan Industries workers produce unlimited amounts of product for sale at less than patent cost, with workers paid on a percentage of profit. Now the man snatched the document back and began reading through it, going through the same gamut that the Valkyria did, but with much more horror. There's a clause in there about payment of a penalty for early cancellation. Think of it as a welcoming gift from humanity. Just a small prank on someone who greatly underestimated our ability to negotiate a deal or understand a legal document. Max informed him with a smile. As they are not members and can make a case that they didn't include any violations of Alliance law on their part in the document, we would like to have some words with your corporate team after this meeting. The Alliance Councils hereby declare the agreement legally binding but invalid due to the highlighted clauses. No violations of the law were actually made at this point, but Dylan Industries will face a formal inquiry into why they would sign such a document. The Valkyria announced. Now, would you like to start over with a proper trade agreement, or are we finished here? Max asked the man across the table from him. How dare you reject our offer and attempt to humiliate us like that? Do you think that we are a joke? Someone you can insult without consequence? I will have you know that our CEO has a cousin on the Leadership Council of the Alliance. One word from me and your species will never become members. The man shouted, ignoring the hologram of the Valkyria, that was shaking her head in awe at his idiocy. That sounded a lot like an admission of corruption on your council to me. What do you say, observer? The Illithid asked politely. We will investigate the matter. All accusations of corruption filed by an Illithid are required to be treated as serious matters due to their mind-reading capabilities. She agreed. Illithid, this is a human vessel. We scanned it and found that there were no Illithid life forms on board. The Dylan Industries lawyer insisted. For the sake of security, the shielding of the interior of Terminus is designed to hide the presence of life from outside scanners. This is standard practice for all military vessels and one you would have realized if you had actually scanned the ship. The Illithid replied calmly, I will now require the members of Dylan Industries to return to your vessel and report immediately to the observation vessel for questioning. You may continue your negotiations later, and hopefully with a more competent start than this dismal showing. You have 15 minutes to comply. The Valkyria informed them, then cut the link. That was fun. We should do it again sometime. I will have Miss Rage and a security detail escort you back to your vessel as required by Alliance Protocol. Chapter 565. What do you mean not funny? When are we going to give up the facade with the fake names? It's not like anyone is hunting us anymore, and they're not fooling anyone. Nico laughed when she returned to Max's office after seeing their guests off to talk with the observers. Anytime you want, really. It's not much of a secret anyhow, more of an inside joke at this point. Max agreed. We should likely do some preventive damage control as well. I will get the Inu on it right away so the guys we pranked can't come at us and try to get revenge back in the Alliance. They might have been basically exiled for their business practices, but if they can convince people that we're worse, it would be a mess for our sales. Nico suggested. Good thinking. Get ahead of the problem, and then we can get back to finishing this reformation project. The daily report from Headmistress Medusa says that the kids are eager to see it when it's finished, so I'm assuming that a day-long field trip might be the next thing on the request list once the work is done. Max agreed. I think that's safe to assume. Everyone on board wants a chance to set foot on the planet when we finish, so we are going to have to do a particularly good job of it and not waste too much time while we finish, or they'll start getting bored. Part of the charm of our vacations is that we keep moving around and seeing new things, so spending too much time in one spot is actually a detriment to our popularity. Plus, there's nothing to shoot at here. Max shook his head at the diminutive cyborg, whose curly black hair was waving in time with her speech. That didn't seem right. She wasn't moving her head to make it sway like that. Nico, what did you do to your hair? He asked. You know that anime with the hapless harem protagonist and the alien assassin? I copied her fully controllable hair with this version. I don't have the grip strength down, but I'm getting better at the control. Soon I will be able to grab stuff with it or use it as a whip. You weaponized your hair. Don't you think that's going a bit too far? Nico laughed as if Max had asked the dumbest question in existence. Of course not. Long hair has always been weaponized. Even if it was mostly to hold weapons or with a heavy ball at the end to flail enemies with, it is a waste not to do something with it, and I found this cool way to make synthetic hair strands morphable. Give me a bit more time, and I will be able to add them to the augmentic armor as extendable ropes for various purposes. Technically, that's what I was working on, to begin with, then I realized that it would make cool hair, so I tweaked my own. A utility rope would be a good addition to the suits, so items could be suspended or recovered with ease. The fact that Nico had made it a weaponized part of her own body was just inevitable, really. Just don't let the fun side projects interfere with the cloaking technology. We are going to need that one soon enough, sitting here between the Narcians and the Clem. You know what, I've got a great idea. Get it completely finished, and we can pick a fight so you can test it out. We can call it population control of a hostile species, and the guests will love it. Who taught you how to sweet talk a woman? Because it's working. I think we've still got a month or two before we've got it properly functional though. I want it working well enough that we can use it like the hunters do when they're playing war games with intelligent species and cloak our mecha, not just our ships in orbit. Having a unit or 3 of stealth mecha, likely Corvette class for the extra speed and versatility, would be a game changer in a fight. Max waved goodbye as Nico turned to return to her work, dragging the excited Inu along with her. Something that they had seen or thought of in the last few minutes had the technician's mind going in circles, thinking about how to modify a power relay. He was certain that it was important to finish that part of their work, so he sent them on their way as soon as possible and waited for the inevitable scolding that he was going to get from the observers. He didn't have to wait long. After only an hour, he had a very official letter waiting in his inbox, informing him that it was neither amusing nor acceptable to attempt to use Alliance law to manipulate others into committing serious military tariff violations. The tone of the letter suggested that they knew exactly what had happened in the room, so he assumed that either the Illithid had informed them or their own staff had obtained the sensor logs from Terminus. His money was on the likelihood that someone from his staff had sent it, though, since it would make their lives easier not to have to answer questions about how such a strange interaction had taken place, to begin with. I can read minds, and she can manipulate data with a thought, was a perfectly reasonable answer to the alliance, but it was still easier not to have to do it at all. Later that evening, he got a follow-up letter from the commander of the observation ship, informing them that they would be having more guests in the near future. The council would be sending a team to talk with them directly about a proposal they had to prevent future incidents where human innovations that bypassed copyright laws might cause interstellar uproars. That should be a lot of fun. He had no intentions of slowing down their work or keeping it hidden from the Alliance as a whole. However, if they thought there was some way to prevent conflicts like this, where price-gouging businesses might end up with a score to settle after their senior staff was lynched or run out of the Alliance territory entirely, it would be a small relief. Chapter 566, Alliance Envoys Incoming. The new group didn't take long to arrive. They scheduled a portal opening for the next morning, terminus ship time, in consideration of everyone's schedule, and informed Max that they would be 20 persons in total, plus 4 that they had invited from non-Alliance members to attend the meeting. That last part was a bit strange, but it seemed like they wanted to make a rather large change to the understanding that they had with the humans, and that meant that they had to involve other species as well. One of the extra 4 was a huntress, but not one from Khan's ship. One was a dryad, who apparently weren't all Alliance members, and the other 2 were from species that his database couldn't identify, so he turned to Huntress Khan for advice. These species, the dryads, and the others, what are their cultures like? They are coming to attend the meetings, but I don't know anything at all about them. Max asked. They're not bad. They are from relatively nearby systems but have declined membership. The blue ones with no noses do not believe in outside governance, so they won't accept membership or fully comply with Alliance law when it conflicts with their own. They are vegetarian and generally agreeable, though. The dryads also eat only plants and can have a temper, but with your rebuilding of a natural ecosystem, they will like you more. They're what your species calls hippies. You should be able to manage that. The last is Volga, the douchebags of the universe. They were early founding members of the Alliance but were later expelled for corruption. They like to force others to do their bidding and engaged in hundreds of proxy wars using outside forces before there was enough evidence to expel them. Dealing with them can be tricky. Don't agree to any sort of arrangement with them if you want to have anything to do with the Alliance. They're only here because they are nearby, and the Alliance couldn't prevent their spies from finding out that your species is growing in power. Given another decade or 2, they would be here, looking for you to help them cause trouble somewhere. Their reflexes are crap, and they're completely cowardly, with mediocre technology, but that doesn't matter when they do everything by proxy using money. Humanity has some like that. I will forward the information on them to the rest of the Reavers so that they don't get involved in a long-running dispute without knowing it. Do you think it would be acceptable to trade with them, or should they be snubbed entirely? I can tell that you, and possibly all hunters, have a grudge against them. Moss asked. If there are no prior arrangements, we scuttle their ships any time they are found in hunter territory. Khan replied, summing up the state of their relationship in a single sentence. You didn't get much more hostile than a kill on-site order. I understand. I will add it to the information that I am sending to the trade group members so they know about the potential for conflict. They will most likely put them on a zero military intervention list, prohibiting them from hiring our mercenaries or buying military equipment from us. That would make the hunters and the Alliance happy, but do it with tact so that you don't cause additional issues for your people. They could send others to do their work for them until you agree to their terms. It's what they're famous for. Max added the detailed notes in the information that he sent to Mary Tereth, who was taking care of disseminating all of the data that they gathered and spreading it to the trade group as a whole. The fact that these people were on such bad terms with the hunters, who had been on excellent terms with the humans already, was certain to become an issue in the future. The hunters had been as generous as they could with the data they shared, and they had worked in good faith with the trade group when they found new humans hidden on the far side of the galaxy from the rest of the species, so Max was reluctant to do anything to interfere with that arrangement. Thanks. If you want to sit in as an observer, I will make sure there's a seat at the table for you. Max offered. I think that the huntress they are sending should be enough. She will have a constant link from her sensors open for me so I know what's going on in the meeting. It's not common knowledge, but most of the Innu know that we do it as standard practice, and any of the high-ranking Alliance officials should know already. Understood. Thanks for the help. With the link ended, Max began to prepare for the next day's meetings. Preparing a venue and securing it was the easy part. They had a lot of practice for that. The hard part was that they didn't know yet what the team was here to talk about in specific. Without that essential bit of knowledge, it would be hard to avoid talking their way into a trap. At least he could read minds, so he would find out right away what they were intending and if they were being honest with him. There were some ways around his mind reading, but in a large group, it would be impossible for all of them to hide a major plot twist, so either most wouldn't know, and their surprise would be genuine, or one of them would give away any negative intentions. The last thing he did before sleeping was to ask the illithid to keep a mental ear open for anything that he could learn about the situation from his compatriot on the observation vessel or any other minds he had access to. Every bit helped, and Max was determined to make the best impression possible on these visitors, even if he didn't intend to have a close business relationship with all of them. Chapter 567. Much fanfare. The meetings hadn't even started yet the next day when Max began to get a headache. The emissaries from the incoming group demanded full fanfare, a parade, and a celebratory holiday announcing the honor of having been graced with their presence. I will give them a parade. Right back out the airlock, Nico muttered as she read through the list of demands they had presented. They are testing you to see how much of a pushover the humans are likely to be. The more amenable you are to demands, the easier it is to fold you into the Alliance's rigid set of internal rules. The illithid explained. In that case, send back this message. Holidays are specific to a ship's crew and require a great victory or an equally devastating loss of life. This day does not yet meet our standards. Parades are not part of our culture, but we are willing to organize a feast in your honor with the finest variety of human cuisine. Max informed Nico, who chuckled as she sent the message back. Now they want to know the details of the security escort that will ensure their safety on the way to the meeting area. You know what? Send the 4th and 5th battalions, plus all infantry. Fully armed, including light mecha. The heavy mecha pilots can switch to augmentic armor and personally escort the group to the meeting room. Just have them form a double line for the whole 50 meters from the hangar to the secure room. Oh, and have the female pilots at both doors since it will make the hunters happy. They seem to be under the assumption that we will be holding the event on the planet. Should I clarify for them that reavers are a ship-based segment of human culture, or should I tell them that our planets are off-limits to outsiders until an agreement is made? Nico asked. Are you trying to pick a fight with them? Not all of them. We really should have found some entertainment in advance. This is going to be such a boring day. She sighed. Brave of you to assume that this will only take one day. Both Max and Nico groaned at the illithid's reminder, but they sent the most diplomatic version of the message that they could and prepared for the arrival of their visitors. At the very least, the group was punctual. They arrived only an hour after the arrangements were confirmed, giving them just enough time to get the escort in place and ready. Everyone outside of a mecha, move your weapons to the flat space storage. You are an honor guard today, and we will not likely be in any danger. They're just feeling important and wanted a show. Max reminded his unit as they formed a double line down the walls of the 20-meter-wide corridor. The envoys landed in a suitably pompous-looking shuttle, not overly large but covered in gold and delicately etched writing that made the whole thing look more like a decoration than a working vessel. The assorted envoys strolled out, looking incredibly proud of themselves, each accompanied by a pair of bodyguards. Some looked quite capable and dangerous, like the pair of young huntresses accompanying their envoy, but most of them seemed to be more in the nature of maids. None of them were carrying visible weapons, but with their level of technology, that didn't mean much, but most of them were in some sort of uniform dress, which was completely unsuited to combat. Max was no fool. He knew that peace and no interstellar wars were two very different things, but the image that the envoys were trying to put forth was one of unconcerned nobility. Prepare for some bloated introductions, and then we can get started. Max reminded his companions. Allow me to do our side, I have experience in these matters. His illithid advisor suggested, sending the mental equivalent of a smirk along with it. Human supplicants, you have the honor of standing before High Lord Emmanuel of the Volga, kneel, and we will offer you privileges beyond your imagination. The small man covered in gold and jewels announced before anyone else could speak. I think we prefer the hunter tradition. Send forth the greatest female warrior of your species, and we shall duel for your vessel and the lives of its crew instead. The illithid announced. The Alliance envoys stopped dead in their tracks and stared at the illithid for a moment, trying to understand what just happened, while the Volga representative glared at them with clear disdain and hatred. Please, please, please. Nico was repeating in her head while the envoys gathered their wits. I didn't expect to see an illithid here with such a primitive species. Was the Alliance perhaps trying to get ahead of us and sent a representative in advance? The Volga envoy asked. On the contrary, your presence simply escaped our notice, so when we began expanding our staff to include other species, we found Inu, illithid, hunters, Xin, and Valkia, but we didn't learn of the existence of the Volga until the Alliance informed us you would be present today, Max informed him. I see. It seems that your species is a rather militant culture. The Volga High Lord stated, though he looked more confused than anything else. This galaxy is home to many violent creatures, both sentient and semi-sentient. Violence is an essential part of human existence, but not quite as strong as it is for the hunters. Humans enjoy a challenge, but the pure joy they had shown when we introduced Huntress Khan to the Clem infestations was beyond anything they were accustomed to. It was really quite a wholesome experience all around. We do love to see others enjoying themselves, which is why we have opened a cruise ship and multi-species academy here aboard Terminus. The illithid explained. The Huntress and her companions looked overjoyed at the words while the envoys from the Alliance were frantically recalculating how they expected this meeting to go. The Volga envoy was quietly wishing he had ignored the message about the meeting and had come here individually when he might have been able to properly pressure the humans without the Alliance and Hunters present to rebut him. Chapter 568. Down to business. The Valkia representative was the first to recover and, in a proper political fashion, attempted to smooth over the tone of the meeting and get things back on track. Thank you, High Lord, for your attempt to gauge the personalities of the human commanders. On behalf of the governing councils of the Alliance, we are here to speak to the leaders of the human species about their status with the Alliance forces. The Valkia spoke gently, fluttering his black feathered wings slowly. The effect actually worked, and he did manage to look more regal and kind than he had a few seconds ago, causing both Max and the illithid to silently commend his skill. I am surprised that you aren't the one being vocal and challenging them. The giant among their group asked the Huntress, who smirked back at him behind her smooth golden mask and crossed her hands demurely in front of her flowing silver robes. As they mentioned, the humans have already met the Hunters, and their champion put up a good enough fight that we deemed them worthy of future interaction for their skills, and not just for the level of technological advancement that attracted our attention in the first place. She replied, they have a warrior who can impress even Huntress Khan. They don't look like much. The Volga asked with a disdainful look up at Max. Their finest female fought a Huntress to a draw in 20 meters tall hunter suits. She confirmed, clearly well aware of the situation, since the Hunters broadcast the battle live to their other ships. Now even the Volga looked impressed, and his thoughts were more than a little nervous. He had gotten in way over his head with a species that clearly knew way more about the universe than the Alliance had let on. Max read through his thoughts and realized that the Alliance had told him that this was a primitive species that had skipped the usual development route and had gained the ability to spread destruction beyond their own galaxy, but that was all that they had told his people about them. He had tried to make himself look like the leader of the group because he thought the humans wouldn't know better, and none of the Alliance transmissions he had intercepted had given any hint that they knew more than that an Alliance vessel was watching them. In short, he had been played for a fool, and everyone else present had gleefully walked all over him, even the humans. The Dryad was the next to speak up. If we are going to be in meetings all day, perhaps you could bring the Xin crew member that you mentioned into the meeting. It may help explain some of the cultural differences since our species are quite familiar with each other and on good terms. What role does the Xin have here with the humans? He is a botanist in charge of the public vegetation aboard Terminus, as well as the maintenance of the world tree that grows in the front atrium. The illithid responded on their behalf. The Dryad looked overjoyed at that news, and their thoughts were a jumble of happy possibilities, most of which involved naps in the branches of a world tree. That species was definitely going to be easier than average to get. Along with, the Valkia gestured onward, and Max led the group into the hallways where the 4th and 5th battalions were waiting for them. The show of power impressed most of the species, except the one wearing a plain white environmental suit, which Max assumed was the blue-skinned species that he had been informed of, who was mostly unconcerned and saw the presentation as normal procedure. The Huntress and her duo were less impressed since they knew that this was just an honor guard and not the main fighting force of the humans. Once the Xin botanist arrived and they were seated in the sealed and reinforced room with the doors locked from the inside, Nico moved to the replicator and brought out a wide variety of vegan snacks in recognition of the 3 species that didn't eat any sort of meat. Feel free to partake in the light snacks of human cuisine. They aren't really a representative sample since humans are omnivorous, and these are all plant-based so that all the species present might try them. The illithid informed the group before stepping back to let Max take over the meeting. Welcome everyone to the colony ship Terminus, home of the Terminus Trading Company, the designated representatives of humanity for today's meetings. It is a pleasure to see so many species gathered here today, and I look forward to the assuredly good news that the Alliance has brought with them for us. Max greeted the assembly. You seem quite confident that we have brought you good news. Is that a matter of personal analysis, or have the Alliance species you employ perhaps obtained some information that they shared with you? The giant asked. We have, of course, heard rumors. We do have access to Alliance social media here aboard Terminus. But random citizens talking about the financial advantages of an official trade deal or membership, as opposed to allowing us to continue to profit from our patents tax-free as an independent outside force, are hardly enough to base an international treaty strategy on. My confidence is in the fact that coming to some sort of agreement that doesn't exclude our current allies would be in both of our best interests. Max informed him, reminding everyone in the room that they weren't as isolated as might be usual for a newly contacted species. The giant nodded happily and placed a data tablet on the table. That makes this much easier, then. We have drafted a preliminary agreement before our arrival if you would be willing to accept it as a baseline for our ongoing negotiations. Non-compliant species trade agreement between the Alliance and the human faction known as Reavers was the headline. One after another, each of the other representatives except the hunters placed a similar tablet on the table, leaving all of the envoys staring at the huntress. She only smiled behind her mask and shrugged her shoulders at them. What? We already have a working agreement with the humans. I only came to see if you were going to insult them so badly that they killed you all and took your vessels. Chapter 569. Friendly negotiations to say that the huntress, insinuation that the humans could defeat their forces and confiscate their ships intact did not go over well was possibly the understatement of the year. Everyone in the room other than the human delegation was glaring at her. At the same time, the golden mask that all huntresses wore hid her placid expression from them, making her look even more unconcerned about the repercussions of that action than she actually was. I am sure it wouldn't have come to violence. I know how the Alliance feels about interstellar combat. The human species has likewise been working to eliminate the rogue elements and hostile species that perpetuate such foolishness in this galaxy. Max offered in an attempt to soothe their egos. Can a primitive species really say they could end an interstellar war? The Volga representative asked. If it comes down to it, we can just destroy the planets and stars of any system that refuses to stop causing interstellar incidents. We might be behind the curve in many ways, but our weapons technology is more than capable of destroying a planet in a single attack. Max replied with a shrug. To be clear, that is the very last case scenario, when all other attempts to curtail the continued attacks have failed, and the destruction has been deemed to have a significantly lower casualty rate than containment of the threat. The illithid added. Max noticed at this point that the Dryad representative was totally tuned out to their conversation, communicating silently with the Shin about the world tree and the gardens they were working on in the front of the vessel. The Dryads had made their choice, and if the humans didn't like the limited terms that they offered, they were willing to walk away from the negotiating table. It was no loss to them, but since the humans had made friends with the Shin and were willing to host many species on board their ships, with accommodations for differing bodies, they would at least entertain some basic alterations to the agreement. So it is more of a peace through strength type of society, where the strong keep the weak in line. The Valkyria asked. No, it is a peace through unity type of society. We form agreements by localized groups to assist and support each other in the case of hostilities. Once we have enough of us in one group, we will be too great of a threat for any other in the galaxy to willingly attack us, leading to a state of relative peace, lacking active external threats. Given their free will, there might still be planets that stage civil wars against unfit leaders, or for a variety of other reasons, and we allow that as their right to representation. For the first time, the man in the plain white environmental suit spoke. You value autonomy enough that you forsake a central government and leave matters of governance to local leaders. Max nodded. Within reason. As long as they aren't violating the basic standards we have set for the rights of citizens, they are free to do as they please. Humans have tried having a single leader before, but the sheer scope of such an endeavor proved to be a bureaucratic nightmare. Too many layers of leadership led to embedded corruption. Now we operate with only a single layer of leadership above local, and it has proven much more efficient. Fascinating. We also value autonomy above all else. but it is to do with the nature of our culture. Our leaders are divine beings created from pure energy to lead us through the most trying of times. Compared to that, no other form of leadership could compare, so we have opted not to join the alliance, though we do maintain a close relationship with them. He explained, if each of your divine leaders commanded a few planets and a fleet of traveling ships, it would be the same type of governance as the commander of a reaver company. When we need to do things on a larger scale, the commanders appoint someone who they trust and who is available to represent them. Usually, it is another commander or a respected elder. Max added while the blue-skinned envoy nodded along and made notes on his data tablet. You don't elect your leaders. Or is it a short-term position? I am not understanding the nature of your top level of leadership. The giant asked. I lead the Terminus Trading Company, which primarily consists of this small fleet with assets on a handful of planets. Today, I represent the Reavers as a whole because I am here, and I have the strongest relationship with your alliance. The other commanders have agreed to trust my judgment, and I am responsible for looking after their interests and making a deal in their best interests. Before I sign, the agreements will be sent to a group of respected leaders of other companies to see if they have any objections that I missed. If there are none, the deal will get signed. If there are objections, the negotiations continue. It is the respect that our leaders have earned that makes the system function. If they should betray that trust, they will be eliminated or removed from their position. The giant's look brightened with understanding. Like Nagish at Merkai, he betrayed his people and was publicly executed while attempting to sign a deal that would have made them slaves in exchange for his own wealth. A long walk out of a short airlock. The envoy in white agreed. Nico chuckled at that. Funny enough, that is a preferred answer to corruption among our people as well. Simple, safe and efficient. Who would choose an end like that? The Volga envoy asked. The man who knows that the options are much slower and more painful. The Valkyria answered, then picked up their data tablet and replaced it with one from their assistant. Look this over and tell me what you think of the offer. It is somewhat similar to the deal we have with the hunters since your people and theirs seem to be on a similar path, and you have already shown a capability for easy intergalactic travel while you poached over 100 top educators for your academy. Oh, he's the big mad about that. Even Nico can tell. The Illithid laughed through the mental link. Check the records and see if we have one of his relatives or ex-girlfriends on the payroll. It might be relevant very soon. Chapter 570. The offer with the introductory haggling out of the way and the basics of human society explained, all the envoys settled in to begin going over the offers they were willing to offer humanity. Max started with the most obvious choice, the alliance itself, presented by the Valkyria. The terms were fairly simple. No direct sales of military equipment, but the Reavers would begin being able to purchase all non-military products at standard alliance rates but would be required to charge the standard 10% sales tax on completed goods that they sold to alliance members, to be paid to the governing council. Patented plans and raw materials were exempt, and only finished goods were taxed by the alliance trade scheme, so it worked out very well for Max and the Reavers. It meant that they could access large numbers of new products, and they could sell their completed goods into the alliance without interference. Still, it wouldn't greatly affect their major revenue stream, which was licensing patents for others to produce. Max showed it to the others in his group and forwarded it to the Innu tech nomads for them to go over. They were the local experts on alliance trade schemes and dealt with most of the groups trading with the alliance, so their opinion carried more weight than most. There's a bit of trick language on the 17th page. The text looks like it only requires you to pay on goods sold to the alliance, but they want a cut of all completed goods sold by the Reavers everywhere. The Innu informed Max well before he had reached that point in the document. Highlight it and send me a modified version of the text that is more favorable to us. Do the same for any other clauses you find that would be a hindrance to our work. Max texted back. Once he finished his read-through of the alliance document, he left the Innu to work on it and picked up the Dryad document. It was less than a page long, stating that they would let the Reavers buy whatever the alliance let them buy at market prices, but they required access to public natural spaces on Reaver-controlled worlds under the same terms that were set for Reaver civilians. I don't think I even need to get a second opinion on this one. Well, technically, I already have 2 other opinions available confirming that it's a plausible deal, so I will gladly sign this one now. Max confirmed. The Dryad seemed satisfied with the deal and quickly returned to talking to the Shin about plants while the rest of the group was getting ready for a long day of negotiations. If you wish, our employee can show you to the world tree while the rest of the deals are worked out. We will forward you copies as they become available, so you are not out of the loop. Max suggested to the distracted Dryad. Ah, yes, that would be excellent. What are your policies on room sharing? I may wish to stay a few days. As long as it doesn't exceed the stated capacity of the room, we allow it. But as a foreign dignitary, courtesy demands that we offer you free room and board for the duration of these negotiations, so do feel free to arrange for the staff to get you settled into a room of your own. Max replied, we do appreciate good hospitality. Are there more rooms like the Shinner Inn? Of course, not many, but there are more soil rooms and also fully holographic rooms if a simulated forest or natural environment is more to your liking. That sounds interesting. I believe I will give it a try. My thanks, Commander Karras, and I look forward to our future interactions. The Dryad replied before following the Shin from the meeting room. He did better than expected, given that there is a world tree on this ship. We had a wager going on how long it would take him to flee the room and go looking for a branch to sleep on. The giant chuckled. Just getting them to wear clothes and show up in public can be a struggle. Bunch of oddballs they are. The Valkyria agreed. The Innu returned the Alliance offer just after Max started reading the offer from the Volga. Their offer was frankly insulting, and not a single part of it was worth salvaging, so Max set it aside once he had finished reading it and presented the list of proposed changes to the Alliance agreement. These are the changes our experts request to be made to the first proposal that you have presented to us. Please read them through and give them your consideration. Max requested, handing over the data tablet with the updated agreement to the Alliance representatives. That brought him to the offer made by the envoy with powder blue skin. He had taken off his helmet now and displayed a face reminiscent of the hunters' masks, all smooth but with a mouth and two bloodshot eyes. He equipped a pair of goggles soon after removing the helmet, so his species must have developed to be nocturnal and sensitive to the lights in the room. Unfortunately for them, he couldn't lower the lighting much more, or it would interfere with the reading of the data tablets since the Alliance-made units lacked backlight like the Reaver units used. This agreement had very little about trade, only a single page like the Dryad document. However, it included a clause on not invading each other's territories, with a detailed list of star systems that were inhabited by the alien species and a blanket agreement for them not to attempt to settle in this galaxy. Honestly, nobody in their right mind wanted to settle in this galaxy's unclaimed territories, given how violent the neighbors were likely to be, so it was probably not going to be an issue, to begin with. None of the galaxies that were included in the aliens list were immediate neighbors of this one, so the chances that humans would try to colonize them were very low. It made the call a simple one, but Max sent it off to be vetted by the Innu and Mary Tereth as well. Now, we have a little time while the experts vet the documents, so would you all like some refreshments? We have quite a variety, from tea and juice to more elaborate and even alcoholic concoctions. Max offered. Now that's the offer I've been waiting for. I have heard great things about the Reavers, rum. The Huntress laughed, finally seeing a positive note to her day of politics. Chapter 571. Agreement made. While we all wait for the experts to get back to us about the changes to the agreements, I have a fine selection of foods and liquors as recommended by the data we have obtained on your species. I know that the hunters are a big fan of the Reaver rum, so I will prepare a few bottles at the end of the meeting to send back to you for later consumption. The Huntress laughed at that and drew a dagger from her storage to slice a chunk off of the pile of roasted meats that had been placed on the table. The other envoys looked a bit scandalized at the action, given that it was a very large combat knife and they were in the middle of a negotiation about peaceful interaction, but that was just how hunters were, and the humans didn't seem to be bothered by it. The blue-skinned envoy sniffed at the bottle of rum and then poured himself a shot glass full of it before wheezing and coughing, then pouring himself another. That is incredible. I have tried many replicated alcohols, but none have preserved that unique aged flavor that this rum has. I should go easy though. My species is not well known for its ability to handle its liquor. If you happen to meet the Han at some point in the future, be sure to share this with them as well. They hold all of their negotiations after a night of drinking, with the logic that all ideas must sound good both drunk and sober or they are not worth agreeing to. Max smiled at the short man's honesty and made a note to find out who the Han were and what sort of deal they might want to make with the Reavers. They sounded like the sort of people that would be easy to get along with. Even the Volga representative seemed to be enjoying himself, but it seemed that they had no intention of coming up with a new offer at this point in time. That was no real loss though, they could always come back later when they had a more reasonable mindset instead of trying to force them into making a proper deal while they were mostly just tagging along with the Alliance envoys. The experts had returned their opinions by the time the group was done eating, finding no flaws with the new deals, so the two agreements were signed and finalized with only an hour-long meeting. That had to be some sort of new record for intergalactic negotiations, and it seemed that the Alliance envoys weren't prepared for it. Even after it was signed, they seemed unsure of what was going on, and unprepared for what was to come next. If anyone would like to stay here aboard Terminus a little longer, we have some fine suites reserved for visiting dignitaries in the cruise ship portion of our vessel. You are welcome to them if you like, Nico suggested, then brought up a hologram of the accommodations on offer. Yes, that would be excellent. Like the Innu, my species has an affinity for water. It is most of the reason that we keep our environmental suits on. Our skin dries out very quickly when we are out of water. The blue-skinned envoy replied. In that case, you will want the units on level 3. The humidity is kept high there, but more importantly, we can turn a mist spray on in the hallways as well as the rooms if you like, and the water park there has a perpetual mist, requested by the Innu for fellow amphibious species. You would put a mist spray inside a suite? The giant asked. We have waterproof versions of everything already in our programs, designed for aquatic use. I can't personally vouch for their comfort, but I am told that they are sufficient for regular use by humans and Innu. Nico replied with a shrug. The blue-skinned envoy made a purring noise before speaking again. Simply keeping the humidity up is enough inside the room. The water parks sound amazing though. Were the gravity slides I have heard so much about an Innu innovation? Quite the opposite. They were the attraction that convinced the first group to stay on with us. We designed them as a recreational feature, but they have quickly turned into the most popular mode of transportation inside the vessel. It led to a distinct change in fashion sensibilities as well, since everyone began to expect to be constantly wet. Swim shorts and quick-drying shirts have become the normal fashion for most guests, though some do still prefer to use gravity control or the elevators to get around between floors. Nico explained. I too will stay. If I bring back Reaver rum, my crew will never want to leave, and we are only here to verify the contents of the deals you were making with the others. We can't stay long. The Huntress sighed. Are you sure? We are not far from the nearest Clem-infested star system. Huntress Khan could give you directions and you could stop for a short hunt on your way home. They aren't sentient, but they're a wickedly smart and deadly prey species. Nico offered while Max flipped through the available rooms with the Valkyria envoy. If I do that, they really won't want to leave, and they will only whine and complain at the next destination that we are sent to. Political duty is seen as more of a punishment detail by our species, so you can imagine how it would be to get a small reprieve and then have to return to the daily drudgery of negotiating with people you are not allowed to stab. Most of the room shook their head at her strange logic, but Nico nodded in understanding. Life is full of difficulties. But if you change your mind and want to give them a bit of hope that political duty might not be all bad, we are available anytime, and we have a fairly detailed list of likely hunting spots. Chapter 572. Goodbye and good riddance. I am afraid that I have other business to attend to than the aquatic pastimes of an emerging species, so I will excuse myself and return back to my vessel. The Volga envoy informed them in a dignified voice. But of course, I do hope that the next time we meet, we might come to an understanding, but such things cannot be rushed. In the grand scheme of things, even a few centuries is not such a long time if it leads to the outcome that is best for everyone involved. Max agreed. The color guard was still stationed all down the hallway as Max escorted him back to the Alliance shuttle that had brought everyone here. They had clearly been informed of the situation, as they were waiting outside the doors of the shuttle with only the Volga flag hung for the envoy's arrival, and he entered without any fanfare or even another word to Max. Once the shuttle was back out of the bay, Max could finally breathe a sigh of relief that the one annoyance of the day was gone and focus on building up the relationship with their new allies. Just being able to purchase goods from the Alliance would be a huge change for humanity, which was still far behind them in many ways, but he didn't want to stifle innovation, so the first few orders would be for Ray 5, to give to the researchers so that they could try to engineer something totally new out of them that the humans could call their own. It had worked for warp drives, replicators, materials printers, and storage devices, so there was no good reason that humans couldn't come up with their own version of other things as well if they were given time and the basic knowledge required to begin the journey. With that in mind, Max forwarded the agreement to a supply house in Innu space, verifying that humans were now allowed access to technology not restricted for military or police use, and ordered 15,000 copies of the learning headsets for the academy, the crew and some for Uncle Lou and his team. He wasn't sure if it was just a programming issue, where they could potentially add the learning applications to their existing virtual reality technology, or if they would need major changes, but Uncle Lou could figure it out once he had a copy of his own. How would you like those delivered? The retailer asked once the payment from their alliance reserves was confirmed. Do you have a designated location for precision portals? Or should I send a shuttle? Max replied. He had no idea that his response would create chaos among the Innu of the design department of that company. He only wanted to get his goods, but the thought of opening a small intergalactic portal, then sending a precision portal through it to pick up goods was a totally alien concept to them and not compatible with the way that their transport devices operated. As such, they believed, somewhat correctly, that humans could precision portal across galaxies with only a few minutes' notice, and the thirst for knowledge was driving them into a frenzy of development and theoretical talks. A shuttle is fine. We have sufficient inventory at our orbital warehouse to fill your order right now, so you may arrive whenever you like. The customer service representative responded, just as confused about the question but less eager to find the answer since she had no idea how the portals worked to begin with, only that they did. Her interests lay in the field of communications. Who is on duty? Send a shuttle to this location and pick up our order of 15,000 learning headsets. They should be preloaded with the full Innu course guide up through university, and we need them for basically everyone. Max asked the pilot's dispatch. 1st Battalion is on right now. I will have them send out a vessel right away. We will be ready to open the portal in 30 seconds. The warning of a portal opening was broadcast to all the vessels in the area and immediately responded to by the Volga vessel requesting to piggyback and use it to get to Alliance space. That wasn't a problem, as they would be keeping it open until the shuttle returned with their goods, and it would both get the Volga out of their hair and save them the energy cost of getting most of the way home. One of these days he would sell more human vessels to the Alliance, with the energy capacity to portal themselves around the universe. Their line of luxury yachts could already do it, but they were still in the final stages of approval for public use in the Alliance and couldn't be resold by their initial buyers, so very few actually had access to them yet, except the few customers who had purchased them directly from the Reavers, and no shipyard was approved to make them on their behalf. The owners seemed very happy with them though, and Max had noticed a few came back to them during the student enrollment day, proving that they were functional enough that the owners had made them their primary vessel unless they were just showing off by bringing it for that specific occasion, which was quite possible as well. Are you about done in there? The Huntress wants a proper drinking partner, and I don't count. Nico asked as Max watched the portal open and a large cargo shuttle dip through, followed by the Volga ship. Just making sure our least favorite new friends have left the area. I will be back in just a few seconds. Where are you? The Tiki bar's on level 3. Bring a swimsuit, we've got the spray cranked to the max, and it's basically raining in here. Surprisingly, the Valkia love it. They're huge clean freaks, and they say it's like a constant freshwater shower while they drink and relax. Max laughed at the thought of a whole group of dignitaries drinking in the shower together and stepped back out into the hall to dismiss the guards. That's everyone who is leaving today. Good work everyone, enjoy your evening. Chapter 573. What are you doing here? Max joined the envoys and their followers at the pools on level 3, where a veritable party had broken out after the Huntress prepaid a huge tab for the entire bar that evening. She had spent more than the bar's average weekly earnings and encouraged them to find as many people who enjoyed the misty aquatic environment as they could so that she didn't have to drink alone. The bartender had put it in the public announcements for the cruise ship, and it had brought nearly 1,000 people to the floor, spreading not only through that bar, but the others in the area, who were happy to link their inventory reports and keep one running tab for the entire floor. It would get out of hand later, but that was normal for the ship since many of their guests paid for a VIP package, which included all their food and drinks during their stay. The human staff was very good at rounding up drunks and getting them back to their rooms in the early hours of the morning, and they were getting enough practice at it that they were almost smooth enough that nobody noticed the drunkest among them disappearing. Do you think that it would be possible to see the academy grounds while we are here? I understand if much of the interior is off limits during class. Still, I would like to see what sort of standards a human educational facility that employs Alliance teachers is at. The Valkia envoy asked as he finished a steaming mug of chocolate cream liqueur. It wasn't particularly strong stuff, but he might as well have been holding an entire bottle of wine in his hand, given the amount of alcohol in a full mug. Of course, a few dignitaries with a full escort will help motivate the students to focus well in class, and as long as you're all well behaved, there is no reason you can't come and see the academy for a little while before we show you to your rooms. Or, if you would prefer to enjoy the evening to the fullest, I can arrange a tour tomorrow during classes so that you can see the academy in action instead of touring an empty building later in the evening. Max suggested. That's even better. I have heard that you found some excellent teachers, but our databases don't have any data on human educational facilities that aren't military-oriented. The only ones that we have recorded were the military academies of Kepler and Cygnus, as they seemed the most relevant to our interactions in the past and were a strong indicator of the trajectory of your species before this current trade alliance revolution. The Valkyria agreed, then ducked as a very drunk assistant nearly dive-bombed him on a wobbly flight path from the 4th-floor gravity slide exit to the hot tubs on the 3rd floor. Perhaps I should bring him to his room before he hurts himself. The envoy sighed. I think he will be fine. He's in the hot tub now, and security is keeping an eye on him, so he doesn't drown if he happens to pass out. Nico replied from a few meters away, where she was playing drinking games with the blue-skinned envoy, who was drinking fruit juice to keep himself in a fit state to enjoy the party. The giant had made fast friends with the Canis girls. They found his lack of a tail and tiny round ears somewhat disappointing, but his feats of strength and surprisingly muscled body were nearly enough to make up for the lack. The giants were also very literal and not at all prone to deception or pranks, which was a quality that the Canis admired nearly as much as a good fluffy tail. So, he had been inducted into their group and assigned to the guys' team to help even out a tug-of-war match being played on smooth wet marble, creating a spectacle nearly as comical as playing it in the nearby sand. Everything was going smoothly until a new group of Valkyria from the upper floors flew down to join them, and an enraged bellow came from the assistant of the Valkyria envoy. You little shit, get your ass over here right this instant before I have to go up there and get you. The voice echoed through the misty party, clear enough to hear from across the floor, even with the music playing. The group of young Valkyria decided that discretion was the better part of valor. They immediately turned tail to run away, racing back up toward the top floors with the assistant envoy in hot pursuit. The lead envoy and the giant both burst out laughing, pointing at the sky where the youngsters had been caught and were being pulled by an ear back down to ground level. So this is what you are actually doing when you told your mother that you were on an educational trip to the Inu Hollow Moons. Let's see how smart you are when I lock down your accounts and ground you until the semester is over. He told them in a voice usually reserved for a company commander greeting drunk pilots returning late from shore leave. His son and nephews, they were all supposed to be on a school field trip together, but they ditched. We got the message from the school before we left, but we didn't know where they had gone. Their mothers were in charge of tracking their movements since we had to work. The giant explained. Oh, they've got it bad. First, they get it here, then they'll get it again when they get home, then a third time when they get back to school, and the headmistress wants to talk to them about skipping a school trip. Nico laughed. You have no idea, their grandmother is the headmistress of their academy, and she is not known for her mercy. She's possibly the most overprotective mother that anyone could have ever had, and she doesn't even go easy on her grandchildren. I had my first dessert treat after I transferred from the junior academy to the middle grades, where we were in the dorms and not home for every meal. The Valkyria envoy agreed. Chapter 574. Great ideas and bad alarm clocks, at least she let you have dessert at the academy. Max offered, but the man only shook his head. She informed the staff that I was not allowed to have them, and they refused to serve them to me, so I had a friend who was in their good books sneak me an extra serving sometimes when she wasn't supervising the cafeteria. Well, I will have you know that our academy is somewhat less strict on the dietary restrictions. Instead of prohibition, we have a collection of sugar-free and low-carb sweets from around the universe. That way, the kids can enjoy dessert while maintaining a nutritionally balanced meal plan, carefully designed for the various species by our own in-house nutritionists. Nico informed him proudly. You even brought in specialist nutritionists to make meal plans by species. Now that is impressive. My school was all Valkyria, so we didn't have to worry about it. What about sports? Do you have hoops? He asked. Nico looked confused, but Max saw the images of the flying sport using the hoops that they had built into the outdoor facilities. We do, and it's set up for both the non-contact and professional versions. We even adapted human Children's toys to make soft clubs for practice so that they didn't have to hold back. You can still knock someone out of the sky with them and knock the ball free, but they don't cause any serious bruising or broken bones, and there is a protective gravity field over the grass, so nobody will crash down with any serious force. He explained. I was a wonderful goalie back in the day. Good enough that I made the starting line all the way through university. But professional sports weren't for me. I was picked early for a career in politics instead. The envoy sighed. Max could sense the disappointment, and it was a familiar emotion. He had seen it many times before, with old soldiers, washed-up old drunks in the projects who went on about the glory days, and many others who lamented not following their dreams. In practice, the wuxia had all that one could ask for, but not being able to become a professional athlete would always be a regret, no matter how far up the political ladder he climbed. I doubt that we will be able to form a proper league since we only have the one academy with students who can fly, but if we introduce the Archangel exoskeletons, I think we could form a couple of recreational teams using the wingless species, Nico suggested, finally understanding what sport they were talking about. The wings are essential, though. They're part of the strategy, so having a wingless competitor would give them an unfair advantage. The giant pointed out as a fan of the sport. The originals had weaponized metallic wings, but I am sure that we could adapt them to an animatronic feathered wing easily enough so that all the players would be on an even playing field. The suit might not be as agile as the wuxia are, though. That assistant envoy has some pretty good moves. Nico laughed. He is pretty agile in the air, isn't he? It's impressive every time I see it, and I've always thought he would have been better suited to a job in law enforcement or something where he could put his athleticism to better use. But like our giant friend here, he prefers to work a job in politics and make a hobby out of his physical training. The envoy shrugged. Well, I will let you get back to the party, and I will see you in the morning. We have a few things to take care of tonight, so I must also steal my second in command. Max replied, giving the wuxia envoy a wink and wrapping an arm around Nico to lead her back to his room before the train of thought she and the huntress were on turned into a new extreme sport. They could do that later, and not when there were so many dignitaries on the ship, all half drunk. As they walked, Max could tell that he was already too late. The huntress had a plan to improve the game of rings, where instead of 5 players with wooden clubs and an inflatable ball that was thrown through varying sized rings for points, they would instead use stun batons, and 2 smaller metal balls would be added, to give the game a projectile weapon. The thought of players hurling solid metal balls at each other while carrying stun batons to club each other out of the sky was a very hunter sort of sport. Still, since the humans had the anti-gravity exoskeletons, it was perfectly viable on the existing infrastructure and would be accessible to all species, not just the winged ones. Convincing the academy staff to let anyone actually play it was another matter. Max woke up to ice-cold hands on his skin the next morning as Nico dropped the temperature of her outer shell enough to shock him out of a deep slumber. It was both the most effective and most horribly cruel alarm clock he had ever considered. He always swore to himself at the end of the night that he would wake up first to prevent her from doing it, but every time, she would be up before him and would find a way to shock him awake before the alarm went off. Not that all of them were unpleasant, but that was not the point. One of these days, he was going to be the first one up, and he would get his revenge. Good morning, sleepyhead. It is now 6:50 in the morning. We have a breakfast appointment with the envoys at 8, an academy tour at 9, and you have to oversee a court case at noon. It's been a long time since there was a high crime that needed your attention, but protocol says that you have to be here for this one. What happened? Everything seemed to be fairly well under control when we went to sleep. Max asked. The accusation is an attempt to start a mutiny. Chapter 575. Preparing for a trial with such a heavy accusation hanging in the air, the envoys had no qualms about Max canceling his participation in the day's planned events and assigning someone else to take over in his place. The tour of the academy was to be done by Headmistress Medusa herself, with the assistance of a few of her office staff. Meanwhile, the tours of the ship were guided by the Illithid, who was more than capable of sensing everything that happened aboard Terminus, so he wouldn't be missing out on anything, even if he weren't physically present. Max and Nico sat side by side at a small round table, accompanied by Colonel Klinger, who had reported the incident, as well as a group of legal experts sent by the Reavers and the giant envoy, who requested to be present as a monitor, in the name of impartial justice. Having an unrelated judge and jury during incidents aboard a ship wasn't always feasible, but an outside monitor was how the Alliance helped ensure impartiality during the hearings. Alright, Klinger, tell me how this all started. From the very beginning of what alerted you that there might be something amiss among the crew. Max ordered. I was doing the weekly battalion inventory review, and I had selected the munitions stores, the bedding stocks and the raw ore piles for manual verification. Bedding stocks came back normal, but raw ore came up nearly a ton short of the reported usage, so I requested DeFranco from the 4th Battalion to double-check my work and usage charts, as per regulations. It was during his check that we discovered that the missing material had been transferred to the Holy Light under Marcus Blaze, so we moved our search there, under the excuse of being a performance review committee, and found a great deal of resentment that he had been picked over others who had joined at the same time and had more prestigious families back home. Once that was established, it wasn't hard to convince them to admit what had taken place and to find the weapons that they had made, and then attempted to erase the logs from the materials printers. I have here documents that we collected during our investigation, and they name 17 crew members of the cruiser Holy Light, along with 4 staff members aboard Terminus, outlining a plan to overthrow the ship and go independent the first time they were sent on a mission outside of the weapons range of Terminus in her Mecha battalions. Among them are all 4 of the company commanders sent from Ray 5, but not the chosen battalion commander, who appears to remain loyal to Captain Blaze and the Terminus Trading Company. The room went silent as Max and the others looked over the documents that had been collected, verifying their last dates of modification and the users whose biometrics had been logged into them, and then had Nico and one of the Inutech nomads verify that they were not tampered with to implicate an uninvolved party before the contents were read. The device was intended to self-destruct when an unauthorized party touched it, but unfortunately for them, they didn't have the ability to override Colonel Klinger's authority, and he had been the first and only one to physically touch the data tablet. The evidence inside was fairly damning, as it outlined the basics of their plan and was intended to serve as an override during the mutiny by falsely reporting certain members' locations and status. That alone wasn't enough for a conviction, but this was only the first piece of collected evidence. There was a long list of other data, including who made the unauthorized weapons, who accessed the room they were stored in after they were created, and how they were related before arriving at the Terminus Trading Company. They even went into what sort of status their family held within the Reavers. The next part of the evidence check, after the first batch had been deemed admissible, was the interrogation of the prisoners by the 2 senior officers. Most of them predictable denied all knowledge since the pilots wouldn't physically rough them up at that point in the interrogation, but a few believed that they had not committed a crime. With cause, a mutiny against a criminal or incompetent commander who had clearly violated the Reaver Code was justifiable. It wouldn't lead to the mutineers, expulsion or any sort of charges against them. For example, if the commander had deliberately betrayed the Reavers, it could be deemed justifiable to overthrow them, and it seemed that was the defense that they were going with in this case. Their argument was that by going with what they viewed as an unqualified captain from a lesser Reaver family and by fraternizing with the Alliance members, who were not officially members of their trade group, and only had the most basic of agreements with the Reavers, that Max had betrayed them, the Reavers and the commander's oath of loyalty and protection. It was a very long shot of an argument, but they would be allowed to present evidence of it at the trial once it started, assuming that they had any. Of course, since the ship had never actually gone anywhere, taken any casualties, or even issued an order beyond the basic daily routine, it would be a very big stretch to justify their mutiny against their captain, but they would be allowed to. Captain Marcus Blaze of the Holy Light was the next one to present evidence. The captain looked a little sheepish as he bowed politely to Max and with good cause. He had failed to notice a mutiny beginning on his ship, which was his first command, and before he had ever even been on a single mission. It wasn't exactly a glowing review of his capabilities as captain, but he had prepared a number of documents for Max to read. All right, Captain Blaze, you are free to start your presentation. Hopefully, you have a very good explanation for what exactly is going on aboard your ship. Nico greeted him as he sat across the round table from the group reviewing his evidence. Chapter 576, Preparing for a Trial, PT2 Captain Blaze spoke slowly, his artificial voice box carefully neutral as he presented his documents. I am afraid that no excuse could cover for my failure, but I have prepared detailed documentation of the situation aboard Holy Light. While the staff were hand-picked by the Reavers to join the crew of Terminus Trading Company, nearly every single member was selected as a double agent for their family or faction. While each of them is eminently capable on paper, the infighting and clan politics they have brought have made it nearly impossible to function as a unit. After I blocked all communications from the ship to outside locations, I believed that I had the worst of it under control, and the crew was beginning to work together toward becoming a cohesive unit. The training reports are in. Therein have shown great improvements over the first few days after their arrival. For that reason, I thought the double agents were willing to bide their time and wait until the communication barrier was lowered to send their collected data back to their sponsors. Such things are fairly standard for a newly founded Reaver ship, and communicating ship data to outside sources would most commonly only lead to a demotion and a public lashing, so there are always a few willing to risk it for the rewards that they or their family will be given by their sponsors. In addition to what Klinger and DeFranco found among the crew quarters, I also found a few well-disguised communication logs. They begin on page 7 of the documents I have presented. Most of the first 6 pages were just standard Reaver family drama, the sort of thing you would never get rid of when families had thousands of years of history with each other. But page 7 of the records he presented painted a very different picture. The transmissions were encrypted with an unknown algorithm, but that was no real hindrance to Nico or the Innu, and they had both cracked it independently within a few seconds. From the first transmission, it was a big shock. Kigith, we have only 45 days before the voting for Ray 5 Commandant. If we aren't going to let that bitch Mary take total control of the planet, you need to act now. Her pet trading company needs to be so thoroughly discredited that she will never recover from it. Whatever it takes, you need to get it done. The message came from the leader of one of the largest Reaver families, who had always been antagonistic to the Tereth family, but the response was enough to end his career as the leader of his family. Lord Mori, I have the plan well underway. The mutiny can begin the moment that I receive independent confirmation that you have released my children from your custody. The man named Kigith was one of the conspirators identified as a possible leader in the other documents, and he had been the one that had created the unauthorized weapons, while Lord Mori was one of the leading contenders for the position of ambassador for the Reavers among the Trade Alliance. It seems that there is much more than a simple mutiny here. Ransoming family members, political corruption, extortion to commit mutiny, the list is rather extensive. What do humans do when there is such a large conspiracy and problem afoot? The giant observer asked. We will hold a trial here for the members of our company who are involved. We will also forward the documents and all evidence to the Reaver Council, every council member, at once so that they can begin their own investigation and trials. While the Mori family is powerful, the leader could well be stripped of his rank or executed for attempting to start a mutiny among another company. The Reavers count it much like declaring open war on another family if you are caught in this level of corruption, and like the Alliance, the Reavers don't take that lightly. Max explained. The question remains, what convinced the others to go along with such an insane plan? Most of them don't have any connection to the Mori family, and some don't even have a particular connection to the Blaze family. Klinger asked. That's what the trial is for. Right now, we are only examining evidence to determine if it's real and admissible. Max shrugged. He nodded at Nico, who sent all of the documents they had collected so far to the Reaver Company commanders gathered around Ray 5 and returned a dozen messages an instant later. We have more evidence. It seems that Lord Mori wasn't as stealthy as he thought, and the other companies have been watching him. Nico explained and put all of the new data into the data storage of the meeting table for everyone to pull up as they wished. It detailed a power-mad company commander who thought he alone deserved to be the emperor of mankind and his efforts to undermine the Trade Alliance and put himself into a position where he would have complete control of the assembled forces of humanity. Wow, that is a lot of evidence against him. No fewer than 15 different major Reaver families have found him guilty of attempting to cause mutinies or assassinate their leaders. Make that 16 if his involvement here is found to be true. It doesn't change the guilt of the patsies that he hired or the ones who willingly went along with the attempt to start a mutiny, though. In fact, we should thank him in a way. We wouldn't know that so many traitors are in our midst without his hard work. We should see how Divine Tribulation is doing under Luke Tereth. If the Mori family is going after the Tereth family, there might be a major incident there. DeFranco suggested. Luke Tereth is a bit more ruthless than Marcus Blaze is. I've seen multiple reports of severe punishments under his command, so I believe that they tried the same there but might not have gotten far enough to call it a proper conspiracy. We will pull up all the data we can, and I will order the 2nd Battalion to flip bunks and confiscate any and all contraband they find right now. Max decided, if he was going to clean up the company, it was best not to give anyone the time to react. Chapter 577. Clean sweep. Within 30 minutes of the orders being given, the 2nd Battalion was everywhere. They checked dorms, workstations, computer logs, storage rooms and everything in between. The sheer volume of contraband they found was staggering but not entirely unexpected. Most of it was just alcohol and porn in workstations where it wasn't supposed to be, and hardly a cause for concern, but they did find a few more egregious violations that they would actually have to write people up for. Aboard Terminus herself, the infractions were nothing out of the ordinary, with one notable exception. One logistics staff member was found in the middle of a frantic call to an outside location that showed up as an unaligned mercenary group. That was definitely off limits without clearance. Interstellar communications all required permissions, and the communications team would connect you and log the call. The purpose was exactly what they were working on today, preventing infiltration and plotting by outside forces. A harsh and thorough investigation of sensor logs was conducted, only to find that his crime was completely different than they had expected. He wasn't in on the mutiny. He was trying to obtain a questionably consenting, questionably legal mail-order bride to be delivered to Terminus. That was a whole new problem, so he was remanded into custody until they could deal with him, and the search continued without pause. Aboard the Divine Tribulation, the findings were much more interesting. The captain had indeed thwarted the attempts to recruit his staff for a mutiny, but that didn't mean that things weren't chaotic aboard the cruiser anyhow. At first, everything seemed to be squared away, with only a few usual violations, but the company commander in charge of the dorms noticed a strange pattern. Nearly every bunk in the Mecha battalion had a picture of Nico somewhere within their personal space. Not necessarily Nico herself, but often one of the mecha that she was piloting was in a printed screenshot. Now, there was no rule against having a crush on your commanding officers, but for an entire battalion to do it was kind of creepy, so they looked deeper into the matter and questioned the pilots, who were found to have formed an informal cult around the second in command. They were convinced that she was a reincarnation of their home planet's god of battle and that worshipping her would bring them luck in combat. They trained with her simulations and training programs, followed the regimens that she had left programmed into the computers, and did their best to emulate her combat style. The final note was made that no violation was found in their behavior. Still, they recommended that it be monitored in case it led to a subversion of the commander's authority in an incident involving both Max and Nico. Max saw that bit come up and sighed. Nico was sitting right next to him, trying not to laugh, meaning it was too late to hide the data and prevent her personal cult from inflating her ego for the day. Look at it this way. They're super loyal to the company. They would never betray their goddess that way. She gloated. If you start calling yourself goddess in public, I am going to instruct the Inu to make a mute function for your voice box, Max warned her. Nico stuck her tongue out at him and sent out a drone to take selfies of herself that she fully intended to edit into posters to send to the battalion. Oh, don't look so cranky. It could be worse. Did you hear about the guy in logistics? She asked. Yes, and I've confirmed that he is staying in custody until we find out the details of this bride he was trying to arrange. Max sighed and turned his attention back to the screens. With Divine Tribulation all but sorted out, Max turned his attention to the two companies that were doing a blitz of holy light. They hadn't been warned yet that there was a trial coming about the mutiny in an attempt to gather more information, but the chances that any of the main players didn't know yet after the first few were grabbed were pretty low. Their only advantages were that the disposal systems were locked down from the moment the find was made, and nobody had been allowed on or off of the ship. They found many attempts to hide or destroy evidence, some more effective than others, and the same pictures in the pilots' rooms, indicating that the following that Nico had developed was not an isolated incident. Find out if they were all recruited from the same planet, Max asked Nico while the 2nd Battalion searched the ship. Affirmative. Every pilot except the senior officers on both vessels came from Kepler 7. If I recall correctly, we fought the Narsians with them. Nico clarified. Max paused before answering because he could see that she was still digging up data on where the pilots came from and why, since it was much more relevant now than the original hiring reports that detailed their personal skills that the Ray 5 team had sent to them. The command officers are all political appointees, but the bulk of the force was in combat against Narsians when everything went to crap in the Kepler Empire. They just stayed put until the Cygnus fleet came to welcome the planet into the Trade Alliance. After that they were dispersed on Ray 5 to look for work until they saw the recruitment offer and signed up to be back under a Kepler commander and back in Mecha instead of working civilian jobs. Their old commanders were demoted, but it looks like they are still in the battalions. Max nodded in understanding and then asked the important question. And how does this relate to them forming a cult of Nico? They were present when we assaulted the city. During my ethereal phase, Nico explained. Her ethereal phase? That was an interesting name for that period of time after her mortal body had been crippled while she was pretending to be her own ghost to freak out her allies and terrify the Narcians. I think it's time that some political appointees got a promotion, don't you? They are far too important and noble to be in intense combat, working as bodyguards for a cruise ship. Make it happen, and report back to me when you have new job assignments for them that won't be seen as a demotion. He ordered, then created a couple of aspirin from the replicator to cure the seemingly ever-present stress headache that the past few days were giving him. Chapter 578. Reorganization. I can get on that right away. They are excellent Mecha battalion commanders, so it would be an insult to those who aren't involved in the mutiny to be reassigned right out of the company. Others would view that sort of thing as insular, like we didn't welcome anyone but our own people. So, I think that a side shuffle if we can't promote them would be a good call. Nico suggested. What did you have in mind? Max asked. Move them from battalion commanders to a war strategy council. It's technically a promotion, and raising their wages wouldn't be an issue. Plus, they would make good advisors when their entire duty is war strategy. There is no room on the battlefield for politics, and any such ideas they have would go against the interests of the others and get them called out immediately. You would gain a number of very talented advisors. They would gain a promotion that moves them out of battle and conveniently out of command of the Mecha, where any suspect loyalties could become a real issue. I think that it's a win-win sort of proposition, and we already know that we have qualified replacements who are loyal to their units aboard the cruisers. If you would like, I can draft up some nice promotion letters, as well as the transfer paperwork right now. Nico offered. Do it, but don't announce it publicly until after the trial is finished. Do let the two ship commanders know, though. Max agreed. Sir, I know this might not be the time, but we have a message from your Uncle Lou. He has a parcel ready for delivery and says it will be shipping barebones in 7 days. Admiral Drake informed Max with a text message. Just what he needed. Even more ships while he was working on solving a mutiny issue aboard one of the 2 that he had already received. All right, tell him that we will be ready to receive them and that we will need to hold a hiring fair once they are ready. Max agreed, then sighed and rested his head in his hands. Oh, can I invite some friends? I mean, now that the agreement with the Alliance is done, there is no good reason not to have Inu technicians aboard your ships, and I know a bunch of other tech nomad groups who would gladly sign the same deal that we did, working and earning royalties to revamp their ships. Working with humans is fun. You let us go with anything, and I'm sure they could make an improvement or 2 to your ships while they are at it. One of the technicians suggested. She has a point. Inu technicians are the golden standard for a competent crew. You could prohibit them from broadcasting aboard the ship, though, if you are worried about them giving away secrets or accidentally revealing the location of a combat vessel. They would forward their research to the mothership and receive their credit after it was verified and put up for sale. The Illithid suggested. Klinger, DeFranco, what do you think of the concept of multi-species crews? The current battalion commanders are next in line for ship command, so depending on the number of vessels, you 2 are likely to be organizing a crew of your own under our banner in only a few days. Max asked. I want dryads. I stopped to have a coffee under the world tree today and met the one that we have aboard as an ambassador, and he is great. Like the Shin in the love of plants, but more mellow and open-minded. I think they would make great botanists, and the self-sustaining. Plant life aboard the ships needs a supervisor. Klinger recommended. His mind said that the dryad had an incredible intoxicant herb with them that wore off after half an hour and had no lingering effects like the cotton mouth or that intoxicant hangover which humans so often suffered from. He was assured it was non-addictive and would pair well with Reaver rum. I see what you're going for. As long as your crew keeps to the regulations on when they can get high, I don't see an issue with hiring dryads. Since I am not hearing any objections to the Inu, I will assume that there are none. Max asked. They're great, as long as you don't put them on the early morning shift. That is way too much energy to be dealing with at 4 in the morning. DeFranco agreed, making the technician giggle. The whole species is like that, full output all the time. You get used to us. She laughed. Anyone else that we should really look to actively recruit? The officers in the room thought for a moment, then Nico loaded a new data set onto the table's holographic projector. According to this data, we should have Inu and at least 4 female Valkia, one giant and a plant-type species aboard every ship. I compiled the list from Alliance Envoy ship staffing and the flirtation data compiled by our crew's interactions aboard the cruise ship. She explained, bringing up the graphs to prove her point. What does the flirtation data have to do with anything? The technician asked, being less concerned about such matters than her innovations. It helps with morale in the long term. Who knows where romance might bloom? This data says that we have a representative bias toward the number of men who prefer strong, taller women. Perhaps a few hunters or canis would also go well in the cruise if any are available. Nico told the Inu girl with a wink. Oh, well yeah, I never thought of that. I mean, yeah. Max laughed at the flustered technician as she realized what Nico was going for with the crew construction. Will the new captains be bringing their old units with them? Klinger asked. Nope. Terminus will appoint a new battalion leader from among your company commanders, with consideration for your recommendations, and a replacement for the new leader's company will be chosen by them. The additional ships will get all new crew, but after this, it should be the end of our fleet expansion for a while. We only have 6 possible ships to reclaim that we haven't sold off, so 4 more positions are open. Nico clarified. Max looked at the stack of trial evidence in front of him and then back around the room. Do we have any more evidence to vet before we begin the trial? Everyone shook their heads. It was all there, everything that they could get before the conspirators had time to destroy the rest. All right, assemble everyone accused in the courtroom. Let's get this started. Chapter 579. A Reaver Trial. Are the guards not going to escort them to the trial as a group? The giant envoy asked as the assembled officers watched the camera feed of the hallway from the holding cells to the courtroom. No, it is a Reaver tradition. The accused is allowed to dress in their own clothes and walk themselves with dignity to the trial. Nico explained quietly. Still, there are no guards in that hallway, the accused appears to have a weapon, and there are 2 open side passages. Isn't this tradition too reckless for such a serious crime? He continued. Just watch. This is a very important tradition, you will see why soon. The first man walked with measured strides to the courtroom and took his seat with his chin up, not speaking a word. Once he was seated, his sidearm was taken by the security officers, who then returned to their positions along the wall. The second man did not walk down the entire hallway. Instead, he turned into the first open side hallway and disappeared from view. A minute later, 2 guards entered behind him and left with a body bag. The third defendant chose the second hallway, which led to an airlock and walked straight out, much to the horror of the assembled Alliance envoys. What in the name of all that is scientific are you allowing them to do? The giant asked. You see, if they are convicted of mutiny, it reflects badly on their family, and the Reavers will not soon forget that a traitor was convicted from among their direct ancestors. But if they should happen to meet with an unfortunate accident before the trial, they were never convicted of any crime, now were they? Think of it kind of like a guilty plea and a posthumous pardon all in one. Nico explained. Well, that's just gruesome. Efficient but gruesome. The Valkyria envoy interjected while the Dryad looked unconcerned. Did you know that many species willingly self-terminate if they are excluded from the group? I think it's a beautiful tradition, allowing them the choice to avoid humiliation and atone for their mistakes. The nature-loving tree man informed them. That wasn't the response that Max had been expecting from him, but the logic was solid. The group on trial was whittled down to 9 members by the time everyone arrived at the courtroom. All of the suspected organizers were still there, including the 4 company commanders. That was unfortunate for them, as they had tried to use their mecha to send private messages to each other since they weren't connected to the ship's systems. They might be separate from the ship, but they also had an internal duplicate of all messages sent, a black box that the average user didn't bother to learn about. The full message logs had been pulled from their mecha, and it was enough to personally identify and damn all of them. Court is now in session. The accused here are charged with conspiracy to commit mutiny without cause. The assembled evidence will now be presented, and the accused may request a representative to organize their defense before they enter a plea. Max announced, his voice booming through the silent room. The 4 company commanders stood as one, and the man on Max's right spoke on their behalf. We choose to self-represent and officially charge Commander Karis Max with dereliction of duty and treason against the Reavers. Understood. A third-party judge will be brought in. Max announced, then turned to Nico. Please open a portal to Ray 5 for a judge to be sent through to oversee the trial. With an accusation against him, he couldn't oversee the trial, but he could have chosen either Nico or one of the ship captains to hold the trial on his behalf. Instead, he would bring in someone unrelated and prove that he was an upright leader in the eyes of the Alliance. Nico opened a small precision portal with a smile on her face and a song playing in her head that was preventing Max from looking in on her thoughts. He should have been paying more attention earlier, as he was sure this was all planned on her part, but the face that appeared through the portal shocked his brain back into momentary paralysis. Lord General Tenant of the Reavers, reporting for duty as judge overseeing the mutiny trial among the Terminus Trading Company. My ship will be here soon. Please don't shoot at it. It's a bit antiquated and not at all up to taking a direct orbital lance. Max couldn't believe his eyes. It really was General Tenant, and he was here claiming to be a Reaver with his own ship. Seconds after he arrived, a portal from Ray 5 opened, and Abraham Kepler floated through in all her battle-scarred glory. The ship looked much worse for wear, with multiple patches on her hull, hasty repairs visible to her engines, and half her drop pod bays empty and open to the void. The sight brought Max a nostalgic smile, and he rose from his seat to offer the position of judge to his mentor. Lord General, seeing you alive after all this time is a pleasure. Please, review the evidence at your leisure, and take your seat. He greeted the old pilot. The pleasure is all mine. I have been a bit busy of late, up near the vampire border, but the Reaver Council brought me back a few weeks back to honor me with a new mecha to replace my retired friend. Titan class, can you believe it? But I digress. We have a trial to run, and your leadership seems to be in some question. Please take your seat in the boxes, and we will begin with the accused mutineers. None of the defendants looked pleased to see the general here since his reputation as the incorruptible phalanx-class pilot from Kepler preceded him. Pretty words wouldn't sway him, and it would be very hard to convince him that their case that their captain was incompetent was a valid one. Chapter 580. Reaver Trial PT2. The boxes were a separate room, isolated from the courtroom, for witnesses and accused who shouldn't be influenced by the proceedings in the main courtroom. That wouldn't stop Max from being able to hear the thoughts of the people in the next room, but the thought was there. Listening to Nico's thoughts was much more entertaining, as she was taking the role of prosecutor as second in command of the Terminus Trading Company. She pulled no punches with her questioning, and their actions actually sounded worse coming from her deceptively innocent voice setting than when Max read them for himself. All but the 4 company captains pled guilty and pleaded for leniency, asking to be dismissed and sent to Ray 5 for hard labor instead of given the death penalty as mutineers. The 4 remaining defendants laid out their case to the best of their ability, with the advantage of General Tenant not being able to read their thoughts and realized that they had carefully scripted this performance at the behest of Lord Mori. We have here evidence that the captain and commander were consorting with enemies of the Reavers, disregarding their duties to protect the crew and the dignity of the Reavers as a whole in their search for wealth and fame. The spokesperson for the group was explaining. General Tenant wasn't fully up to speed on the new deals that the Alliance and other species present had made with the Reavers until that moment when he reviewed the evidence that was supposed to be the defense of the mutiny effort. Most of it, predictably, relied on the presumption that Lord Mori was going to be the leader of the Reavers by the time they were discovered, and his intent was to exclude all other species from the trade agreement and keep human technology and advancements within the trade alliance, with himself set up as the supreme leader. I see only one major flaw with this argument. Lord Mori is ineligible to run for leadership, as she is only 6 years old right now. General Tenant informed them, and Max sensed that he was handing the documents back so they could reorganize their arguments. Please explain, Judge Tenant. The spokesperson asked in confusion. The previous Lord Mori was executed in an honor duel 2 hours ago after he was eliminated in the first round of nominations for leadership and challenged Lady Tereth for her position. That can't be possible, the pilot gasped, and Max sensed the confusion and rage in his mind. I have the video, as I was also the referee for their duel. General Tenant informed him, calling that a duel was very generous. Max watched the video play in the minds of the attendees of the trial, and it was only about 10 seconds long. Mary Tereth had chosen an unarmed duel as the mode of combat and shattered his fist with her first punch, going toe-to-toe with the man 3 times her size, and then promptly crushed his skull with a kick. That wasn't really a shock to Max. That woman was just as scary as her daughter, but to the rest of the room, it was a bit of an incredible revelation. Mary Tereth had gotten an exemption from the off-planet draft to serve her decade of military service on Kepler Terminus, so everyone had assumed that she wasn't much of a fighter and didn't have a high-ranked system. Clearly, that wasn't the case since she was stronger than her opponent, but for those who didn't know her personally, it was hard to reconcile with her very motherly appearance. Nico was cheering and laughing as she watched her mother fight, adding cheers of, grab the ear, to the recorded audience noise. She had often been dragged across rooms by her ear after upsetting her mother and considered it her ultimate move, as it was one of the few that she didn't have a proper counter for. Would you like time to rebuild your defense? If you have it, you may present new evidence of your judgment that the captain and commander were acting against the Reavers. General Tennant informed them after the video of the duel had ended. The four men spent a few moments considering their answer. Then the leader spoke up with his only option to avoid a guilty verdict. I challenge for leadership of the Terminus Trading Company. He spoke proudly. As per Reaver tradition, there will be 2 tests of your worthiness, with the second in command choosing a challenge as a tiebreaker should you fail one of the 2. The first trial is your fitness to command. As you have previously commanded a minor vessel of a Reaver company, your qualifications are sufficient. The second is a vote by the members of the Terminus Trading Company. I will send the notifications now. General Tennant informed the room. They didn't have to wait long. Over half of the company had responded within a minute, rejecting his bid to take over. Now, the second in command will put a test to you to determine if you are worthy of taking up the mantle. General Tennant informed the room. Letting the second in command choose the challenge made it either very easy or impossible for the challenger, depending on the mood of the second. It was one of many reasons the position was for the most trusted friend of the commander, but more often, they would be the one leading this challenge after a commander had made a grave mistake and lost the trust of their crew, and the option would be selected by the third. Since Terminus is tasked with the negotiations between the Reavers and dozens of alien species, I will give you a challenge that is within the realm of what the Reaver Council has asked of us. You will challenge a huntress for the right to negotiate a lifelong partnership. If successful, you will have proven yourself. Nico's words were loaded in a way that nobody else in the room, except the Alliance envoys and the Huntress, realized. Lifelong partnership, in the Hunter language, meant a marriage. Anything else was an alliance, a working arrangement, or a hunting party. Nico was eagerly anticipating having the man propose marriage to some random Huntress and watching him go down in flames. It was definitely cruel and unusual punishment, but that wasn't a restriction in a Reaver trial. Unfortunately, she underestimated his lack of understanding, and he acted before anyone could explain the situation to him. The pilot walked proudly up to Huntress Khan and spoke in a clear and demanding voice. We can solve this right now, then. You have long held to a working arrangement with the Terminus Trading Company, and I see no reason that we can't move forward from this point. Huntress Khan, will you join me in a lifelong partnership to lead the Terminus Trading Company to new heights? Max laughed so hard that he fell out of his chair, and he could sense that Nico had deactivated her motor functions to avoid doing the same herself. When he recovered his senses, Max could hear someone shouting for a medic to come to the courtroom quickly and Nico laughing in a way that sent chills up the spines of every male present in the room. Huntress Khan had slapped the pilot so hard it had broken his jaw and neck. It was the first step of the Hunter's mating ritual and was more commonly on the backside when a Huntress was flirting with her chosen partner. If you couldn't even take a hit, you couldn't possibly be worthy of marriage, and he had failed miserably. Of course, if she had been interested, she wouldn't have hit him nearly that hard, but ignorance was no excuse, at least not in a court of law. The giant was laughing himself into a bout of hiccups, and it took a few minutes for him to recover before General Tennant could restart the proceedings and find out what had just happened. The Dryad and Valkia silently uploaded the video of the incident to social media under the heading of "Trolling the Ignorant," while the humans in the room were doing their best to understand what had insulted her so much that she hit him. I will take that as negotiations failed. Magnificently failed, in fact. The challenge has been determined to have failed. Leniency is granted to the defendants, and they will be turned over to the Reaver Council for a life sentence of hard labor in a location to be determined by the Council. General Tennant declared, bringing the trial to a close. Chapter 581. Reunited with Tennant. The door to the room Max was waiting in swung open on its own at the behest of General Tennant, and the guards signaled for him to enter the courtroom. Commander Karras. Max, the challenge to your position has failed, and we have found no evidence of incompetence or malicious acts toward your crew, so your trial is cancelled. Court is now dismissed, the general announced, then stood to pull Nico into a hug. How is it that you haven't gotten any larger since the last time I saw you? I know your mother is small, but your father isn't that tiny. He laughed as he picked the petite cyborg up in his arms. That's not true. I grew a whole 5 centimeters when they did the conversion. It's a bit of a long story, but they thought a partial conversion would be sufficient until they got started, so they ended up doing the job as a full custom build instead of using a pre-made generic body, and this is the minimum size for a mecha pilot that is programmed into the cybernetic facility. Nico explained. That makes sense. Your personal system functions must be intact then. You don't feel like any cyborg I've ever met. A little more, and you'll look and feel fully human again. I could have lightened my body a little more, but it would sacrifice combat ability. This was the lightest that I could get with optimization and alloys, plus a touch of biomechanical engineering obtained from our hunter allies. Overall, I'm in a pretty good spot as far as developments go, and I've gained a lot of functions that I don't think any other human cyborg has. The general placed her back on the ground and reached out to clasp hands with Max, then pulled him into a hug as well before backing away and laughing. You, on the other hand, have grown into a fine specimen of adulthood. Congratulations on all the promotions you've had while I was away. Commander of a Reaver company, Lord of a colony ship, and pilot of a Titan-class mecha is quite the resume, and you're still so young. You should stay a while and take a tour of the cruise ship that we built in the bow of Terminus. It's an incredible place and is currently full of Alliance guests who wanted to see the new terraforming device that our development staff has produced. The planet below us is nearly half reformed, so if your derelict old transport ship can wait a few weeks, you can watch the remainder of the process. Max suggested. We're not going anywhere. You will get the notification in a while, but Abraham Kepler was deemed to be non-repairable after the Battle of Cormac, and I flew it alone back to Ray 5. The only people aboard it now are Reaver colonists and scientists, preparing to make planetfall once you deem the planet ready for full-time habitation. Max frowned as he read the general's thoughts of how he came to be engaged in such an intense battle while he was supposed to be on the run, keeping the traitorous elements within the old Kepler Empire from declaring him a war criminal. Eventually, he got to the relevant moment and found that the Battle of Cormac was one where the lone god-class mecha that Kepler possessed had shown up to destroy an invading fleet. Abraham Kepler had moved to intervene, keeping them from getting a shot in on the mecha before its weapons were in range. Still, the ship was basically destroyed, and her crew was left stranded on the planet until another transport could be sent to recover them. The ship was left floating in space, with an official status of disabled and all hands lost, but the general was still aboard after he had sent everyone else to the surface, and he got the warp drives running well enough to make a roundabout route through the emptiness between systems, avoiding detection until he could meet up with the Reavers. He already knew most of the current events when he arrived. The ship's communications systems were functional, so he declared himself a Reaver captain and member of the trade group, formerly a Kepler general, and started recruiting for his ship. General Tennant smiled at Max as his expression changed, and Nico began to laugh. It's really quite fun to watch him dive down into someone's memories. The facial expressions are the best. He doesn't do it often, though, since it's more work than just listening to current thoughts, and the memories need to be in your recent memories. I'm not sure how it works, but I've found the loopholes to keep some secrets from him. Well, it's certainly easier than fully explaining everything that has happened since we parted ways. Where might we get a drink? I think we still have a lot to talk about. General Tennant suggested. Come with us. We will set you up in a suite next to a hot tub and a bar. I don't think any military ship can compare to the level of luxury we take for granted here. Did Abraham Kepler get retrofitted with a replicator, at least? Nico asked. One for the mess hall. I didn't have much to pay with, so I traded the spare parts that were left aboard for the replicator and the equipment to get the settlers into their new homes. I was an old man when we met, and retiring as governor of a new tourist planet on the far side of the galaxy doesn't sound bad. The Valkyria looked over at that, surprised by his words. You are the one that the Reavers have suggested to maintain the planet for guests. That I am. I might not look it, but I have an extensive education in management and spent over a century as a planetary governor, defending a portion of the outer borders that didn't see too much action. He replied, well, that is startling. Your visage suggested that you were a career soldier. I would have never thought you were a high noble of your species. The Valkyria said, by way of apology. Appearances can be deceiving, and many of our planetary leaders are lifelong soldiers, thanks to the violent history of our galaxy. Especially the ones closest to the human borders, where there are hostile alien species nearby. Learning to get along and not incite international incidents is a skill that the Council determined was essential to the task at hand. It's probably the only reason that my battered old ship was given such a great opportunity. Chapter 582, Plans for the Planet. All of the officers and envoys made their way to one of the more elegant lounges on the 7th floor, suitable for nobles and other dignitaries who wanted a calm and businesslike atmosphere to their day. There weren't many guests there right now, only a few Valkyria parents sipping drinks and talking about the Alliance stock markets while their kids played on the lower levels, so there was no need for the group to worry about crowding anyone out with their arrival. Many species were status-conscious like that and would silently make space for those with superior stations, even without a request. It was one of the things that the hospitality staff was working on, and he had introduced in-room views of the occupancy of various lounges so that those who were of a similar mindset could go when they wouldn't feel that they were in the way and get full enjoyment of the ship's facilities. The parents were more than a little shocked to see all the dignitaries come into the lounge at the same time. Usually, a group that esteemed would request a private room somewhere, but Max knew that most of them found it to be overly stuffy and isolating. They didn't get a lot of chances to interact with the common people as it was, and eating in a private room only eliminated one more chance for them to see how people were really doing. It was a problem that nearly every species seemed to suffer from. The leadership became the elites, which became unspoken aristocrats. They isolated themselves from the world within their peer group, passing down laws for everyone else that they had no intention of following. The Alliance was as guilty of it as the humans, but they seemed to be working on it, or at least the ones that they had sent to Terminus were working on it, and everyone happily greeted the waitress when she came to take the drink orders. Max ordered himself a pint of mead, a change from the hard liquor so that he could drink casually over dinner, and a brilliant idea hit him. In-room experiences, unlike so many other vessels, they weren't cramped for space, so even the cheapest of rooms had a fair bit of space available. They could send down a table and chairs that matched the dining experience of the establishment that the guest wanted to visit and add a hologram to simulate it in their room. The ultimate in-room service. He made a note of it in case his brilliant idea was lost later in a fog of rich foods and liquor, and joined the group in ordering dinner. It's a bit different than the old cafeteria menu, isn't it, General? He laughed as Tennant set the menu down on the table. You know, there is no need to call me General anymore. We're both commanders now, and technically you outrank me, as you command 3 active vessels. The older man pointed out. It's a bit of a tradition here. Half of the former officers still use their old ranks. Admiral Drake is still the admiral, though he serves as the ship's navigator now. Even the battalion commanders are mostly still called colonel. Max explained. Well, that's one way to sort out who is who. Most companies use job positions or equivalent badges to show who is in charge. Tennant agreed. We do the same. Valkyria dye certain feathers to show their rank and workplace position. The more of the feather that is dyed, the higher their rank. The Valkyria envoy explained, pointing to the single blue feather near the end of his wing. Most of the humans had thought it was either a personal choice, or a naturally occurring thing since Valkyria feathers were rarely in only one color, but in reality, that shade of blue was used for all government workers' uniforms within the Alliance, from toll booth workers to police, and even the suits of the paperwork clerks usually picked the same government blue. It wasn't really a regulation, just a tradition, since only the police and some other law enforcement types actually used blue uniforms. Everyone else had just chosen them on their own. Even garbage collectors usually picked blue coveralls with neon green safety vests. That thought was rather amusing to Max, since it was the standard safety vest color across hundreds of human worlds and implied that most Alliance species had similar visual processing capabilities to humanity, making it suitable for general use. The smell of steaks and lobsters brought Max back to the present and out of the minds of his table mates as a half-dozen servers brought platters of food to their table, and General Tennant sighed in happiness. Now, this is how life should be. We're still a bit short on biomass aboard Abraham Kepler, so we've been conserving with repacked rations, but one day soon, we will be able to plug in any meal that we want and eat like kings. He informed the table with a smile. The food replicator is possibly the most important turning point in most societies. It is the point where the have and have-not groups begin to disappear, since food creation uses energy by volume, not scarcity. How they handle the transition is the most telling indication of where the society is heading. The giant agreed, cutting into what looked like an entire ham. We can help build your first city as well. The terraforming device can be used for disaster remediation, so it has pre-programmed cityscapes. I have planned to add a very unique one of my own design to the planet, so if you don't object, that will be the first colony in this world. I believe that the naming rights to the planet lie with you, though. Nico informed the general. Planets have a proper designation as well as a local name. The local name is set by the first colonists to settle there. Max explained to the envoys. Oh, now that is a high honor. I like the way you think. Hunters get to name the planet if they are the first to make a worthy kill on it. I think it's nearly the same concept. The hunter envoy agreed. Well then, we have much to drink to. Waitress, could you bring us another bottle of Reaver rum? Chapter 583. More power. The message that roused Max from his hungover stupor the next morning was completely predictable. The Alliance delegation and the Dryads had decided to stay to observe their terraforming efforts. At the same time, the announcement came in that the blue-skinned species would be ready for a portal back to their home planet in an hour if Max were willing to oblige with their power supply. The fact that so many species had focused on efficiency above all else and were incapable of opening a portal with their trade and diplomatic ships, relying instead on the space stations in their home systems, was a bit ridiculous to Max. It was a matter that had bothered him for a while, and he was determined to get to the bottom of the matter today. He couldn't take it, not knowing why they didn't simply increase the power output of their ships enough to take care of all the tasks that might be required for their duties. So, he sought out the Giant and Valkyria envoys, who were the most likely to have answers for him. They were sitting around a desert-themed bar, basking under the UV lamps in the heat and enjoying breakfast much more slowly than usual as they recovered from the night's festivities. Good morning, envoys. I hope you are enjoying the amenities. We do have a trained physician on board should you require some medicines to recover. He greeted them. Hangovers are proof that you truly lived. The Giant chuckled, sipping a mojito while he waited for another plate of food to be delivered. You look like you have a question, Commander. The Valkyria stated as Max settled down into the seat across from them. I do. It has to do with the difference between the human and Alliance warp drive technologies. They are quite similar, both using dilithium and other similar crystals in a matrix to create the warp field. But where humans have no issues generating enough power to open portals, it is standard practice for the Alliance ships to need a station to open a portal. I know that you have the precision that it's not a matter of arrival clearances, and I can't seem to understand why you don't increase the output of your vessels. Even if it's a reserve capacity, there is bound to be a case that it would be an improvement. The Giant snorted. Did you ask the Innu first? Max nodded. They said that they were too broke, and their thoughts went on a tangent about repair techniques and warp theory. I couldn't make sense of it, so I decided to come to you instead. Now the Giant was actually laughing. I can see how trying to deal with Innu as a mind reader would be a nightmare. To summarize, do you know how the crystals are formed and prepared for use? Max nodded, and the Giant continued. When they are replicated, there is no way to set the matrix in the crystals. It needs to be done afterward with specialized nanotechnology. The technician needs to tune it to the ship and then fine-tune it to the warp bubble patterns and frequencies. It is a very delicate procedure, and putting strain on the system causes microfractures. So, the maximum safe output of the system is limited. We could greatly increase the size of the matrix, but that makes it even harder to create and tune and increases the rate at which it degrades and needs to be overhauled. Ships with terminuses output using Alliance warp drive technology have an overhaul schedule of a single decade. It's a massive inconvenience, and the skills to perfectly tune a warp drive are in high demand, so the downtime can be considerable. I have investigated the human warp drives and have a question for you. How do you get around the problem of microfracture events pushing the drive out of tune? The big man answered. We actually built a materials printer into the warp drive to repair the microfractures. Then, a technician with a repair-related system function aligns the matrix through the repaired section. They have only had to do it once so far, but it worked flawlessly and took under a minute. Max explained. So, you are saying that there are humans who can just fix damaged warp arrays in a minute without tools or specialized tuning bays? The Valkyria asked in shock. Well, you need a screwdriver to get the cover off unless you're wearing a tech-adept harness or you're a cyborg, but yeah, that's the basis of it. The drive doesn't put off any radiation that is harmful to humans when it is powered down, so we can open it up and have the tech put a hand on it to align the repaired sections. Certain humans, like myself or Nico, with more versatile system functions, can actually do it from outside the enclosure by sending the nanobots into our surroundings. That is 100% cheating, by the way, the Innu envoy stated, walking up behind them. I talked to the tech nomads, and they said the same thing. When they break the warp drive prototypes during testing, they have a human reset them to default values and start over again. That made Max chuckle. No wonder they loved Nico right away. The warp drive improvements were among their first projects here aboard Terminus, and he hadn't realized that they couldn't do them with such efficiency without Nico around. Their thoughts were too full of ideas for him to isolate such a small detail. You mentioned humans like yourself and your second in command. Should I understand it as there being more humans with such capabilities? The Inu envoy asked. Of course, repair-related functions are fairly common among the descendants of Kepler and the Reavers. Most won't be at anything near our level, but being able to align a warp matrix is common enough that I haven't heard of any severe shortages of technicians either for the factories or aboard our ships. Max replied. The envoys shared an overjoyed look and spoke as a group. I don't suppose that it is possible to hire these clan-bonded humans, is it? Chapter 584. Warp Technicians. Max decided to fix a few misunderstandings this morning since they were already being open to questions. Our people aren't clan-bonded. They are very loyal employees. Nothing is forcing them to stay with their company other than the fact that it is where their family is, and we are usually quite fond of our families. Max informed the envoys, then amended his statement. With the exception of term contracts for youths that have been put through advanced training. The company pays the cost of their education, and they work for a set time, usually 5 years, to pay them back with their newfound skills. Inu do the same thing. It is a good way to recruit young geniuses from less affluent families and send them to the finest educational facilities. The envoy agreed. Exactly the same concept. I am glad that we have that in common. It would be a rather large culture clash if our species had conflicting ideas on the appropriate use of advanced education. The Valkyria gave him an eager look and then took out a data tablet from a pouch between his wings. How often are such recruiting events held? I think we would like to have a suitably skilled human among our ship's crew. If they can overhaul the warp drive on our runabout, it would save us weeks waiting on repairs when we get home. You can place a job offer anytime, and then it will be up to the qualified workers to contact you with their intent to apply for employment. But if you need a drive repaired, we can do that for you as a service. Repairing vessels that come for vacations is sometimes necessary, so we do have technicians on our staff that aren't dedicated to the ship itself and are available to do repairs on other vessels today. Max offered. Really? That would be wonderful. We are getting close to full overhaul now, and if we could extend it by a few years, it would look really good on our performance logs. The Valkyria told him with a wink. How about I make up a work order, and I will send a crew over right away. It usually only takes a few hours a drive to do the repairs, so they could do your main drives as well as your runabout if you need. I have reviewed our agreement, and that should be allowed under the new terms of our arrangement. Max suggested. Excellent. Yes. We will take you up on that. Just let us know what it costs, and we will arrange payment. Max shook his head. Think of it as a gift. It will be the first time our crews are working on your particular setup since it's so different from the luxury yacht drives that we usually encounter, so it wouldn't be right to charge you while they are learning the intricacies of your design. I can assure you that their system can fully analyze your matrix and restore it to its original configuration. Though, I feel like we are being scammed, but I can't detect any hint of a lie in your words. Humans really are a curious species. The Valkyria responded with a curious look at Max. Nico, I found you a new toy. The envoy's ship needs repair and refresh on all their warp drives. Assemble a team and take them over to bring the Alliance vessel back to peak performance. The pure joy at getting the chance to lay her hands on an Alliance envoy vessel was almost enough to drown out all the other minds around her in Max's senses. Still, she started assembling her team immediately, including 2 of the tech nomads and 3 other human technicians with similar repair skill sets. It was a golden opportunity for them to gain new knowledge on a high warp vessel of the sort that they couldn't yet make themselves. You've definitely been had, but I think that we will get our full overhaul. I have been using my implanted data link to chat with some of the tech nomads stationed here aboard Terminus. They informed me that lead researcher Nico Tereth, also known as Tereth Rage, has assembled a team to head over to our vessel to begin the work, and they are requesting clearance to send the shuttle already. The Inu envoy laughed. They are using the repair job to study our ship design, aren't they? Is this the secret to human innovation? Just find new things and blend them with existing knowledge until you find a workable version that isn't patented. The giant asked. It is the second most popular version, behind creating an entirely new idea. Blended technologies never seem to work as well or have the same advancement potential as an entirely new design. Now that the deal is signed, we could purchase a vessel with a similar rate of speed and reverse engineer it, but this is more cost-effective for both of us. When was the last time one of your counterparts got a whole warp drive overhaul for free? Max asked. Humans are dangerous in more ways than combat, it seems. I must say, your straightforward mannerisms and adeptness with half-truths had me underestimating the wiliness of your species. The Valkyria replied with an impressed feeling in their thoughts. It is considered horribly rude to outright lie to someone. So Reavers have practiced telling people only the parts of the truth that they want to highlight. I think it is a common skill for businesspeople among many species. Some of the ones we have seen from the Alliance had the same quality, though not all had the same aversion to outright falsehoods. Max agreed. That's how business goes. Humans also have a great deal of pride, which can lead to making statements that you shouldn't. The ingrained bias of many Alliance members against non-members is also an issue. I hate to say it, but most of the Alliance views any species that isn't a member as some sort of primitive species, regardless of the reason for their status. It has been an ongoing issue for many millennia, and I'm not even certain that it can be reversed at this point. The giant told him, clearly annoyed by the state of things. His thoughts said that it made his job much more difficult, which was the primary reason he wished to change the status quo. Max understood that feeling. Wanting to change things that annoyed him occupied most of his free time and the majority of Nico's work life. Chapter 585. Repair job. Nico and her team of technicians took off the moment that they were given clearance to take a shuttle to the Envoy's ship to do the work on the warp drives. They would be starting with the runabouts and the other smaller vessels which used the same sort of drives so that they could prove their competence in the reliability of the human method of repairing the crystals and tuning the system before they ever laid a hand on the main ship's systems, but that was no deterrent to them. In fact, Nico might have lost a bit of respect for the Alliance's intelligence if they had let some random technician dive straight into the most sensitive system on their ship, the one that could guarantee their return home and the life support systems of their vessel. The shuttle landed in a cargo bay at the rear of the spherical ship, modeled after the world ships that the Alliance had sent to this galaxy in the past, but much smaller, being only a little larger than Terminus in diameter. All of the humans present were already using their system functions to scan the vessel, gaining new insights into manufacturing and engineering principles for such a unique vessel while they walked from the guest hangar to the docking bay for the runabout used or planetary landings. To say the runabout was high mileage was extremely generous to this ship's current state. It had suffered a power malfunction during a planetary landing, and the outer hull had taken the full brunt of the thermal and gravitational forces of an entry from orbit. It was designed to handle it, but not without damage, as the outer surfaces were designed to be ablative in the case of shield failures. Would you like us to fully overhaul the ship? We have a very nice modified outer hull design that won't take damage from planetary landings. Unfortunately, it will take significantly longer to cool down than the current outer plating of the runabout. Nico asked the team which was escorting them into the bay. It would be great to see her back in her prime, but the leadership hasn't cleared that change, and they haven't allocated resources to refresh the plating that is on the vessel due to the state of the warp drive. I believe that the humans call this state mothballed or placed out of active service. The giant explained. Oh, that makes sense. I had been under the assumption that you were still using this one and did not have a replacement on board with the same capabilities. Nico responded politely. We don't have a replacement on board, but we are not currently using it either. That has somewhat limited our capabilities, but we have both larger and smaller vessels on board for secondary duties, and they have been enough to serve the purposes of the damaged runabout while we waited for the overhaul interval. I'm sure you understand it is more cost-effective to do them all at once than to take multiple downtimes. Of course, downtime costs everyone on the ship, and this is a rather large ship, even compared to the colony ship that we call home. Nico agreed while she brought out her scanners to see what she could do about the engines. The rest of the team checked the entire hull for hidden damages that might lead to failures or additional issues if the drive was returned online. They didn't find anything of note, the damage was all cosmetic, but they did gather a lot of information about the disc-shaped design that they would have to input into their simulators later to see how it interacted with warp fields and why it was chosen as an optimal design for planetary landings. Alright, it looks like the engines won't be too large of an issue to bring back online. I will remove the crystals, replicate a replacement and tune them to the ship in the same pattern as the originals. I can custom tune them if you like, but I am not sure what your official policy is on outside modifications. Nico informed the staff members who had gathered around to see the humans in action. You can really do it right here, without taking it away or any special repair bays. The giant who led their escort asked. I can even use your onboard replicators if you prefer. It will just take a little more time to tune them because we have specialized ours for creating new drive crystals for the ships we have custom made for private customers. Then we will let you get to work. Forgive us if we supervise everything. It is a standard security policy for outside contractors, even ones from the Alliance, since this ship is currently carrying envoys. The risk of a politically motivated attack is never zero. The escort reminded them. That might be the most intelligent thing she had heard anyone say today. A lot of the Alliance members seemed to have their heads in the sand and be oblivious to obvious issues, but the security guard was well aware that all was not sunshine and rainbows in the universe. Alright, team, let's get those crystals out and get them repaired. Make sure you don't miss any fragments. My scans say that the crystals have completely shattered in there, and any remnants left in the housing could cause a chain failure later. Nico instructed her team, who all activated the additional arms of the tech adept harnesses. It was a bit of a flex on the Alliance technicians, who didn't have anything quite as cool for their toolboxes, which were mostly simple chests with drawers and gravity plating to maneuver them where they were needed for the job. Sometimes it was the little things that brought the most joy, though. The crystals of the runabout were indeed fragmented and looked more like someone had set off a grenade inside the containment housing than a standard overload event. There were even fragments embedded in the walls that had to be pulled out before they could continue. Change of plans, pull the entire containment housing. We will have to replace the security paneling since fragments are embedded in the walls, and they need to be precision machined for proper field generation. Make sure you lay everything out in the standard pattern. I don't want any overlap or walking over each other when it comes time to put this thing back together. Nico ordered the technicians, and the relatively long process of fully tearing down the chamber began. Chapter 586. Timely breakthrough. While the bay was being torn down, everyone aboard Terminus was in full work mode, including the design team members that hadn't been chosen for the repair mission. Other than herself, Nico had deliberately not chosen anyone who was a lead member on an active project so that the rest of their work could proceed on schedule, including their usual live stream, which was set to show the interior upgrades to the Tech Nomad's yacht today. They had spent all this time working on the perfect new interior layout and fully gutting the hull to prepare for the overhaul, and today was the day it was set to start coming back together. The plans for their ship had taken dozens of unexpected turns since they first arrived, with the hopes of earning enough money to make it somewhat livable again with a reliable warp drive. Now, they could use ship resources to turn it into anything they wanted and take the cost of the materials they used out of the revenues from the live streams they did in the process. They had even found what they hoped would be a working version of the new cloaking device currently in the patent registration process under Terminus Trading Company's name. It wasn't perfect or quite up to military grade as Max had asked them for. Still, this edition had the core functionality that they were basing the rest of their designs off of. Registering the patent now would prohibit any copycats from cutting ahead of them with a derivative. The fact that they hadn't made it public yet should help, since there weren't really any other Alliance scientists in the galaxy other than the ship's guests, but you could never be too careful when it came to the development of security features. The cloaking device patents were marked as not for public viewing, which cost extra but was standard for things which might have military implications. It would alert the Alliance army when the patent was registered, but conveniently, there was a whole ship full of Alliance envoys right here who could be sent over to see what they were doing and register any complaints that they might have about the design's similarities to other hidden patents. Not that they would likely do that, as it meant showing the Innu and the humans aboard Terminus the actual design schematics for their military cloaking devices to determine the patent violation. However, there was still a chance that they might get lucky. The live stream started, and the virtual simulation of the new interior was displayed to their millions of viewers, starting a running commentary on their personal tastes as they related to how each of the tech nomads had designed their new room. That quickly turned to questions about why they were renovating a relic instead of building a whole new ship, as the viewers knew that Terminus was capable of. The first few yachts they had put out had already been spotted at multiple social events and had become something like high fashion for the true elites, the most exclusive luxury yacht brand in the Alliance. They had a good point, and the tech nomads had been overlooking the possibility in the excitement of getting their old home renovated. If they made themselves a whole new custom ship, they could raffle off the renovated one once they were finished. Fans of the tech nomad feeds would buy nearly anything relating to them, so raffling off their old ship would be an easy win for the group. Trying to avoid the sketchy sorts of bidders who would want questionable modifications or personal garments left behind could be a bit more difficult though. The hazards of becoming famous. They were just about to finalize the design and have the modified terraforming array in the bay build their new interior when an interesting bit of data came through from the repair team working on the runabout. While inspecting the hull for damage, they inadvertently found the missing aspect of the cloaking device that was preventing their new design from being fully effective. The field modulation interacted with certain alloys used in human ships in Mecha, which was the cause of the limited effectiveness they had managed so far. According to Nico's system analysis, it could be overcome, but it would require a rather extensive testing round to find the right way to make the changes and hide the objects from optical scans. That was incredible news, and it would keep them busy for weeks, or even months, so everyone exited the vessel. Then they set the camera drones to hover in the set safe spots and began the work. The faster they could get through their live stream, the faster they could return to the work they wanted to do. Raffle. A raffle is a great idea. How about we start by having them vote for items to be added to the rooms? The lead team member for the ship overhaul recommended to the others. I will start, she added, then turned to the cameras. In honor of a new development that we have made here aboard Terminus, on a project we are working on in secret until it is complete enough to show to the public, we will be adding one item to each room of the ship, as voted by you. Recommendations start now, until the end of the live stream, and you will have until the day after tomorrow to vote on the leading suggestions. She announced to the viewers and watched as the comments section went insane. That was her favorite part about having so many active viewers, as opposed to their small following before coming to Terminus. Everyone was so lively, and they had some great ideas. Most of the suggestions were from viewers wishing to have something they liked added to their favorite nomad's room, but some were great ideas as well. Of course, not all of the ideas were great. Individual replicators at every seat of the table would be a logistical and power supply nightmare, and the existing replicator was built overhead. It could put the dishes directly on the table already. The single best idea of the day came from a myceloid student in the Capital Academy. An unlikely fan of an Inu tech stream, but her suggestion that the upper lounge deck be modified to include a human-style DJ booth gathered millions of votes in the first few minutes. Chapter 587, Impatience. Hey Nico, how's it going over there? Max asked later that evening when he noticed the shuttle hadn't yet returned to Terminus. All is well. We are waiting on approval from the Alliance government for some essential work that needs to be done, but all of the basic tasks are already completed, and the crystal matrix in all their warp drives has been refreshed. Max could sense the excitement in her text commentary, so he assumed she had learned what she had gone there for while they did the repairs and left her to her work. What he didn't realize is just how much she had learned from her in-depth analysis of the Alliance vessels while they prepared them for a warp drive overhaul. The initial discovery that certain alloys appeared to interfere with the functionality of the cloaking device was only the beginning. They also found data on the resonance of warp fields that could be used with specific hull shapes to exponentially reduce the energy needed to stabilize them at higher values. It wasn't just a matter of finding a design that worked and scaling it to your purpose. The effect was also sensitive to total mass and specific warp factors. If her estimation was right, very fast vessels like the Warp 40+ government vessel that had scrubbed itself from their logs could not actually maintain any value up to Warp 40. Instead, they could go from roughly Warp 1 through 10 or 15 and then one very specific speed far beyond that, where their hull resonance matched the activation of the warp field. It was an absolutely fascinating discovery, though not one that they would be making practical use of any time in the near future. There simply wasn't a need for it since the Reavers were focusing on equipping all of the company flagships with portal devices if they were large enough vessels to make it feasible. For old designs, that meant mostly the colony ships and destroyers. For the new cruisers, with the most recent technology, it wasn't an issue for them to sustain a portal within this galaxy to move themselves through or a smaller one to move shuttles to nearby Alliance depots. The word spread quickly about the trade deal, and some of the companies were already looking to buy specific items from the Alliance warehouses. Mostly items for terrestrial use on their home planets, things like advanced farm equipment and weather control drones that weren't in the human repertoire of cool toys. It simply wasn't possible for humans to make a replica of every device that the Alliance had to make their lives easier in such a short time. Now that they had the access, Max suspected that the will to do so would be considerably dampened. Why would they dedicate years of research to develop a knockoff of something they could simply buy elsewhere for a reasonable cost? The great limiting factor at this point was the lack of alliance credits that the majority of the companies were suffering from. That was where Nico and the tech nomads came in. They had amassed an enormous amount of wealth already and had spent next to nothing, so they had expanded their loan program for colonists to include the Reaver companies. They could convert material goods in this galaxy to alliance credits for a flat lending fee. The Reavers already had a solid buy and sell marketplace, so getting rid of the goods without ever having to see them wasn't an issue. Their trade AI simply found a buyer for the goods and took the Reaver credits in exchange. It kept the flow of goods moving through Reaver trade routes and brought new technology to far-flung and technologically limited worlds as the Reavers traded their old generation devices for new purchases. It all seemed very altruistic, bringing up the quality of life for more primitive planets within the trade group. Still, with their lending plan taking a tidy 20% off the top, it was quickly turning Terminus Trading Company into one of the largest banks the species had ever known. The economy of scale, as Max's grade school economics teacher would have called it. There were many million times more Alliance members to buy things from and sell things to than there were humans, so the goods they sold made such immense amounts of money compared to what the humans needed that they simply couldn't run out with their current business model. Max was even considering importing a number of Alliance luxuries to give to General Tennant to help him get the planet up and running the moment that they landed with the colonists. They were bringing over asteroids to stock the world up with everything that it could need, and Terminus would send down state-of-the-art everything for the first city on the planet, but a few cool toys from back home would make the Alliance guests feel more at home and less awkward during their stays on what was intended to be a world for historical research and preservation. When Nico finally did return with her team, they weren't alone. They had no fewer than 4 technicians from the Alliance vessel with them come to talk shop with the crew aboard Terminus until their envoys were ready to depart. Revolutionary thought, is how they described the human method of repairing damaged warp crystals. It was a technique that they hadn't mastered and weren't even sure they had the technology aboard their ship to attempt, but the small team had refurbished the crystal matrix chambers on every single one of their warp drives in a single day and brought them all back to within factory tolerances for tuning. They shouldn't have worried about time to study with the human technicians, though. The envoys clearly had no intentions of leaving in a hurry, and only a select few knew that the newest patents filed by the Terminus Trading Company were going to keep the envoys and their legal team around for more than a few days. Chapter 588, Making Friends. The technicians from the envoy's ship were having a grand time on their first visit to Terminus. Such a good time, in fact, that they were still in the research and development lab, admiring all of the things that Nico and her team had been working on when the envoys called them in the morning to give a detailed update on the status of the warp drives. To say that the envoys were a bit surprised to see that the message connected directly with the internal communication servers of Terminus and not back to their own ship was an understatement. They had expected the work would take a week or more, so the technicians should be busy at work, not hanging out on an alien cruise ship. I can confirm, envoy. All ship systems check out. The repairs have passed the internal scans, system diagnostics, and internal tuning checks. All that is left is to power it up and take a test flight at various warp speeds to confirm the computer's analysis. The technician confirmed when the Inu envoy checked in with them. Where are you now? I will come to your room and check the data myself. The envoy responded and got back a few moments of silence before the technicians had anything to say. We are in a secure area of Terminus, but we can get an escort to you, and I will show you the data in person. The technician offered. Why are you in an area that I cannot access? The Inu questioned, eager to know what they had been up to. You see, we got to talking shop, and one thing led to another, so most of the night shift is here in the research labs with the human design team and some of the tech nomads, going over the latest revision to their augmentic environmental suits. These things are brilliant. They're more intuitive than a drone or augmentic arm and fully environment stable for outside work. You should have seen the ones that they made for the Canis crewmen, who have large pointed ears atop their heads. The helmets are so cute. Find a way to get me access. I must see what you are talking about. I have seen humans in all sorts of clothing around the ship, but never an augmentic armor. The envoy demanded, jealous at being out of the loop about a cool new technology. The response was exactly what everyone had been expecting. They had already informed an escort team to be on standby to bring the envoy to the labs when they asked, so the Alliance technicians responded immediately. They have a team on the way to your position now. It's a bit of a walk, but they might have a cart for you. You will get a laugh out of those too. They're so basic. I mean, they don't even have an onboard computer, just a bio battery and a motor with manual controls. It's insane. Max was listening in on the two as they conversed and laughed a bit at the description of their repurposed golf carts. They were simple but easily rechargeable and rarely had a service failure. Plus, they were so light now that they had switched to the biomatter energy storage units that most of the crew could lift an end to put them on stands should they get a flat tire or suffer a breakdown. Even then, most of the failures were likely to be an electrical connection since there were only a few moving parts, and almost everyone aboard had learned enough in their basic training to be able to diagnose that, at least. The technicians still did weekly service on them, though, checking everything and adding a bit of grease to the wheel bearings if necessary. Terminus was a big ship, so some of the more popular routes saw a lot of kilometers put on the carts since the crew used them as public transit. The cart in question arrived at the envoy's location only a few minutes later with 2 uniformed Terminus guards on board as his escort. It was one of the 6-passenger models, with 3 rows of seating, suitable for the envoy to bring both of his own guards along on the journey through the ship. I do hope you can forgive us for keeping so much of the ship off limits, but in a way, Terminus is still a military ship, and letting anyone who isn't a staff member into areas where live weapons are present would constitute a severe security breach. The guard informed the Inu envoy before holding out a hand to assist her into the cart. Her 2 large male security officers loaded themselves into the back seat, marveling that they could fit. Most vehicles were designed for a certain standard, and the majority of the crew aboard Terminus were not large men. The carts were originally designed for a sporting event, so stability and extra space to carry equipment was a major consideration. The hallways of Terminus were made for much larger bodies as well, so keeping the wide and stable form of the carts made sense, and it doesn't interfere with two-way traffic. The driver explained as he made the slow drive back to the entrance of the secure areas of the ship. And after all this time, you never thought they might need an upgrade. Not even an autopilot or an efficiency tracker to ensure that the crew wasn't misusing them. The envoy asked. The entire fleet of carts is such a minor power draw that it hasn't been a consideration. They're not high-speed vehicles, so they don't need high-output motors, and many of them have been converted to flat decks with scissor lifts to deliver parts and hold items while technicians work. Being on a solid surface is vastly preferable to hovering with gravity control, at least to most of the technicians it is, so they like them for all sorts of maintenance issues. They passed one such modified cart on their way to the development bay, with 6 technicians sitting on the deck, letting their legs hang off the sides, making the envoy's eye twitch with the need to reprimand them for violating safety procedures. Dangling feet near wheels was definitely a violation. Are they not concerned about injury? The Inu asked as the cart full of technicians passed. Honestly, most of them can run faster than the cart is moving. It just saves them the energy of making their way to the next task. They can likely catch up and hop back on even if they fall. The driver replied with a shrug. That was a revelation to the envoy. He had forgotten that these humans' abilities did not necessarily match their appearance, even if they weren't cyborgs. Chapter 589. Even armor is fashioned. The cart carrying the envoy and her entourage pulled up in front of the research labs, where they were met by 10 armored guards, all in the newest models of the augmentic armor. Oh, this is wonderful. They even brought the new models out on display for us. Look at that. I think it's modeled on the biomechanical armors of the hunters, isn't it? Yes, and that is flat space technology as well. How incredible. Both have been fully adapted by humans, using completely different technology, but the same basic idea as the original. She declared, hopping off the cart to inspect the armor. Envoy, that isn't a fashion display. Those are the guards on duty to ensure that nobody attempts to break into the research labs. The driver of the cart explained, making her bodyguards chuckle. Oh, that one is on me. I thought they sent someone out to meet us. She replied, but the driver could tell she was clearly pouting at being interrupted. You can keep inspecting them if you like, but they are a generation older than what is being worked on in the lab, and I am quite sure that you will be even more intrigued by the newest developments. The guard standing at the keypad for the door offered. See, now even the guards are going to be mistaken as flirting with the envoys. The driver whispered to the bodyguards as the envoy took out a pair of diagnostic tools to begin inspecting the soldiers on duty. I think it's a culture clash. What you see is common courtesy, the Inu see is the equivalent of a fancy date. I am afraid to see what happens if one of your people actually does start flirting with an Inu. The bodyguard agreed. It could be entertaining, and I think the kids would be cute, but would they have the tentacles, or would they have human hair? The driver asked. I am not certain that genetics works like that. The possibility of a species being able to interbreed and produce viable offspring with species from another galaxy is infinitely low, even if they look very similar. The guard corrected him. That's a shame. A lot of fine human fantasy literature involves romantic relations with alien species, and it is a bit of a disappointment to find out that they're not at all realistic. Both of the guards, as well as the envoy, gave him a strange look at those words. Is it common for humans to be interested in other species that way? The envoy asked. Not even cyborgs are safe from the amorous intentions of humans. Don't ask me why, it's just how humans work, and there is no particular basis for which species we will find attractive until we actually meet them. The driver agreed. The Inu seemed confounded by this thought, completely unable to fathom the concept. Talk to the tech nomads. They can explain it. I heard that they thought some of our soldiers would be hot if they just had tentacles. The guard suggested. Humans are a strange lot. No wonder everyone finds you so interesting. But I should get inside and go see what they are up to before they finish and leave me standing out here. The envoy made her way inside and nearly forgot about the strange conversation that they were having outside when she saw the newest developments for the augmentic armor. The Inu head tentacles were not just ornamental. They were also sensory organs used to help with balance, as well as the direction of their ability to interface with electronics. So, with that in mind, Nico and the design team made an upgraded version for spacewalks and exterior ship repairs that allowed them to move freely while being safely encased in both atmosphere and temperature-controlled surroundings. When it was disengaged, it looked like a bag with a mask, but as the technician in front of her put the device on, it pulled in and molded around her tentacles, allowing them free individual movement with an easy-to-wear design that didn't need to be manually slid over every tentacle, or so large as to be unwieldy in order to give them room to move. In fact, it looked a lot like their natural features but in a plain gray, the same as all the other cloth bits on the augmentic armor. In case you were wondering, that is also an augmentic mesh. With the helmet on, she should be able to lift up to 10 kilograms with each tentacle. We are about to test that now. Nico greeted the envoy, who was staring around the room in awe. Might I inquire as to how tentacle strength augmentation even became a priority for your design team? The envoy asked politely. Oh, that is actually very simple and obvious. We were doing some testing in enhanced gravity to determine the limits of the suits and noticed that we were completely incapable of effectively maneuvering our tentacles. So, we got to work on designing a helmet specifically for Inu, which should allow us to work in up to 20 times standard gravity without losing any of the precision of our technology interface abilities. Well, in theory, anyhow. There have been a few setbacks in the development of the form-fitting device, and it has a habit of bundling nearby tentacles into one sleeve. That is an incredible design. The force field that most technicians use tends to cause agoraphobia in many Inu since there is nothing solid around their heads, and they are in space. I think that this unit, which doesn't rely on a constant power supply to remain intact, would be very well received among a segment of the population. The envoy agreed. Plus, we can put cute masks on the helmet. Look at this one. It's a cartoon cat from a human children's show. The tech nomad cheered, showing off the oversized cat-faced helmet with tentacles in addition to cat ears. Now, that was worth the effort of coming all the way down here, but I suspect that none of the things that you have shown me so far are the important parts of your current research. They laughed. Well, I wouldn't say they're unimportant. But no, they're not our main projects. Prepare to be amazed at the newest and greatest Terminus Trading Company invention. The Investigation Shuttle Beta, Design 3.5, Chapter 590. That's concerning. The what now? The envoy asked. We managed to perfect a basic cloaking device, using all human technology, and we fit it onto a new class of shuttle. You should see this thing. It's so human it's ridiculous. The tech nomads informed her. I understand all those words, and I'm still afraid to find out what they mean in this particular context. The envoy sighed, looking around the room to find the shuttle. It's in the next bay. This one doesn't have an exterior door for security reasons. Follow us, and we will have lead researcher Nico get it ready for you. It's so cool that even you Alliance government sorts might want one. The technician giggled. They walked into the next bay and found a large, teardrop-shaped shuttle floating in the middle of the room, suspended by a gravity field while Nico put the finishing touches on it. You are just in time, Envoy. Meet our newest experimental shuttle. Well, we haven't actually named it yet, and Beta Prototype 3.5 doesn't have a great ring to it, but we will come up with a name for this series of shuttles soon enough. Please, step inside, and you can see the wonder of our newest personnel transport. Nico informed her. There was no obvious way to get into the 30-meter-long teardrop, but when Nico waved her hand, the exterior reshaped itself in a long, narrow ramp extended for them to enter. Is that a polymorphic shell? The Envoy asked, marveling at how the ship reshaped itself to allow them to enter. Very good. Yes, it is. We thought that this might be the most unique way to optimize hull shape for various warp field frequencies and speeds, as well as eliminate the interference from our more traditional hulls with our limited stealth technology. We haven't run a live test on it yet, but in the simulator, it is the single most capable vessel in the human fleet to this point. Nico explained, then led the Envoy to a luxurious leather recliner, one of a dozen lined up near the wide end of the ship, with the rear seemingly reserved for cargo space. Where did you even mount the warp drive? The interior seems to be the same size as the exterior, and the rear is much narrower than what would be necessary to fit any sort of warp nacelle. The Envoy asked. The nacelles are built into the hull and disguised so that they can't be easily targeted. But the drive is under your feet right now. We rearranged it into a low-profile design so that we could maximize interior volume. We can rearrange the vessel into an oval or a disc as well, but according to our data, the water drop shape should be most efficient for both stealth and high warp factor travel, so that is how it is configured by default. How far is it from complete? The Envoy asked hopefully. We can test everything today, but we won't know the answer to how far it is from production until we get the results. Both bodyguards gave the Envoy a dubious look, knowing full well how excited she got about new technologies, especially things like this which would shake up the order of things within the Alliance. Humans had no sense of exclusivity, as far as she could tell. They just sold their stuff to anybody that they got along with as soon as it got one generation behind what their own forces were using. It was a growing nightmare for the Alliance government, as it violated the unspoken agreements about what was and was not to be made available to civilians. That was the next task she had been allotted, along with the legal team starting their investigation into various human technologies, to make sure they weren't violating any of the hidden patents. The hope was that their designs were completely unique so that the Alliance wouldn't have to show the secret designs to the Reavers to prove that there was a violation, but headquarters had never been here to meet the humans, see what they could do, or understand just how insane their development methods were. Should we take a flight? I can power us up now, and we have enough suits to ensure everyone is safe in the event of a breach in the morphable hull. Even you two, big guys. We have suits sized for our Hunter and Canis guests as well as giants, so there is no problem getting you two into an augmentic armor. Nico suggested. I wouldn't say no to personally testing out that new helmet. It looks incredible. The Envoy agreed without hesitation while her bodyguard sighed and prepared to go on an experimental space flight. That was definitely not on their pre-cleared safety protocol lists, but the Envoy had the final say in all matters of interspecies negotiations and investigations, so if she wanted to research the ship firsthand, they didn't have the authority to override her. Plus, they were a little intrigued by what that strange-shaped vessel could do. If you just step into this tube here, we will get you properly measured for a custom-fit suit, and then we can be on our way. The technicians informed their guests, leading them to the containment tubes for the materials printers. If you want the best fit, you will need to wear form-fitting outfits or strip to your undergarments. The tubes are opaque. If you wish to change, nobody can see inside. She reminded them once all three were in place. If we are going to do this, we might as well do this right. Give me a few minutes to get ready. The Envoy decided, then began changing her clothes in preparation for the armor fitting. The bodyguards were more reluctant, but they could always put their storage devices and body armor on over the suit since they were designed with enough adjustability to fit almost anyone. A small perk of state-of-the-art Alliance clothing. Gravity control lifted them all off the ground once they indicated that they were ready and fitted them with an augmentic suit in the navy blue and gold of an Alliance Envoy, complete with some added bling that they hadn't expected, in the form of engraved nameplates, and decorated hard armor that wasn't part of the standard models that the technicians were wearing. It's the officer's edition. I thought you might appreciate it. The smartwatch has a flat space storage, so you can put your own clothing in there for the trip. Take all the time you need to get used to the human version of a heads-up display. You're Inu, so you can control it with your mind, or if you prefer, you can use voice controls or even activate the three-dimensional menu in your helmet that you can interact with using your hands. I will warn you, though, the last option makes you look like a drunken weirdo since nobody else can see the menus that you are interacting with. The three guests took a few minutes to get everything just the way they wanted, including the helmet adjustment, which took a few tries to get just right. As the technician had warned them, it liked to try to bundle nearby tentacles together, and that just felt weird. But once they had learned the trick of how to hold their head and spread them apart, it became much easier to get the helmet perfectly fitted. Alright, we are ready to fly. Let's see what this teardrop shuttle can do. Chapter 591. Test Flight. Max shook his head in disbelief at the message he had received, requesting clearance to take the Inu envoy out on a test flight in their newest stealth shuttle. The patents hadn't been finalized for that one yet, so they were supposed to be keeping it under wraps and out of the notice of potential corporate spies. Not that the envoy was a suspect, but not everyone on the Alliance ship would be as trustworthy. Max spent a second focusing on their thoughts to see what they were up to and found them already inside the shuttle and ready to depart, so he gave the clearance along with a reminder that they needed to come to his office for a long talk about project security once they returned. As soon as he gave them all clear to depart, Nico sent him the patent paperwork, verified and authorized by the envoy herself, using her authority as a government official. There was also a note that the current stealth technology didn't appear to violate any hidden patents but that the legal teams were going to be closely examining it now that the human version's patent was approved. Max determined that they were going to have to find something to stab soon. Nico was clearly getting bored and looking for entertainment. And aboard Nico was a headache no man could truly handle. I suggest you all let me do the talking when we get back. We've got clearance, but the commander is not happy with us for showing off the new technology early. Nico reminded the crew before maneuvering to the barrier at the bay door and gliding out with minimal power output. The hangar was on the far side of Terminus from the Alliance vessel, so she brought up the cloaking field right away and tried to sneak out of the system without being noticed. They would have to check sensor logs when they returned to see if it was a failure or if it worked, but the field was active, and the engine's power output was a fraction of what a standard shuttle emitted. Tell me, what made you want to put all of this technology into such a small vessel? Is it for the evacuation of dignitaries? The envoy asked while Nico prepared to activate the warp drive. Mostly, it was efficient prototype sizing. This is the minimum viable size for the design, according to our calculations. If it didn't work as intended, we wouldn't have wasted as many resources as if we had built the initial prototype at cutter or cruiser size. We can always upscale if there is enough demand for this niche design. So far, it has performed flawlessly for us, and our transit speed power consumption is less than 5% of that of the previous generation of shuttles in use aboard Terminus. If we're all ready, I will engage the warp drive, and we can begin the data collection. Those were the magical words, and every Inu was immediately in research mode. The hull of the ship gave off a musical humming as the warp drive came to life, and the Inu all cheered. The envoy filled Nico in on the reason for their merriment while the others celebrated. It's a good sign. If the ship is perfectly in tune with the drive, it will sing to you. The Phi ships sing the most beautiful songs, but their bodies are very sensitive, and they can't handle the energy fluctuations of any other species ships. They don't even use warp drives on their own vessels for safety reasons. Maybe humans will be the first to make one that they can actually travel on without using portals to go everywhere. That is a stable warp 15. We are officially aboard the fastest human vessel in existence. The lead technician informed them while Nico tweaked the warp field to change the song it played. Energy consumption is down another 4%. We are at 80% of Alliance standards. Drive output holding steady at 30% of total capacity. The three guests stared at the technicians in shock. 20% more efficient than standard was a huge benefit, but warp 15 at 30% output was pure overkill on the engineering front. Only a human would integrate a shuttle with a warp drive so far beyond requirements, and the envoy was rather curious as to what they planned to use the extra capacity for. Her curious look was enough to tell everyone what was on her mind, even if you ignored the way that she bounced on the balls of her feet when she was excited, so Nico chose to elaborate before the envoy got herself too worked up. We use shuttles for almost everything that doesn't need a mecha. The excess warp capacity can be used to move asteroids, maneuver disabled vessels, or even form a defensive shield. When they link shields, human shuttles make a very durable barricade. That made sense, but the envoy was well aware of the species' violent tendencies. And what level of offensive capacity does it have? I know there is a weapon mounted somewhere in this ship. Nico activated the disruptor so that the Inu could examine its design. It was a simple setup, a single adjustable beam with half the output of an orbital lance. Why don't we find something to test this on? We're currently traveling through the Clem expansion zone. There should be a stream of pods around here somewhere. A technician suggested. Excellent idea. We can test the ship systems and keep planets in the region safe at the same time. Nico agreed. I've found one, headed for an uninhabited planet with no life signs. Even if it landed, this wave would be wasted. They will never miss it. Nico altered course to make a strafing run past the pods, with the disruptor set to maximum dispersion. It should eliminate the whole wave at once unless some of the larger pods survived the first attack. Nico turned to the envoy with a smile. Don't worry, they're a non-sentient invasive pest species that kill entire planets after they land on them. Keeping their numbers under control is a public service in this galaxy. Once we clean them up, we will investigate their target and see what might have drawn them there, unless it was a random attack based only on the presence of a planet in the habitable zone around that star. Chapter 592, Skeet shooting the head of the development team turned to Nico with a huge smile on her face. Stealth technology operating at 100%. Weapons are online. We are good to go, leader. Nico set the course and began the strafing run past the pods. Approaching from the rear would make it easier to match their speed after they dropped out of warp, and a distance of 50 kilometers should be enough to get the maximum dispersion pattern of the disruptor to hit them all. The drives hummed a happy tune through the hull as they were auto-adjusted to slower than light speed travel, accompanied by a low whistle of the capacitors charging for the disruptor. I like it. No matter what we're doing, it sings to us. I am not sure how that will go over with the rest of the Reavers. Some humans are quite sensitive to certain frequencies, and the humming might give them headaches. I might need to introduce some sound dampening to silence the interior of the ship. Nico muttered, half to herself, as the shuttle moved into position. Noise cancelling at this level shouldn't be an issue. It's only 15 decibels, barely more than a whisper to most species, so even the low-tech noise cancelling from cheap headphones would do the job. The envoy chuckled. Good point. I have my audio sensitivity cranked right now, so I can hear if there are any issues with the ship, so it seemed much louder to me. Nico agreed. Ready to fire in 10 seconds. The lead researcher informed the crew, bringing everyone's attention back to their course. As the disruptor began its attack, warning lights began to flash all over the monitoring devices of the developers. It looks like the stealth technology can't handle the disruptor fire. The interference is too much, and it has been deactivated while we are firing. Nico explained to the others with a sigh. That's not unexpected. Even our stealth technology can't be active during a high-energy burst. What sort of modulation did you try to get around the issue? The envoy asked. Our plan was to exclude the nose of the ship from the cloaking field so that the disruptor could fire past it, leaving only a small portion of the ship visible, but the residual radiation in the area of the projector was too much, and it collapsed the field entirely. If we move the barrier further back, we might get away with keeping the cloaking field up, but the disruptor energy disperses all over the hull, so it might not be possible at all with this particular weapon. The envoy nodded, then tapped some more data into her tablet before taking the time to watch the disruptor eliminate the Clem pods on the screen. Though we aren't hidden during the attack, I must say, it is surprisingly effective. With such wide dispersion, I had expected that the lethality of the weapon would drop exponentially, but it seems that it is still quite effective, even at this distance. We have had a lot of practice fine-tuning the projectors to make the disruptors behave exactly as we want them to. They were originally only lethal to roughly 100 meters and had a very limited application, but now that we have gotten through a few generations of improvements, they are one of the most versatile weapons in our arsenal. Not necessarily the most lethal, but being able to use them in almost any situation, with very few known targets who can resist them, has made them the go-to weapon for new ships. Nico agreed. While they finished off the Clem pods, Max was back in his office, with the ship's sensors at maximum sensitivity, searching for the shuttle so that he could provide data on the effectiveness of the cloaking field. When it was very close to the ship, Max had no problems finding it with the sensors. It showed as a spatial anomaly, and from there, he could extrapolate what it was. Once it got to 10,000 kilometers away, he couldn't find any trace of it anymore until it went to warp. The activation of the field was enough to give it away again for over half a second, and he could even calculate their likely trajectory from the data. They would have to work on that, as it was a rather obvious vulnerability. Then it appeared again, a few star systems away, and destroyed a wave of Clem pods for a weapons test before disappearing. At that distance, the sensor aboard Terminus didn't detect it going to warp, but logically they should be returning to the ship. He had to say, it was a rather impressive showing, at least to their technology. The next person to ask was Huntress Khan, whose ship should be able to detect much more than Terminus could since they had optimized it for hunting, and that would include tracking targets that tried to hide and flee. Huntress Khan, what did you think of our first trial of human cloaking technology? He sent to her ship without any explanation. It's not bad. I don't think that the Alliance ship even saw them leave until they went to warp. But there is a flaw in thermal imaging. When it is in front of another object, from the point of view of our sensors, it shows as void cold, which makes a visible blip in the heat signature. It's minuscule, and I wouldn't call it a full-out failure since it's better than most cloaking fields that we have come across, but it still needs some improvements. I will send your research team the data from our sensor logs, and then they can modify the field the best that they can. If my calculations are right, they should be back here in 20 seconds. Ah, yes, there they are. They just entered the system. Look for the cold spot in front of the outlying asteroid belt. Max searched but didn't find anything at all. In fact, he didn't pick them up until the same spot as he lost them the first time, 10,000 kilometers from the hull of Terminus. Thanks, Huntress. It seems our sensors are a bit lacking, but I will have them get right on the improvements. I look forward to it. Hide and seek is only fun if everyone knows how to hide. Chapter 593. Minor oversight as the envoy had neglected to inform her co-workers that she was taking a trip on the experimental shuttle. Her return and request for docking clearance caused more than a little chaos among the Alliance negotiation team. There were rules and protocols, safety measures, and security checks to be done before an envoy boarded any vessel, much less an experimental one that had almost completely escaped their sensors. It had done such a good job that their first thought was that it was one of the hunter's vessels. The unique warp signature informed them otherwise, but they didn't know until it returned that an envoy was on board. Max had the dubious honor of hearing about the protocols in great detail from the Alliance security team, who were less than impressed with everyone involved. I think this is a cultural miscommunication. Among the Reavers, an envoy is usually a company commander or their second-in-command, and they have the authority to decide almost everything on their own. If they want to take a research trip or spend time bonding with their allies, there is no reason they would need to ask permission. He tried to explain to the giants crowding his office. You would let your leaders depart without oversight? One of the lawyers asked. My second-in-command is on that shuttle with the envoy. Not only would I let it happen, I already did. That seemed to calm them down, and only the Illithid knew just how annoyed Max was with this new headache. We will leave you with a copy of the resolutions on interspecies envoy interactions to read at your leisure. I would recommend using a learning device, though, as they are upward of 30,000 pages. The lawyer finally agreed, withdrawing his complaints. The wuxia envoy looked at Max for a moment, then at the Illithid, who was trying not to laugh. I would like to note for the record that the chances of humans actually learning the regulations and complying with them are roughly zero. I suggest that a notation is made in the species logs informing future envoys to self-govern if they are not going to abide by human customs during their interactions with the Reavers. Now the Illithid was clearly laughing and poking Max in the side. If they had just started with that, we could have saved a whole 15-minute lecture on rules and regulations. The wuxia gave him a curious look, then asked the question that all of the Alliance members were wondering. Has interacting with the humans perhaps altered your ethical indoctrination? The Illithid shook his head. No, it's all still there, but while I am in the employ of the Terminus Trading Company, it is only right that I abide by their rules and culture. I must say, it is really quite refreshing, and my kinsmen felt the same as when they came to visit. So, an Illithid has modified their behavior to fit in with a human crew. That itself is a remarkable feat of political maneuvering. I have never known an Illithid to be concerned about what others thought of them before. The wuxia envoy reminded him. It's not that I am concerned that they might be offended or otherwise disconcerted by my standard behavior. They were quite accepting of the entire group that I arrived with. It is just that the human behavior model is quite compatible with Illithid logic. They are spurious but not insensible. They take action the moment that they determine the most desirable course of action, the same as the Illithid, but without our immense amounts of data to base their actions on. It is an interesting model, and the fashion isn't bad either. That was enough to make the giant smile. The Illithid loved fashion for their environmental suits, though they didn't wear clothing on their natural bodies. Fine, I will accept that for now, but be aware that I will be questioning our ship's Illithid advisor about this matter so that I can get greater detail on the interactions between Illithid and human cultures in the name of preventing cultural incidents. The giant agreed. Feel free to bring them here as well. There is a sanitary hot spring reserved exclusively for Illithid on the top floor of the cruise ship, so we can exit our suits in public and relax in the waters. They're nearly a perfect replica of the pressurized volcanic hot springs on our homeworld. The Illithid suggested. He can hear you right now, can't he? Max asked his advisor as he went on about the hot springs. Of course, we can communicate with each other from across the planet. Hearing each other from one ship to another in orbit is no big deal. Then I will make arrangements in preparation for another guest. That line about pressurized volcanic hot springs made even me want to go on vacation. There was a rising buzz in the back of Max's mind, the telltale sign of excited Inu, whose thoughts always reminded him of toddlers after downing an energy drink. Even when they looked calm on the outside, their thoughts were moving in a dozen different directions at once, and when they were excited, it was even worse. I think we should wait around for our dear Inu ambassador. They have exited the shuttle already, and they are on their way here to my office. I can't tell what they want. Inu's thoughts are a jumble to me, but they are clearly excited to talk to me about something. Max informed the rest of the negotiation team. She just finished a flight in an experimental stealth shuttle. What else could she have to discuss that would be so urgent that she would come straight to the commander of the ship? The Valkyria pondered out loud. Knowing her, it could be almost anything, but if the flight went well, there is a good chance that she will want something completely random that she happened to see while she was with the research team. The giant replied with a sigh. Chapter 594, Excitable Envoy, Good morning, Commander. Or is it evening now? That flight was amazing. You wouldn't believe how well tuned they have made the new ship. They even managed to make the hull sing for us as we went to Warp 15. And then the disruptor to eliminate that Clem pod wave, that was incredible. But that's not what I came here to talk to you about. Do you suppose that I could maybe, pretty please, keep this suit? I have more than a few EVA suits, but this one is the best I've ever worn. The augmentics are extremely smooth, not like the cheap government ones made by the lowest bidder, and the helmet, oh my, the helmet. It is simply divine. How we never thought of doing something like this ourselves astounds me. Or maybe we did, and it just wasn't a major company, so it never caught on, but the individual tentacle wrapping is like a temperature-controlled hug for the head. Oh, everyone is here. Hi guys, you'll never guess what we were up to. The envoy rambled at high speed as she came into the room, followed by a group of laughing technicians and Nico. The look that the Valkyria gave Max seemed to say, look what we have to put up with, even more clearly than his thoughts did, but Max decided to break down her commentary into manageable chunks so he could analyze the information he was given. What's this about the hull singing? Is it some sort of structural overload? He asked. On the contrary, it only occurs when there is very little stress on the hull. The energy of the warp field resonates with the hull and creates a low musical melody when the two are perfectly in tune with each other. It means that you have reached near perfect efficiency. But about the suit, there was a Clem pod wave. Where was it headed? Max continued. Some lifeless M-class planet. I'll pull it up on the screen so you can see which one I mean. The sub-commander said that it was a mistaken wave since there was nothing there for them to eat. But we wiped them out anyhow so that we could test the defensive weapons on the new shuttle. It went very smoothly. One shot on maximum dispersion was enough. There weren't any power fluctuations either, despite the extended use of the disruptor. Now, about the suit. Do you think that I could keep it? Max relented with a smile now that he had gotten his answers. I don't see why not. Call it a gift of goodwill. You can keep the accessories that go with it as well, since I'm assuming that there is an emergency kit in the flat space, as is the standard deployment. Oh, yes, I saw that there was stuff in there when I put my clothes away. What is it? Is it as good as the suit? She asked. It's just some rations, a water maker, a fire starter and other survival gear that would be essential to a user trapped in a disabled ship or uninhabited planet after a crash landing, Max explained. Oh, you really did think of everything. Nice fire starter too, she replied with a giggle. The so-called fire starter was actually a plasma pistol, but it could be set to a spark setting for igniting campfires and stove elements. I think you might actually be better at dealing with her when she goes full tech nerd than we are. Normally she just bowls us over with enthusiasm. The giant envoy informed Max with a dry, unamused tone. Dealing with excited Inu is nothing. You should see what it's like trying to deal with human soldiers when they get excited. At least an excited Inu isn't looking to kill anything, Max informed him, making the envoy blink slowly as he tried to process the information. I think we will have to refer to the hunters to fully understand that answer. Thank you for your input. It was clearly a prepared response, indicating that he had no idea what to say, but felt the need to say something in response, and the Valkyria shook his head. I have never seen my crew like this. For one, a speechless giant is a rarity. They come prepared for almost anything, but apparently not for casual references to bloodthirsty soldiers, and a certain someone, who is in a lot of trouble right now, is acting a few hundred years younger than her real age. The Inu envoy looked up at him as she adjusted the helmet that she had just put back on, shaking her tentacles so that they would individually wrap inside the covering. You just forgot what it was like to be excited. Do you remember when we showed up to that tax dispute and found that the reason for non-payment was civil unrest? I swear I've never seen you so happy to get to plan a riot control action before. She reminded her winged counterpart. That was different. I spent most of my life in law enforcement. You were never a ship engineer, and you haven't been on a spacewalk in years, but you're all giddy about a new helmet. No need to fight. We all get excited about something. Accepting each other with all their idiosyncrasies is part of what makes a friendship work. The Illithid reminded them, our apologies. I might have gotten too excited after finding out that I could still use my abilities properly with the helmet on. The suit is not just for spacewalks. It is fully armored, with a functional force field that exceeds the minimum standards for envoy safety, so I can wear it to potentially hostile meetings as well. They even put my name on it and the markings of an envoy. It's very classy. The professional voice was back in full force, but the phrasing still let slip just how excited she was to get a new outfit. Nico, prepare more of those suits for the other envoys before they go. We can do something so that the Valkyria can still use his wings, right? Max silently questioned her. Nico replied with a thumbs up and then sent one of the technicians running out of the room, presumably to fill the order. You're still in trouble, he added with a smirk. Chapter 595. Technically in uproar as Max lay in bed the next morning with Nico's sleeping head on his chest, he carefully analyzed his mistakes, shortcomings, and every possible deficiency in his training, then determined that it was simply, mathematically impossible for her to be that good at diverting conversations and getting herself out of trouble. She would be taking over all of the terraforming paperwork for the next 2 weeks, and the excess paperwork that her little joy ride with the envoy had generated was also tasked to her. But Max knew full well that she could complete both as a background process in her augmented mind without actually putting any conscious focus on it. He had briefly mentioned the fact to the Valkyria envoy last night when he informed them that Nico would be taking over the paperwork duties for the next few weeks, and the Alliance legal team had seemed utterly horrified that the humans would let sensitive legal matters be handled by artificial intelligence as a background process, with only rudimentary oversight by an actual living person, if that's how Nico was still classified. There was some dispute among their ranks about that. Cyborgs in the Alliance were usually partial conversions, and Nico's self-modification had already changed the genetic and organic composition of her final organic components, namely her brain and some nerves from the spinal cord, so much that the Alliance didn't officially classify her as human at all, so the thought that she might have self-evolved into a biomechanical android was one that had occurred to the legal team, and the fact that someone mentioned that brought with it a host of difficulties, as Alliance law didn't consider androids to be individual persons, but the property of their creators. But if she was the property of her creator, and she turned herself from a human cyborg into a recognized android without outside assistance, would she be the property of herself? Would they have to recognize the system, as the artificial intelligence that drove the nanobots was known, as a legal life form since it assisted in her endeavor and could be considered a co-creator? It was unprecedented in their legal history, and it had all come to a head because of an idle comment by a legal assistant when Max punished Nico by making her do the paperwork. The hunters thought it was absolutely hilarious. They didn't recognize post-conception genetic alterations as changes to one's species. They simply gave it an addendum, such as born human, now biomechanical. That way, if there were a question about the difficulty or validity of a hunt, they would have a full and complete picture of what had happened, since not all changes would necessarily increase or decrease difficulty ratings, and some could be deliberately misleading if you didn't know what the hunter in question had started life as. Making a full-grown huntress look like a small Innu child was within their capabilities with organic engineering, but that didn't make her future hunts as difficult as they would be for an actual Innu child, since she would retain huntress's instincts and training. The various trains of thought on the matter were already giving Max a migraine, and he was still in bed. There was an easy cure for that, though. He focused intensely on Nico's dreams and tuned out the rest of the brainwaves around him, an illithid trick usually used to help them fall asleep in crowded spaces. This morning she was dreaming of a battle from her past life on a planet nicknamed Venom, after its intensely toxic atmosphere, filled with naturally occurring organic toxins that closely resembled the venom of a viper. One after another, she took joy in using the blade of her mecha to slice open the faceplates of her enemies, a species of giant six-armed centaurs, and letting the toxic air fill their lungs before they could react and bring up a secondary force field. It was gruesome, but the simple joy in her mind and the little smile on her face as she dreamed were enough to relax his mind and help the headache recede. He couldn't put the chaos off forever, though. The lawyers needed answers. Eventually, he mustered the energy to draft up a summary, with an attached copy of the compiled Reaver's Treaties and Regulations on the Rights of Living Beings, that clearly stated that while you could lose the right to represent your species due to poor character or criminality, you never lost your status as a person, so Nico would always be considered a Reaver by Reaver law, and a human by birth. Then he attached the documents he had gotten from the hunters that said basically the same thing and forwarded them to the giants so that they could pore over it with 100 different sets of eyes until they made their own determination and sent something back that would decide if it was a violation of Alliance law to have Nico take care of the workload, and if she would be allowed to use the AI to process it for her in the background. How they intended to stop her if the finding was that she had to consciously process the paperwork, Max had no idea, short of having an illithid watch over her every second of the day, but he already knew from experience that it would be a futile cause. It was impossible to tell her conscious thoughts from her subconscious thoughts when she was actively using her system functions. They were both just streams of thought in her head to the illithid and to Max, though he had gotten better at telling which was which by the context. If it was interesting, it was likely conscious, and if it randomly changed directions, it was definitely conscious. If it involved him naked, it meant that she knew he was listening in. Max checked in on the envoys aboard Terminus and found them in no better shape. They, too, had been harassed all day for an answer that there was no possible precedent for, and the lawyers were driving them quickly insane. Enough so that the giant envoy had ordered an entire gallon of mimosa and a quiche for breakfast. It was a good experience for them, Max thought. They wanted to come to see the humans and discover new things. Well, here it was, the chance to discover something totally new and write an entire section of the Alliance legal framework for biomechanical living organisms, as the legal team had officially decided to declare Nico, after reviewing the human and hunter laws relevant to the matter. Chapter 596. Shrine World. While the status of a living biomechanical organism was causing an increasingly widespread clamor among legal experts across the Alliance, something much more mundane and unexpected had caused a much bigger sensation on the planet below them. The first city had just been completed, marking the total terraforming of the continent it was on and the completion of the atmospheric restructuring of the planet itself. Some of the other continents still had a long way to go in terms of mineral deposits, plant life and biodiversity, but the areas where the terraforming devices had identified modified objects consistent with ruins had all been marked and isolated from terraforming efforts, other than to remove obvious toxins from the soil and air. What caught the entire Alliance's attention was a small thing that the humans present, including General Tennant, who had just arrived on the planet to christen the new city, now officially the city of Santa Maria. Once the final spires of the city were complete, and humans were transported from the Abraham Kepler, which was now in a docking bay near ground level inside the City of Spires, an odd atmospheric phenomenon was created. Max recognized it from his past life. The movement of the citizens in the city would cause the spires to move ever so slightly, and resonance would form in the reflections of the crystals that made up the structures, creating images in the open air above the central park during certain times of the day. He had seen what appeared to be flocks of birds and occasional other images, but he had never been there during the city's heyday when it was said that the images were truly magical, almost beyond what science could explain. Science did explain it, though. The crystals of the city created a natural holographic emissions array, and the temperature imbalance between the outside and inside of the spires allowed them to give off enough energy to create the images using natural light when positioned exactly correctly by wind and the movement of the residents inside. Today, what he saw was on that legendary scale. The image of a 100-meter-long golden phoenix dipped and soared around the park for over a minute as the new planetary governor gave his speech welcoming the first residents to the planet. It was all live-streamed to the entire Alliance through no fewer than 10 different social media channels in addition to the ship's own, each with its own measuring equipment, 2 of which had gone to the surface to record the speech up close, instead of dubbing that as an overlay of their orbital feed and saving the wear and tear of taking their vessels through the atmosphere. Max was certain that General Tennant had given a rousing and touching speech to his shipload of settlers, but he hadn't been able to listen to it, as he was inundated by a flood of requests to stay aboard Terminus, and questions about the status of the planet as a shrine world, blessed by energy beings from the ancient past, whose remnants might still linger there. Trying to explain to everyone that it was an optical effect caused by the city itself required that he explain how he knew about the effects of the city and how he could have possibly calculated it, since the original documentation of the theory had run to over 1 million gigabytes of mathematical calculations and the city had only been completed half a day ago. The science-minded Alliance would not accept that he had seen that exact phenomenon in his past life, so Max had to propose it as a theory and try to lead them in the right direction so that they could prove it the same way that it had been proven before, but for now, superstition was winning the battle, and millions of wealthy Alliance citizens wanted the chance to vacation on a potentially blessed world. The chances that it was really blessed and that the blessing would help them somehow might be 1 in a billion or lower, but if a billion came to see the shrine world, who was to say that it wouldn't be your life that was suddenly changed for the better, right? Plus, the city itself was an engineering masterpiece at the peak of human culture when he had first seen it, and here, among desolate stars and hostile aliens, it seemed even more majestic than he had thought possible when he had seen Nico's intention to make it a reality. Nico, get up and get dressed. Your dream city is making the entire Alliance believe in the supernatural. Max ordered, looking through the open door to where she was sprawled out in bed, clearly enjoying her additional sleep after he had been forced to work. That's why I rebuilt it. Don't you remember? We were there when the ghosts marched, and the world burned. She mumbled, still deep asleep. Ghosts marched, and the world burned. Max dug deep through his memories until he finally found the incident that Nico was talking about. It was not the first battle for that planet or even the last. It had come exactly a year after the final battle for the planet on the summer solstice. A ship carrying refugees off the world had a hidden structural flaw and exploded in flight, spreading nuclear fire through the upper atmosphere and clearing the clouds over the world for the first time in a year. The shattered remains of the city's crystals had lit up with images, looking like fleeing and panicking humans, which then faded as the last life left the world, and the city was forgotten among the rubble of war. But Nico hadn't been there. He was certain of it. Her army had fled the world before the end of the final battle. Even Max had only come back that day because he had been en route to another location and had gotten a request to help transfer refugees. Was this a sign that Nico's subconscious was remembering more of herself? She had completely forgotten who she was in that life, so things like saying that they had watched an event together simply didn't happen. But if she did remember who she was in her past life and why she did the things she remembered doing, it might not be a good thing for the mental health of the current Nico. It was too stressful of a day for deep philosophical thought about reincarnation. Nico, get your cute butt out of bed and help me out here. The social media feed and booking requests are overloading the communication systems. Max shouted, finally rousing her from her slumber. Chapter 597. Popular already, alright, let's see what little thing is making you panic so much. Nico sighed, pulling a pair of uniform pants and a tank top on before padding barefoot out of the bedroom to see what was going on. Max was sitting at the dining room table with a copy of the footage from the speech pulled up, and Nico took her seat across from him with a big smile on her face. Very pretty. Did we set this up, or is it a natural phenomenon from the city itself? She asked. It appears to be a natural phenomenon. The entire thing was live-streamed by multiple groups and analyzed by billions of viewers, and they all think this is a mystical shrine world, formerly populated by powerful energy beings, who left behind some small remnants of themselves. Max explained. So, should I put out a press release thanking them for so graciously welcoming the human population to their planet and add it to the travel brochures advertising vacations in the city? Nico asked. You don't see the problem with causing an uprising of superstition among the militantly scientific alliance planets. Max reminded her, you're missing the natural genius here. It's brilliant marketing. Not only do we get the tourists who want to come to see the illusions, for whatever they believe them to be, we will also get to host the ones looking to disprove them as a scientific phenomenon, and they are all paying customers. So what you're saying is? Max asked, encouraging her to finish that train of thought. I have no idea how it works, only that this is the perfect environmental situation where it will. But inviting a million alien nerds here will almost certainly give us enough data to not only replicate it but modify it to make even more beautiful cities in the future. Nico finished. You think you can do better than this? He asked, gesturing to the crystal spires shimmering in the sunlight, which were making small images of flying creatures dance above the surface of the buildings at that moment. Almost certainly. I mean, I'm not sure how yet, because that city is pretty awesome if I do say so myself, but now that it's there to serve as a reference, why shouldn't I be able to improve on it? That was valid logic, so Max went to the replicator in the kitchen to get some breakfast while he thought about it. During his walk back, a private message from his illithid advisor appeared on his wrist device, a rare occurrence since they preferred to communicate directly. Did you get it? I haven't sent an official message in a while, the illithid asked. I did, but I haven't read it yet. What's up? The Illithid Council has a theory about what the unknown substance that isn't made up of individual atoms and the City of Spirits have in common. They suspect that the crystal array might be psychoactive, meaning that it resonates on the same frequency as brain waves, and the city is projecting the collective mood of the residents. If that is the case, then they believe that they also know how the strange material was formed, and it's an old Illithid superstition. Supposedly millions of years ago, there was a species that could create matter with their minds. They built great cities that couldn't be destroyed by the weapons of the time, and then one day, they just vanished as if they had never existed, not even leaving behind a clue about their existence, save for some ruins. The preliminary findings are that the relics from those ruins kept in the Illithid and Hunter species museums are the same material that was identified on this planet. That makes two independent species who have verified that there is something off about the ruins here. They don't match the known timeline of this section of the universe, and the Illithid is one of the oldest species, which makes them very, very interested in being here. So you used all those words to tell me that there will be Illithid among the guests? Max asked. Royal Illithid among the guests, to be precise. They request clearance to open a portal in our area since their entire home solar system is off limits to outside travelers. Oh, and more hunters. There will be more hunters. The advisor informed him. Max wasn't sure how to prepare for a Royal Illithid arrival, but it seemed like the advisor had things well in hand. They didn't like big ceremonies, so he would only have to assemble a small group to meet them at the hangar when they arrived. Their ship would require the closest hangar to their sleeping area, which also wasn't a problem, as he had arranged that the last time an Illithid vessel was here. As long as the ship fit in that smaller cargo bay, it could stay there as long as they liked. I got the rest of the bookings sorted out. We have rearranged the schedules for the staff of the cutters to serve as a ferry service to bring people to and from the surface until replacement ships are made to remain here. I have entered plans for a permanent portal location to be built and informed all the incoming guests that we are not completely open for visitors yet, but that they can get very limited early access for a premium rate. That cut down the requests to about a third of the original, with the rest asking for a deferral until such time as all amenities were online. I have placed an order for an orbital station to be built and delivered, charged to the planet's account, and prepaid by our Alliance visitors already. What else was there? Oh yes, the portal location rotation will need your approval, and there is a list of questionable guests identified either by myself or the computers who want to stay on Terminus. Most are just shock journalists known for their hit pieces, but I checked the regulation, and deciding what guests get denied simply for being who they are is firmly within the realm of your problem, not mine. Nico informed him with a huge smile on her face. Chapter 598, City Amenities, add a few things to that list. Quarantine the space around the planet, as there is still a terraforming effort going on, no visitors without authorization. Sort out which guests will be bringing their own ships, and send our smaller vessels to pick larger groups up from various space stations to save on parking space. Then, get started on ships for the planet to use as shuttles from the new space station. I recommend using our luxury yacht line since this planet is a popular and exclusive sort of vacation spot. Also, have you talked to General Tennant? He brought a group of colonists with him. not service staff, and I'm not sure they are in any way, shape or form ready to serve as a glorified resort community for aliens. Max's frustrations were not going down easily this time. Putting everything they did on display for the Alliance was a great idea when they were doing boring stuff, but every time something even moderately interesting happened, he got flooded with guests, and this time it even engulfed an entire city mere hours after the settlers arrived on the planet. There hadn't been time to set anything up yet, even if the city had been fully formed with everything that they needed, as the design schematics insisted that it had been. The major issue would be the accommodations. It was meant to be a city where residents could walk or use the built-in transport amenities to get anywhere easily, so that wasn't a problem, but there were very few hotels compared to the number of people that wanted to visit. Let me guess. Traffic control. Fear not, I have already solved that problem. 7 seconds ago, I found a used orbital station for sale, and the tugs will be bringing it here within the hour. Nico said proudly. Close, but not quite. Where are all the people going to stay? I don't see a lot of hotels in the design schematics. Max corrected her, though he was actually impressed that she had found a used space station in such a limited time frame, even with the help of the Reaver's data network. The entire city was made up of villas originally. Nearly identical 3-bedroom units. They're all luxurious well beyond most standards, and they have the finest of built-in self-cleaning and self-repair functions, so I am currently linking every door lock on the planet to the governor's computer network. Whoever general tenant assigns to the task can check the guests in and directly link their biometrics to the locks on their villa. That also means that they can be automatically locked out when their stay is over, reducing problems with attempted squatters, and it looks like they're already on top of the public works department. The general did an excellent job of planning how to run a city using his available people, and the only changes that needed to be made were that they would have to keep order among a lot of extra people, and their shops would be much busier than expected since they will have 10 times the customers. His data says that it will be suitable, though, as it still reaches the product density of most Alliance resorts. It would feel slim for long-term living for so many people, and I'm sure they will adapt their own spaces and shops for the human locals, but he insists that the settlers are enthusiastic about it. In his words, we're all going to be bloody rich off those alien bastards coming to stare at shiny crystals. Nico explained. He had a point. According to the information in front of Max, a villa was 10,000 credits a night and included everything you could make in the villa, including food and a limited selection of local clothing. Much like a private bed and breakfast, the villas were equipped with a robotic butler, a small hover drone with 4 arms who could fulfill most basic tasks, including getting humanoid species dressed and styling hair if they requested. There were no guided tours of the city, nor were there many designated hotspots yet, as the city had just been built and nobody had a chance to explore what Nico had designed into it, but a few of the best locations were already highlighted by the staff general tenant had appointed, and Nico had added a few more herself from the designs. The 500 floors of mineral springs were going to be a big hit, Max was certain. They were a feature of the original city, taking up most of a spire to themselves, and with the Innu being so fond of all things human, there was no way that a 500-story water park would be overlooked. Max was even more correct than he could have ever guessed. General Tenant had gotten over 1 million requests for early access to the towers closest to the mineral springs, despite the fact that it was only made public today. He had set aside 2/3 of the villas for guests, giving the locals room to grow without having to take over former guest houses and leaving a few emergency spaces open for very important guests. Keeping the city in a slightly less than fully occupied state was a deliberate act. It kept the city feeling less crowded if one house on every other block was empty. There were no cars in the city. They weren't needed with the advanced walkways and the drone taxis, where you could simply step on and off of a floating silver disc and be carried to the destination you specified. Directions for use were explained during the flight to the surface, and copied inside every villa, so everyone should be able to understand how to call and use them. They were multi-species friendly, and as a flat disc, they were even wheelchair accessible for those species who couldn't use rapid healing methods or temporarily weakened persons. In reality, of course, it would be mostly loved by drunks on their way home since they could tell it to take them home, then sit down and wait to arrive. Even if they fell asleep, it would remain outside their residence and lift them up out of the way of other traffic until they woke up and asked to be let down or stepped from it onto their second-floor balcony. Chapter 599. So many ships. Max watched through the external cameras as the space station that Nico had ordered for the planet arrived through the most massive interstellar portal he had ever seen. The cost for the transfer had been incredible, as it took 12 ships of the newest generation hull design, all cruiser class, to generate enough power to move that massive structure through. It was a decommissioned cargo transfer terminal from an agriculture-focused star system with 6 habitable planets and could accommodate 200 bulk freighters around the outside of its torus-shaped outer ring, with another 100 on the inside of the torus, and it had a large bulk storage sphere in the center, which had since been repurposed to a trade market and staff quarters. It was nearly perfect for their needs, even if it was an ancient and somewhat low-quality design, to begin with. They weren't going to get a new spaceport anytime soon. There were too many orders for even Nico's influence on her mother to get them to the head of that particular queue. But what they could do was send over a spare terraforming pod and give it a fresh coat of paint, fix the cracks, refurbish the atmospheric systems, and give the interior a quick renovation to synthetic luxury, making it look much more like a first-class planet spaceport than an old grain bin in space. Every square meter would be needed in the near future to lock Alliance yachts to while their guests were on vacation on the planet, a concierge service offered by gravity beam and magnetic locks that were being added all over the station's hull. Once they had disembarked, they could select to have their pilot leave or to check into a spot for their stay if the ship was unattended, but it would not be free. The city held millions of people, and there was only so much space on even this large of a spaceport's hull. A moon base would have been best and might still be if they decide to renovate this planet's moon in the future, but that was General Tennant's problem, not Max's. He had only signed on to get things up and running and to make sure that the hunters had their chances to search and examine every bit of the surface so that they could look for the truth behind the relics. At first, Max had feared that they would be annoyed that so many more people were now coming to look for the same thing, but the hunters didn't mind at all. They viewed the other scientists as somewhere between useful idiots and extra hands for their search and knew that the Alliance wouldn't hold back the data they found. There was no reason for them to do it since they had no idea what the hunters were trying to find from the research. The belief that the relics might belong to an ancient galaxy-destroying dominant species from the far side of the universe was a joke to the Alliance but not to the hunters, who took their ancient records very seriously. The station had come with a crew and, surprisingly, a rather large supply of goods. When they had purchased it, the station had been mothballed for over a millennium, but it still had thousands of tons of forgotten crops frozen in its inactive holds. So, the newly hired crew got to work with an industrial replicator and started making tourist trap collectibles and other random items that alien visitors might like. Once it was remade into a luxury spaceport, all they had to do was change the prices. No longer were they a sketchy stopover on the way to vacation. Now they were a respectable stopover, with sketchy businesses and inflated prices suitable to its grandeur, as you would expect of any spaceport. The only thing they didn't mark up was the food and drink. As the replicators had spread, and food shortages mostly became a thing of the past, the machines had developed a unique reputation among humans for being art school food. Exquisite to look at, flawless in execution, but lifeless, without any local flavor, because the recipes were the exact same everywhere you went. For picky eaters, that was perfect. They would always get what they wanted. But for foodies who didn't have the technical skills to program the machines, which made up 99% of users, a new pattern had formed. They would use the machine to generate all the ingredients separately, then cook the meal themselves to give it a personalized flavor. So, on the station, all of the food and drinks were reasonably priced, with only one high-end steakhouse that cooked in front of the guests being priced well above the average. The real money was made on the trinkets, keepsakes and miscellaneous items. They took most of the day to get prepared after the station was hastily renovated, getting the lay of the station again and moving everything they needed into position to ferry guests between their docking bays and the cutter that would be doing transit service every hour. There was a new pair of ships on order, much smaller 70-meter luxury yachts instead of the cavernous expanse of the cutter's hold, but with so much going on aboard Terminus and the ship taking in its own massive influx of guests, there simply hadn't been the resources or manpower to get them built yet. Finally, just after midnight, the first ships with guests bound for the planet were allowed to portal in and start staging for their trip to the surface. Too much atmospheric turbulence caused by multiple ships landing would mess up the effects of the illusion, so none of them could land. The shuttle was the only permitted transport, but from what Max could tell, not a single guest minded at all. They were so happy to be the first to see a new attraction that they hadn't even complained when General Tennant had put all guests on a 30-day visitor's visa, not allowing any extended stays without certification from a prestigious academy or the central government that they were there for business purposes to research the planet's phenomenon and relics. Chapter 600. No other like it. 300 ships, all docking with the station at the same time as the first wave came in to drop off their guests, was quite the spectacle. The Alliance planets had been informed that there was very limited space here, so most of the guests had come on chartered vessels instead of paying an exorbitant storage fee, but that only made the size of the ships at the station larger, and the crowds inside more impressive as they all disembarked with their luggage and prepared to do some shopping before they boarded the cutter to the surface. For many, this would be their first taste of a true culture shock. The staff were reavers who hadn't been taken in by any particular company, so they had tried their hand as settlers, taking their first job in this settlement aboard the space station with the promise of being able to move to the surface after they had repaid the fees to get them there. For the ones who were on the surface, they simply owed General Tennant, their new planetary governor and commander of the vessel that they arrived on, for the price of their passage. Unlike most new colonies, this one had been done as N, so there was no huge terraforming debt incurred, a real weight off of the first generation, though the amount of money they were bringing in as a tourist stop would have easily made up for it. The general knew just how to draw in the guests too, almost too well. He had waived the portal fees and docking fees for any vacation company vessel bringing them more than 100 guests for a 10-day or longer stay. That was a quarter of most vacation expenses, so it was insanely cheap to stay here, even renting an entire villa for 10,000 credits, compared to other similar vacation destinations. The central area of the station, closest to the surface shuttle, had the largest number of shops and was set up as an open-air bazaar, a design that was very familiar to some guests but confusing and chaotic to others. The signage was clear, though, so nobody could get truly lost in the maze of booths selling nearly anything that you could want. Max was watching the security cameras, partially to make sure that General Tennant was going to be able to deal with this level of chaos during his first days on the job, but mostly for his own entertainment. Because who was he kidding? The general had safely wrangled multiple Mecha regiments back to their ships while under hostile fire, fighting on the losing side of a rout. A station full of tourists in a shopping market was nothing to him. Dryads, Phi and other esteemed connoisseurs, I have for you the finest of marinated live beetles. Get them here while they're nice and crunchy. A voice was calling out in the section of the market that Max was observing, drawing the attention of some myceloid visitors, as well as what appeared to be a carnivorous plant species, much like the shin, but with sharp fangs on large snapping flowers. Are they truly edible? Humans don't eat such things, right? The myceloid asked. We don't eat such things often, but some of our planets consider them a delicacy, including the one that I came from. The first one is on the house. Let me know if you like the flavor. The Alliance food scanner has already been by to give us our safety certificate. The vendor announced, pointing to the grade A food service letter on the wall. The myceloid was the braver of the pair and popped the insect into its mouth, with a happy crunching noise. Being a fungus-based species, they could absorb it through any point of their body, but the fake mouth they had created was best and didn't leave them with messy hands for an extended period of time while they digested the unusual treat instead of their usual nutrient water diet. How can it be spicy? I don't have taste buds, the myceloid mumbled as they mushed the beetle into an easily digested paste. They're good, right? What about you? Care to try? The vendor asked the sentient plant. It extended a flower his way, and he dropped the live beetle inside, where the closing flower trapped it, and the plant's branches began to shake. That panicked the vendor for a moment, as he couldn't interpret it and thought he might have accidentally poisoned the customer, but the shaking branches were a show of joy among the Shin and others who used the same body language. He's happy. Check your communicator pad. The plant species usually connect through text. The myceloid explained since that human was clearly unaware of how to deal with the species in general. Thanks. It's my first day, and there wasn't enough time to get through more than the half-dozen most populous species in the book. He laughed, then filled the myceloid's order for a box full of sticky, honey garlic beetles. Before you go, I need help again. I don't think it translated right. The shopkeeper called out as the myceloid was leaving. Give your shop to ME was what his display read, making the myceloid laugh. It's slang. It means he wants everything you've got. Give him a second, and there will be a number underneath showing how much product he's actually wanting to buy. The plant shook its branches again and repeated the message. I think I get it. Do you really like them and want a whole stock for the day? I've got 4,000 credits worth of beetles prepared, and they will live for up to 1 more week. Is that fine? The vendor asked. 4,000 alliance credits were transferred to the stall, and one very happy tree left with 2 large crates full of sauce-soaked beetles. Who would have thought that the live beetles would be the first stall to sell out and have to go to the back warehouses to make himself more product? I totally thought it would be the nail clippers guy. Look at how they enrapture the bird species. Nico whispered from over Max's shoulder. That wasn't a joyous look. They were horrified by the concept of a combined tool to brutally clip and a coarse rasp to file their beloved talons. It was like the humans had put a medieval torture device on display right in front of them, next to the actual grooming tools, like the laser shaper which they would normally use to groom their talons. They were buying a lot of them, though, to take home as souvenirs and threaten their children with.